Chapter 1101. Bastard, even you dare to betray me. You're courting death. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Kuan's eyes. The 10,000 mammoth force in his body suddenly exploded. After a boom, Heifeng Tianlong's claw was blown off. Roar, Heifeng Tianlong cried out in pain as his huge body was sent flying by Zhao Kuan's punch. However, this also bought some time for Yi Xian. Young Master Zhao, you're finished. A cold voice entered Zhao Kuan's ears. He turned his head and saw Yi Xian's claws reaching out. Suddenly, two large golden hands appeared beside him and caught him. He had just broken free from Heifeng Tianlong's claws, and now he was caught by Yi Xian's two golden dragon-catching hands. However, this time, he would not be able to break free so easily. Break free! Zhao Kuan roared as his all-creation's strength surged out again. However, this time, he could not break free from the two golden dragon-catching hands. During the spirit disaster, Yi Xian could not unleash the full power of the golden dragon-catching hands because he did not have all creation's strength. Now that Yi Xian was at the second level of the manifestation realm, his soul strength was not any weaker than a third level of the manifestation realm. If the two golden dragon-catching hands were to grab Heifeng Tianlong's neck, he would be strangled to death. Zhao Kuan's bones cracked as the two golden dragon-catching hands gripped him. He could not help but cry out in pain. Coupled with Yi Xian's spiritual attack, he could not break free from the shackles at all. To be safe, Luo did not hold back on using her skills as she swung the long whip in her hand. 100 layers of shackles. Under the double shackles, even if Zhao Kuan was at the fourth level of the manifestation realm, he would not be able to break free so easily. Young Master. Not far away, the three Zhao family experts who were trapped in the spiritual sword array were worried when they heard Zhao Kuan's cry. However, they were severely injured by Luo's seven-colored demonic fire. They could not break free from the giant swords, so they could only watch. Who are you? Zhao Kuan roared into the sky. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you will become my servant, Yi Xian said coldly. Third level of the manifestation realm? So what? Under this perfect binding, Zhao Kuan would need at least 20 seconds to break free, and this was under the condition that Yi Xian did not make a move. Yi Xian, on the other hand, could make Zhao Kuan suffer a fate worse than death within these 20 seconds. Burning Eye. Yi Xian continued to use the Burning Eye to weaken Zhao Kuan's soul. It's you. So it was you. At this point, Zhao Kuan finally understood that Zhu Ya and Heifeng Tianlong's betrayal was because they were controlled by Yi Xian. However, he still did not know where Yi Xian had come from. He had actually challenged 4 people at a higher level than him. Even he, the number 1 genius of the Zhao family, was beaten until he had no strength to fight back. In the beginning, Zhao Kuan could still rely on his powerful soul to hold on, but by the 5th second, his mind was a little hazy. 10 seconds later, he was in so much pain that his eyes turned white. Zhao Kuan's pain was much more than Zhu Sheng's. After all, Yi Xian was at the second level of the manifestation realm. It's about time. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and used the Eye of Control on Zhao Kuan. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. Ha. You can't control it. Zhao Kuan raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile, but in the next moment, his smile stopped abruptly. Ding. Control succeeded. The system notified again. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Kuan, was successfully controlled by Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. Zhao Kuan, who was controlled, instantly lost the bindings on his body as he spoke respectfully to Yi Xian in front of him. This sentence shocked the 3 Zhao family experts in the spiritual sword array. Young Master, you, a Zhao family expert who was trapped in the spiritual sword array, said in shock. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Kuan, actually called Yi Xian Master. Zhao Kuan, who was at the third level of the manifestation realm, was actually being controlled. At this moment, Yi Xian slowly turned around and looked at the 3 people. He said, "The 3 of you, do you choose to submit or die?" Hearing this, the 3 people's bodies trembled violently. Submit or die. These 3 people were all experts recruited by the Zhao family and were not members of the Zhao family. In addition, even Zhao Kuan was being controlled. If they refused, then they would definitely be killed. The three of them looked at each other and finally said in unison, "We choose to submit." Good. This answer made Yi Xian beam with joy. It was so easy to talk to smart people. Immediately, he used the Eye of Control on the three people. Although he failed a few times, these people were determined to submit to him, so he quickly controlled all of them. If Yi Xian wanted to kill them, he would not have asked Luoluo to show mercy, and these three people would not have survived until now. This time, Yi Xian directly subdued 4 experts at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, which was a huge gain. Then, he directly took off their universe rings. Unfortunately, the things inside could not help him break through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Although there were not many things, there were still ores. After Yi Xian devoured them, a notification rang out from the system. After forming a co-growth contract with Wei Zhentian, as long as Yi Xian devoured ores, weapons, and the like, Wei Zhentian would also devour that many things. In addition to the accelerated growth of the beast god bloodline, Wei Zhentian directly broke through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. The few of you, heal your wounds first. Yi Xian took out some blood bottles from the Devour space and threw them to the few people, including Heifeng Tianlong. Then, Yi Xian turned to look at Zhu Ya and said, "You don't have to go to the Zhao family anymore. Go back to the Zhu family and say that Zhao Kuan suddenly changed his mind." "Yes, Master," Zhu Ya responded with a grateful expression on her face. Since these people were at the 2nd and 3rd level of the manifestation realm, and Luoluo was only at the 1st level of the manifestation realm, Yi Xian did not pass these people to Luoluo. Even if Luoluo's soul was strong, it would consume a lot of her soul energy to control them. However, it was different for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's Eye of Control had 25 slots. Moreover, it did not consume soul energy to control them, which was much simpler. After giving out the instructions, Zhu Ya immediately left. Yi Xian, Zhao Kuan, and the other 3 people rode the Heifeng Tianlong to the Zhao family. "When we reach the Zhao family, tell them that I'm a genius of the Zhu family, so they brought me back for training," Yi Xian said to Zhao Kuan. "Yes, Master." Zhao Kuan immediately nodded. Chapter 1102. By the way, Zhao Kuan, when was the last time the 8 great families used the Transrealm Teleportation Array? Yi Xian suddenly asked. The Transrealm Teleportation Array was activated a year ago. Zhao Kuan answered without hesitation. Yi Xian was just asking casually, but Zhao Kuan's answer shocked him. The Transrealm Teleportation Array was activated a year ago. However, the people he controlled from the 8 great families all said that the most recent time was 2 years ago. "Are you sure? Who used the teleportation array?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "My father said so. I wasn't in the family at that time. It was said that the one who used the 8 great families' teleportation array was a strange senior. At the same time, he brought 2 people, a man and a woman," Zhao Kuan explained. "A strange senior, a man and a woman." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened. He was now sure that the ones who used the Transrealm Teleportation Array were the Patriarch Yin Yang and Saijue Song. "I finally found them." Yi Xian's heart began to beat faster. "Master, I happened to see those 3 people at that time." At this time, a 3rd-level manifestation realm Zhao family martial artist interjected. "You saw them? See if it's those 3. Yi Xian quickly took out the portraits of the Patriarch Yin Yang and Saijue Song from the devouring space. "Yes, it's them." The Zhao family martial artist nodded solemnly. He was already controlled by Yi Xian's Eye of Control, so his words could not be false. "All right, tell me the situation at that time." Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. He originally thought that he had found the wrong place and that the Patriarch Yin Yang did not leave from the 8 great families' Transrealm Teleportation Array. Now, it seemed that he had found the right place. "At that time, I was discussing with the Patriarch. That senior had just arrived and scared us. Then, that senior directly took out millions of soul crystals. He was extremely generous and did not have any aura. He was like an ordinary person. He was obviously a super expert, so the Patriarch immediately agreed." The Zhao family martial artist described the situation at that time. "What was the situation with that man and woman?" Yi Xian asked again. At that time, they were following behind that senior. They didn't say anything, but their auras were much stronger than the patriarch's. Powerful? A lot. Yi Xian was helpless. The Zhao family's martial artist was talking about the situation a year ago. A year ago, Song Suijing and adjudicator Song had already surpassed the Zhao family's patriarch. In other words, old ancestor Yin Yang had allowed the Song siblings to break through to the manifestation realm from the supremacy realm in a short period of time. What realm is your clan head at? Yi Xian asked curiously. My father was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm last year, but he has already broken through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm this year. Zhao Kuan answered without even thinking. 5th level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If that was the case, then Song Suijing and adjudicator Song's strength had already surpassed the 5th level of the manifestation realm at that time. Seeing that Yi Xian was interested in this, Zhao Kuan continued, my father said that the senior's strength was unfathomable. He was at least a Nether Passage realm expert. Nether Passage realm? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly thought of a question and asked, can a Nether Passage realm expert live for 300 years? Back then, old ancestor Yin Yang had searched for a perfect yin and yang dual physique for a full 230 years. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that the old man was at least 300 years old, or even 400 years old. Zhao Kuan thought for a moment before replying, even if it's a manifestation realm expert, if they don't have any hidden injuries on their body, they can only live for 200 years at most. A Nether Passage realm expert can only live for 50 years at most. As for living for 300 to 400 years, I reckon that only Nirvana realm experts can do it. In this world, it was difficult for martial artists to make breakthroughs through normal cultivation. Only by constantly fighting and killing could they increase their strength quickly. Constantly fighting and lingering on the edge of life and death would leave behind hidden injuries in their bodies, resulting in short lifespans. Although the sect of the God of Ghosts and Corpse King Palace had 1,000-year-old ghosts, they had all died during spirit disaster. It was impossible to refine a manifestation realm expert into a corpse king or ghost spirit. Tell me about the realms after the manifestation realm. Yi Xian saw that Zhao Kuan knew a lot and hurriedly asked again. Right now, he only knew about the manifestation realm. He didn't know what was after the manifestation realm. Manifestation realm, Nether Passage realm, Fulfillment realm, Fragmentation realm, Nirvana realm, Longevity realm, Samsara realm, Indestructible realm, and Heaven Connecting realm. These 9 realms are collectively known as the 9 realms of Heaven Connecting realm. The Manifestation realm is only the first of the 9 realms of Heaven Connecting realm. I'm not too sure about the Nether Passage realm, Fulfillment realm, and Fragmentation realm, but I've heard that in the Nirvana realm, every time a Nirvana realm expert succeeds, their lifespan will greatly increase. As for the Longevity realm, it's even more terrifying. It's said that one can live for several thousand years. After Yi Xian heard Zhao Kuan's words, he was completely shocked. There were actually so many realms after the manifestation realm. No wonder there was always a saying in the world, the martial path had no end. It turned out that this was really just the beginning. The Nirvana realm greatly increases one's lifespan, and the Longevity realm increases one's lifespan by several thousand years. What about the Rebirth realm, Imperishable realm, and Heaven Connecting realm? Yi Xian asked again. It's said that the Rebirth realm allows one to break through life and death and reincarnate. If someone is dissatisfied with their current situation, or is nearing the end of their lifespan, or is heavily injured, they can reincarnate and cultivate again. It's said that the Imperishable realm experts can be reborn from a drop of blood, becoming immortal and indestructible. As for the Heaven Connecting realm, they already have the means to reach the heavens. I'm not very clear about that either, Zhao Kuan explained to Yi Xian one by one. Yi Xian and Luo Luo were so shocked that they had no words to say. The Rebirth realm actually allowed one to reincarnate. In the future, if there were experts nearing the end of their lifespan, they could reincarnate and cultivate again. That way, they could live forever. As for the Imperishable realm, it was even more terrifying. They could actually be reborn from a drop of blood. They were practically unkillable cockroaches. The heaven-connecting realm has the means to reach the heavens. This sounds very powerful. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and asked again, that is to say, everyone in this world could have been an unparalleled expert in their previous life. Yes. Master, you could have been a super expert in the heaven-connecting realm in your previous life. Zhao Kuan hurriedly flattered him. Hearing this, Yi Xian also recalled himself. He had transmigrated, but before he transmigrated, the unlucky Yi Xian had already died. Then, was he the unlucky Yi Xian in his previous life, or was he the Yi Xian from Earth? Chapter 1103. It's a bit messy. Let's not think about it. My previous life is my previous life, and this life is my current life. If he's really the reincarnation of an expert, then hurry up and unlock my inherited memories. It's best to give me the location of a huge treasure or a peerless divine technique. Yi Xian shook his head. It was useless to think so much now. Anyway, he was only in the manifestation realm now. Nirvana, longevity, reincarnation, and immortality were all too far away from him. What he was thinking now was to find Song Suijing and adjudicate a song, then kill that yin-yang old ancestor. It was that simple. Now, Yi Xian finally found another clue. Next, he would go through the inter-realm portal of the 8 great families and head to the glazed light sacred ground. However, to use the inter-realm portal, he would need the approval of 4 of the 8 great families. This was not a simple matter. However, he had Zhao Kuan, the young master of the Zhao family, as his servant. It was not impossible to use the inter-realm portal. A day later, the Haifeng dragon entered the Zhao family's territory. The checkpoints set up by the Zhao family were all opened after seeing Zhao Kuan and the others on the Haifeng dragon. What's going on? Why does the Zhao family have so many checkpoints? Aren't they being too careful? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Master, it's like this. Recently, the 4 great families and the Bloodcloth sect have some conflicts, so the Bloodcloth sect wants to get rid of us. These checkpoints are to prevent the Bloodcloth sect's assassins from sneaking in and killing the people of the Zhao family. Zhao Kuan replied. The Bloodcloth sect is not weak to be able to go against the 8 great families, right? Yi Xian murmured. If the 4 great families were to unite, we would not be afraid of the Bloodcloth sect. However, the 4 great families were established separately, so we have to be careful, Zhao Kuan said. After hearing this, Yi Xian nodded silently. No wonder Zhao Kuan was in a hurry to return to the Zhao family. He was afraid of the Bloodcloth sect's assassins. At this moment, they had passed through the last checkpoint of the Zhao family and landed in front of the Zhao family. The Zhao family, the head of the 8 great families, just the land they occupied was several times larger than the Zhu family, and their population had reached 50,000 people. There were more than 100 manifestation realm experts in the Zhao family alone. Among them, there was even an aura stronger than the Zhu family's old patriarch, Zhu Xiong, and there was more than one of them. The Zhao family was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Zhao Kuan, you're back? As soon as they landed, a middle-aged man came up to them. Second uncle, the Zhu clan has agreed to cooperate, Zhao Kuan said directly when he saw the person. Zhao Kuan's second uncle, Zhao Xian, wasn't very strong. Like Zhao Kuan, he was only at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, but his management skills were impressive. His status was second only to the Zhao family patriarch. Alright, then we will be called the 4 great families from now on. However, I am afraid that the Bloodclad sect will directly attack the 4 great families. Zhao Xian said worriedly. Second uncle, we are the Bloodcloth sect's main target. The Zhu family is only a 4th level manifestation realm martial artist like Patriarch Zhu. The Bloodcloth sect is nothing in their eyes, reminded Zhao Kuan. It's better to be careful. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and Luo Luo. He said, these 2 they are good friends I made while traveling outside. They have now joined my Zhao family, Zhao Kuan hurriedly replied. Previously, Yi Xian wanted to use the excuse of being a Zhu family disciple to join the Zhao family. However, after controlling Zhao Kuan, he thought that using this excuse was better. Being a good friend of the Zhao family's young master would make it easier for him to act in the future. Your good friend? Zhao Xian was slightly surprised after hearing this. Because Zhao Kuan had a proud and aloof personality, those who could make friends with him definitely had some ability. Zhao Xian carefully sized them up. He estimated that Yi Xian was younger than Zhao Kuan. Being able to break through to the second level of the manifestation realm, he could be considered a top figure. After all, Zhao Kuan had the Zhao family as his backing. As for Luo Luo, she was even more terrifying. This little girl is from the Fox clan. This is rare. How old are you this year? Zhao Xian's gaze fell on Luo Luo. 15 this year. Luo Luo smiled sweetly. 15. This answer gave Zhao Xian a fright. One should know that when Zhao Kuan was 15, he had not broken through to the manifestation realm. However, Luo Luo was already at the first level of the manifestation realm. Her aptitude was much better than Zhao Kuan's. The Fox clan is born with the ability to charm. If they mate with a human, unless their bloodline or realm is suppressed, they will also be born from the Fox clan. In my Zhao family, there has never been a member of the Fox clan. If this little girl can marry into my Zhao family's stability will greatly increase in the future. Zhao Xian looked at Luo Luo with a smile as he thought to himself. His plan was to let Zhao Kuan marry Luo Luo and become a member of the Zhao family. At that time, he could use Luo Luo's charm ability to charm people from other factions and obtain secrets. It could also increase the Zhao family's stability. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it was killing 3 birds with 1 stone because Luo Luo's aptitude was stronger than Zhao Kuan's. Good, good. Zhao Kuan, you have done well this time. Immediately arrange the best residence for our esteemed guest, Zhao Xian hurriedly said. Yes, second uncle. Zhao Kuan nodded slightly and immediately rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon into the Zhao family. Zhao Xian looked at their backs and revealed a sly expression. However, what he did not know was that he had invited an ingrate into his house. Soon, Zhao Kuan rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon and landed in his courtyard. Master, there are a few residences beside my residence. You can stay there from now on, Zhao Kuan said to Yi Xian. The residences don't matter. The 4 of you should move quickly. Yi Xian jumped off the Heifeng heavenly dragon and landed on the ground. He could not wait and said. The move he was talking about was to confiscate all of Zhao Kuan's belongings. After all, the 4 of them were out on a mission and would not bring everything with them. Yes. The 4 of them responded, and the other 3 Zhao family's consecrators quickly left. Zhao Kuan also directly entered the room, and then opened a hidden mechanism array, and took out an interspatial ring. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring from Zhao Kuan and quickly checked it. 10,000 soul crystals and various worldly treasures. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, these 5,000 soul crystals and worldly treasures, go and exchange them all for ores. Although the special soul crystals could increase Yi Xian's cultivation level and soul strength, if they were exchanged for ores, Wei Zhentian would be able to absorb 5,000 soul crystals due to the co-growth contract. It was equivalent to double the amount. Yes. Although Zhao Kuan did not know why Yi Xian wanted ores, he immediately did as he was told. While he was gone, Yi Xian took advantage of the time when he was gone to take the heavenly and earthly treasures for cultivation and then specially devoured the remaining 5,000 soul crystals. Chapter 1104. Now that I have constructed 2 soul altars, if I refine the soul crystals, it actually increases the soul strength of both soul altars. I thought I would have to split them equally. Yi Xian suddenly noticed this. This was a pretty good piece of news. In next to no time, the other 3 experts at the 3rd level of the Wanxiang stage returned. This time, Yi Xian directly swallowed all of their things. It was already not bad for a 3rd level manifestation realm martial practitioner to have more than 5,000 soul crystals. After all, they had to cultivate themselves. The total value of these 3 people barely surpassed 10,000 soul crystals. After breaking through to the manifestation realm, my experience has increased greatly. What a tragedy. Yi Xian waited in Zhao Kuan's courtyard with slight helplessness. A while later, Zhao Kuan returned. Young master, I have already gone to the weapon pavilion to exchange all of the soul crystals for forging materials. Zhao Kuan handed over a universe ring. Yi Xian took the universe ring and consumed all of the forging materials inside. Ding, Wei Zhentian broke through. The system notified. Right now, Wei Zhentian had surpassed Yi Xian and reached the third level of the manifestation realm. However, Yi Xian was still stuck at the second level of the manifestation realm and could not break through. Wei Zhentian's breakthrough could first increase the strength of the sky-shaking sword, then increase his strength. Right now, he could probably fight a third-level manifestation realm expert alone. If he used 10,000 swords, its power would increase greatly. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I haven't been able to break through yet, but now that I have heard the news, I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Yi Xian's mind moved. Right now, he was in the Zhao family, the head of the 4 great families. The Zhao family had a rich foundation. If he did not take advantage of it, he would be letting down Zhao Kuan. Using the Eye of Control to control people and take their wealth was a good method, but he could use other methods to make money. There are materials in the devouring space. Yi Xian's gaze swept and finally landed on a pill. Soul condensing pill, could increase the strength of the soul. This pill is not bad. Yi Xian nodded slightly. This soul consolidating pill could be directly exchanged for using the super devouring crystal. There was no need to refine it. However, the disadvantage was that the pills used for cultivation were useless to him. Zhao Kuan, take these 100 low-rank soul consolidating pills. They can increase the strength of one's soul by quite a bit. They are definitely much better than soul crystals. You can decide the price. Yi Xian threw a universe ring to Zhao Kuan and said, "You said that the Zhao family had a spirit spring. Take Luo Luo there and cultivate." "Yes, master," Zhao Kuan replied. There was a spirit spring in the Zhao family, and the heaven and earth yuan qi was very abundant. It was the place where the Zhao family members cultivated. Luo Luo, on the other hand, could absorb heaven and earth yuan qi on her own. With the help of heaven and earth treasures and the effects of the spirit spring, she would probably be able to break through again very soon. After that, Zhao Kuan and the others left while Yi Xian continued to wait. After a while, Luo Luo's surprised voice sounded. "Young master, the heaven and earth yuan qi in this spirit spring is really abundant. Give me 2 hours, and I can break through to the second level of the manifestation realm. In 3 days, I can break through to the third level of the manifestation realm." Hearing this, Yi Xian revealed a satisfied smile. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline was really too terrifying. It could actually absorb the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi. If Luo Luo were to refine the heaven and earth yuan qi, the speed would be explosive. After a period of time, Zhao Kuan returned once again. "Young master, the 100 soul consolidating pills were worth a total of 30,000 soul crystals. Among them, we also exchanged 10,000 soul crystals for forging materials." After Zhao Kuan finished speaking, he handed the items to Yi Xian. These soul consolidating pills were exchanged directly. It was much more expensive than if Yi Xian personally refined them. Therefore, the profit was not much. However, these items were enough for Yi Xian to break through. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the third level of the manifestation realm. After he swallowed everything, he heard a series of system notifications. He finally broke through. At this time, Zhao Kuan said, "Oh right, master, just now, our Zhao family received news that the experts of our 4 major families in Golden Flame City were all assassinated by the Blood Cloth sect. All of them were killed by the Blood Cloth sect?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was really unfortunate news for the Zhao family. Our Zhao family and the Blood Cloth sect have conflicts. The Blood Cloth sect is an assassin organization and has the portraits of most of the experts of our 4 major families. Therefore, this time, we want to send some experts who just joined our Zhao family to investigate. Zhao Kuan continued. "Experts who just joined the Zhao family? Then I fit the bill." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew why Zhao Kuan brought this up. He wanted to ask him if he was willing to go. However, before he went, he had to ask about the specific situation. How many experts do the 4 major families of Golden Flame City have? Yi Xian asked. Our 4 major families each have 2 4th-level Manifestation Realm experts and 5 3rd-level Manifestation Realm experts in Golden Flame City. Zhao Kuan answered without thinking. 2 4th-level Manifestation Realm experts and 5 3rd-level Manifestation Realm experts. Then in total, there are 8 4th-level Manifestation Realm experts and 23rd-level Manifestation Realm experts. With this kind of strength, they were actually wiped out by the Bloodcloth sect. It seems that the Bloodcloth sect also sent many experts. Yi Xian muttered and asked again, then, will the Zhao family send a 5th-level Manifestation Realm expert this time? No, this is obviously a trap set by the Bloodcloth sect. That is why we need to send people to investigate first. Our Zhao family only has 3 5th-level Manifestation Realm experts. We cannot lose any of them. Zhao Kuan shook his head. A trap her? Yi Xian pondered for a moment in his heart. The Bloodcloth sect's assassins suddenly attacked Golden Flame City and killed all the experts of the 4 major families. Perhaps a 5th-level Manifestation Realm expert came. If the 4 major families rashly sent experts, it would be a tragedy if they fell into a trap. That was why they sent people to investigate first. Yi Xian possessed the Eye of Control and just so happened to have just joined the Zhao family. The Bloodcloth sect did not have information on him. If he went to investigate, it would be extremely easy. Golden Flame City is a springboard for me. As long as this matter is resolved, I can at least break through to the 4th level of the Manifestation Realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian agreed, all right, I will go this time. Master, my father has already sent experts. This is the map. Zhao Kuan took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian without hesitation. Remember to take good care of Luo when I am not here. Yi Xian reminded. Although Luo should not be in any danger in the Zhao family, who knew if the Bloodcloth sect would directly attack? Fortunately, Yi Xian still had the Eye of the Void. He directly located the Zhao family. If Luo was in danger, he could directly send a sound transmission to him. At that time, he would directly fly back. Chapter 1105. Golden Fire City was a day's journey from the Zhao family. This was based on the speed of a level 3 Manifestation Realm martial artist. However, it was only a matter of half a day for Yi Xian. Less than 2 hours after he left the Zhao family, Luo sent him news of her breakthrough. The current Luo had no problem dealing with a level 3 Manifestation Realm martial artist. Even a level 4 Manifestation Realm martial artist would not be able to kill her. After the Corpse King Palace was destroyed, the mission system never appeared again. It's a bit of a scam. Give me another mission this time. Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He had accepted 2 chain random missions and completed them each time. Moreover, the mission rewards were quite good. Bloodline was the foundation of his ability to challenge those of a higher level. If his bloodline was strong enough, it would not be a problem for him to challenge those of a level 4 or 5. However, what Yi Xian wanted the most recently was the Combat Bloodline Expansion tab. This was because he already had 5 bloodlines in his body. He only needed 1 more to activate the Bloodline Fusion System. He wondered how powerful the Bloodline Fusion System was. Yi Xian did not know the effects of the Bloodline Fusion System. However, Yi Xian had already chosen the 2nd Combat Bloodline. This Combat Bloodline appeared after the system was updated. It was much more powerful than the Sword God Bloodline. Unfortunately, he could not activate the Combat Bloodline Expansion tab yet. Half a day passed by quickly. After half a day, Yi Xian arrived at Golden Fire City. It was currently late at night, but the city gates of Golden Fire City were not closed. Golden Fire City was brightly lit and there was an endless stream of people. Human Manifestation Realm martial artists that had not appeared in the land of the dead for thousands of years could be seen everywhere in Golden Fire City. Although the 4 major families were established separately in Golden Fire City, they were not far from each other. The Bloodcloth sect was actually able to assassinate all the martial artists. Perhaps they are at level 5 Manifestation Realm, Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked towards the Zhao family's stronghold in Golden Fire City. Golden Fire City was already occupied by the Bloodcloth sect. Occasionally, there would be Bloodcloth sect disciples wandering around. They were looking for people from the 4 major families. Yi Xian had only been in the Zhao family for half a day. It was impossible for these people to recognize him. Soon, he arrived at Golden Flame City's Zhao family. However, there were no longer any Manifestation Realm Zhao family members in the Zhao family. All of them were experts from the Blood-clad sect. Only a 4th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. With his strength at the 3rd level of the Manifestation Realm, killing a 4th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist wasn't difficult. However, since Golden Fire City's Zhao clan had a 4th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist, the other 3 clans might also have one as well. Thus, he still had to investigate the other 3 clans first. He hurriedly visited the other 3 clans and discovered that they all only had one 4th-level Manifestation Realm expert. This was a little illogical. The 4 great clans had a total of 8 4th-level Manifestation Realm martial artists stationed in Golden Flame City. Although it was possible for 4 4th-level Manifestation Realm martial artists to assassinate them, it was unlikely. Could it be that this is not a trap, and after the Bloodcloth sect's experts finished killing, they directly left? Yi Xian pondered. Just in case, he decided to walk around a bit more. As expected, things weren't as simple as they seemed. Although the 4 great clans had set up strongholds separately, there was still a palace in the middle of the 4 great clans for discussion. And in this palace, there was actually a 5th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist. A 5th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist. If I don't have 10,000 swords returned to origin, it will be more troublesome to deal with him. Yi Xian wasn't confident. After all, 10,000 swords returned to origin still needed a day to cool down. Although he could still make a move without this trump card, it would alert the enemy. The others probably haven't arrived yet. I better infiltrate them secretly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided not to clash head-on with this group of blood-clothed assassins. He immediately returned to Golden Fire City's Zhao clan. Eye of Control. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. The 2 second-level Manifestation Realm blood-clothed assassins guarding the entrance of Golden Fire City's Zhao clan were easily controlled by Yi Xian. You, come here. Yi Xian gave an order to one of the blood-clothed assassins through the air. The blood-clothed assassin left his post and followed Yi Xian into a small alley. What's your name? Yi Xian asked. Li Gang. The 30-year-old blood-clothed assassin answered. Deaths and injuries are inevitable due to the grudges between 2 clans. Yi Xian muttered and directly stabbed the blood-clothed assassin's chest with his sword. Rip. The 2nd-level Manifestation Realm blood-clothed assassin died instantly. Then, Yi Xian put away the corpse and the universe ring, and put on the face-changing mask at the same time. In the next moment, his face turned into Li Gang's appearance. Although this blood-clothed assassin was already dead, Yi Xian could disguise himself as anyone he controlled. Coincidentally, his figure was similar to this blood-clothed assassin, so he wouldn't be exposed normally. Blood-clothed sect cultivates the blue blood technique. Their bodies emit a bloody aura. Yi Xian learned the blue blood technique in the universe ring and walked out. Now, he was blood-clothed sect's disciple, Li Gang. He wanted to use this identity to enter Golden Fire City's Zhao clan. The blood-clothed sect was an assassin organization with extremely powerful assassination methods. The Zhao clan's experts were all killed in this way. This time, Yi Xian wanted to use assassination methods to eliminate the blood-clothed sect's experts. Using the eye of perception and his spiritual sense, he could sense every movement of all the blood-clothed assassins in the Zhao clan. Currently, in the Zhao clan, other than the 4th-level Manifestation Realm expert, there were 4 3rd-level Manifestation Realm experts. Yi Xian used Li Gang's identity to enter Golden Fire City's Zhao clan and approached the nearest 3rd-level Manifestation Realm expert. On the way, when some of the Zhao clan's servants saw him, they immediately lowered their heads and walked quickly, not daring to look him in the eye. The blood-clothed sect was infamous. If they were provoked, their heads would roll in the next moment. Soon, Yi Xian found his first target. This blood-clothed sect's enforcer was cultivating in the courtyard when Yi Xian directly walked over. All Manifestation Realm experts had spiritual senses. Even if they closed their eyes, they could still sense the movements in their surroundings. This third-level manifestation realm expert sensed Yi Xian's arrival and asked without opening his eyes, "What is it?" "Lord Enforcer, this disciple picked up a treasure map and wishes to present it to you." Yi Xian disguised himself as Li Gang and said. Although he was at the third level of the manifestation realm, he could suppress himself to the second level of the manifestation realm with the help of the disguise mask. At such a close distance, even this third-level enforcer did not discover him. "Oh, a treasure map." This enforcer opened his eyes with interest. Yi Xian used this opportunity to approach him and took out a sheepskin scroll at the same time. This blood-clothed sect enforcer's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to praise Yi Xian, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. Chapter 1106. Whoosh. A cold glint entered the left side of the blood-cloth sect's protector's chest. His body trembled slightly as his eyes rolled upwards. Zhao family's strongest sword technique, heart-shattering sword. Although the wound on the blood-cloth sect guardian's left chest was so small that it did not even bleed, his heart had already been split into two. Third level of the manifestation realm, dead. Subsequently, Yi Xian quickly put away the blood-cloth sect guardian's corpse and interspatial ring. F***ck, there's no reason for there to be so little. Could it be that everything was turned in? Yi Xian checked the interspatial ring and realized that there was not much in it. It seemed that the blood-cloth sect's experts had taken everything. However, Yi Xian did not care. After all, the Zhao family still had 3/3 level of the manifestation realm experts and more than 22nd level of the manifestation realm experts. If he killed all of these people, the total amount of loot would be very impressive. Subsequently, Yi Xian continued his operation. Along the way, he encountered some second level of the manifestation realm disciples and killed them without hesitation. With his cultivation level, he probably did not even need half a second to kill these people. In less than a minute, the entire blood-cloth sect's disciples in the Zhao family of Golden Flame City were almost wiped out. At the same time, Yi Xian also obtained a large amount of wealth. At this moment, the fourth-level manifestation realm blood cloak sect elder from Golden Flame City's Zhao clan opened his eyes. He felt that something wasn't right. Originally, he could sense quite a few auras, but now, only a few auras remained. These bastards, did they all go out to slack off? The blood-cloth sect's elder cursed in his heart before he walked out to check. They had a mission in the Zhao family of Golden Flame City. They did not know when the experts from the 4 major families would arrive, so they could not relax. However, when he walked out, a blood-cloth sect's disciple approached him. "What's going on? Why did everyone leave?" The blood-cloth sect's elder asked. Elder Chiu came over just now and took everyone away. He said that he discovered the experts from the 8 major families and started to search for them, the blood-cloth sect's disciple replied. "I see. All right then. You guys keep a lookout." The blood-robed sect elder didn't think too much about it. After he spoke, he turned around and returned to his room. But at this moment, swish, the sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. What? The blood-cloth sect's elder was shocked. However, when his 10,000 mammoth force surged out, a cold light had already entered his head. Pu. A muffled sound came from his head, and then his body slowly fell down. He couldn't understand why a fellow disciple would ambush him, and what he couldn't understand even more was that with his cultivation at the 4th level of the manifestation stage, he was actually successfully ambushed by a 2nd-level manifestation stage disciple. How was this possible? However, how could he know that the blood-clad sect's disciple in front of him was only a disguise? This person was none other than Yi Xian. Success. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he quickly collected the corpse of the blood-clad sect's elder. So what if the blood-cloth sect was proficient in assassination? Didn't they still die in his hands? With his strength, even if he directly killed his way into Golden Flame City's Zhao clan, he wouldn't be in any danger. However, this would attract the attention of the other 3 clans. Most importantly, the 5th-level manifestation stage blood-clad sect's expert would make a move. However, using this kind of assassination method to eliminate the blood-clad sect's expert bit by bit, even if the blood-clad sect's expert had a high cultivation, he wouldn't know. Immediately, Yi Xian checked the interspatial ring of the dead blood-clad sect's elder. Not bad, 20,000 soul crystals and a large amount of items. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Although 20,000 soul crystals couldn't help him break through, it could increase his cultivation and soul strength by at least 30%. Next, he would clean up all the blood-clad sect's disciples in the Zhao clan, leaving none behind. After that, he left Golden Flame City's Zhao clan and headed to his next target. With the Eye of Control, his disguise ability was unmatched. Using the same method, he also cleaned up the Chen clan, which was ranked second among the 4 major clans. Next was the third clan, the Sun clan. Once I clean up the 4 major clans, I'll probably be able to break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. At that time, I'll find trouble with that 5th level manifestation realm expert. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, he used the same method as before to infiltrate the Sun clan. With the strength of his soul, he could directly control a 3rd level manifestation realm expert. He didn't need to kill them. Controlling people was much more useful than killing them. Soon, the 5 manifestation realm experts of the Sun clan were all under Yi Xian's control, and all their items fell into his pocket. Unfortunately, these people didn't have many items on them, so they probably all fell into the hands of the 5th level manifestation realm expert. Next, Yi Xian was going to assassinate the 4th level manifestation realm expert overseeing the Sun clan. Elder Qiu, I obtained a treasure map in a hidden location in the Sun clan. I want to give it to you. Yi Xian arrived outside the blood-clad sect's elder's room and shouted. Creak. The door opened, and a red-haired old man walked out. Treasure map. Let me take a look. The red-haired old man was also very interested, because Yi Xian said that he found it in a hidden location in the Sun clan. It might be something good. Yes. Yi Xian took the opportunity to approach with the treasure map, then passed it to the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man took the map and opened it to take a look, but he couldn't find any clues for a moment. As for Yi Xian, he was prepared to take advantage of the time when the old man was sizing up the treasure map to kill him. But right at this moment, enemy attack. An explosive shout spread throughout the Sun clan. Enemy attack. The Sun clan's blood-clad sect expert trembled. At the same time, the red-haired old man in front of Yi Xian abruptly turned his head, just in time to see Yi Xian pull out the Skyquake sword and stab at him. You scoundrel, you dare to ambush me? The red-haired old man immediately used his all-creation strength to dodge the fatal strike, but he was also shocked. If it wasn't for that explosive shout, he would have been killed by Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was also very helpless. He knew that he couldn't be exposed. That explosive shout should have been from the other blood-clad sect members who had discovered the experts of the 4 great clans and wanted to warn the others. What a useless teammate. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. If it wasn't for those obstructing experts of the 4 great clans, he would have succeeded. However, so what if he failed once? Heartbreak sword technique, heartbreak sword. Yi Xian held the Skyquake sword and stabbed at the red-haired old man again. Zhao clan's heartbreak sword technique, HMPH. The red-haired old man recognized it at a glance and hurriedly used his all-creation strength to repel Yi Xian's Skyquake sword. At the same time, he also struck out with his palm, hitting Yi Xian's shoulder. Chapter 1107. Bang! The sound spread out and attracted the attention of the surrounding people. However, Yi Xian did this on purpose. Old man, try my killing technique with my eyes. Yi Xian laughed in his heart as his eyes flashed. Eye of devastation. Whoosh! The silver slash pierced through the air and instantly cut off the red-clothed old man's head. However, at the same time, he was also targeted by the surrounding people and exposed his identity. He killed Elder Qiu. Quick, inform the blood-clothed emperor. In the next moment, several red lights rose into the sky and then exploded under the night sky. Blood-colored fireworks were extremely dazzling. On the other side, a blood-clothed youth in the discussion palace of the 4 major clans opened his eyes and quickly rushed out. Exposed? So what? Yi Xian sneered. He had just infiltrated the Zhu clan and only controlled 5 third-level manifestation realm protectors. As for the 1st level and 2nd level manifestation realm disciples, He had not killed them yet. He immediately killed his way out and killed the 30 blood-clothed sect disciples around him. After the last person died, there was also an extremely strong aura that broke into his perception range. That 5th-level manifestation realm expert? The blood-clothed emperor? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had heard what the group of disciples said earlier, but he never expected that the 5th-level manifestation realm expert overseeing Golden Flame City was actually the Bloodcloth sect's young sect master, Shui Yi, who was also the Shui Yi Tianzi. He dared to call himself emperor. He was quite bold. Emperor, son of heaven. This blood-clothed sect's young master dared to call himself the blood-clothed emperor, so he definitely had some skills. Come, let me kill you, emperor. Yi Xian was waiting in the Sun Clan. However, at this moment, ding, the host triggered a random mission. Kill the blood-clothed emperor. Reward, Divine Tree of Life Bloodline Advancement once. The system notification suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It was finally triggered. He had always had a premonition that this operation would trigger a random mission, but he didn't expect it to really come true. Although the Tree of Life's bloodline advancement was not as effective as other bloodlines, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't reject it since it was a free gift. Blood-robed Tianzi, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Yi Xian roared. His entire body blossomed with golden light like the sun. After the brilliant golden armor appeared, he launched an attack at the blood-robed prince. Beams of golden sword chi merged with the all-creation's force and swept toward the blood-robed emperor. 3rd level of the manifestation realm? The blood-robed emperor was stunned. He didn't expect that the one who attacked him was only at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. However, he could also sense that the all-creation strength of the blade before him was almost on par with a 4th-level manifestation realm martial artist. Moreover, its attack far surpassed that of an ordinary 4th-level manifestation realm martial artist. I don't care who you are, die. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't say anything and directly fought back. A golden sword chi and a scarlet sword chi collided. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and waves of air surged. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's face sank. He was slightly surprised and felt very uncomfortable. As the young lord of the blood-robed sect, a 5th-level manifestation realm martial artist, he couldn't kill a 10,000-level manifestation realm martial artist in one strike. It was simply a disgrace. Crimson blood overflowing sky. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was already prepared to tear Yi Xian into pieces. With a bang, the true chi in his body gushed out crazily and condensed into a blood cloud above their heads. Yi Xian glanced at the blood cloud above his head. Coincidentally, the blood cloud extended a few blood tentacles and grabbed at him. This move had already been copied by Yi Xian, but because he hadn't mastered the blue blood technique yet, it didn't have much effect. Divine power, dragon-catching hand. Yi Xian directly ignored the blood tentacles and launched an attack at the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Although the Zhao family also had many divine powers, Yi Xian felt that there was a saying that was very good. One skill could conquer the world. The dragon-catching hand's restriction ability was very strong. Coupled with the heartbreak sword technique and a movement technique, it was enough. A golden dragon-catching hand appeared, but the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had already dodged it. Go ahead and hide. Let's see who has more true chi. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart. In terms of recovery ability, he wasn't afraid of anyone. The divine power consumed a lot of true chi, but he could still recover. Dragon-catching hand. Heartbreak sword technique. Yi Xian dodged while attacking the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. However, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't counterattack. This kid is condensing the blood cloud. What is he planning to do? Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, immediately discovered the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's little trick. Those tentacles were actually grabbing the ordinary people around them. These people were grabbed by the blood tentacles and immediately had their blood sucked out, turning into dried corpses. At this moment, whoosh whoosh, the blood cloud above his head suddenly began to stir. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a red storm. Yi Xian also felt a suction force, and his figure was constantly swept towards the red storm. At the same time, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven finally launched his attack. If it was an ordinary person, they would be directly swept away by the red storm. However, Yi Xian's soul strength was comparable to a 4th-level manifestation realm, so his speed was only slightly reduced. I can't stay in the air, or else I'll die a horrible death. Yi Xian quickly dodged the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's attack and landed on the ground. On the ground, his 90% agility advancement would be effective, and his speed could even catch up with the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. However, what he didn't understand was why the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven condensed this red storm. However, in the next moment, he understood. There's no need for Golden Fire City to exist anymore. Everyone, die. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's eyes flickered as he directly charged towards Yi Xian. As for the red storm, it directly swept through Golden Fire City. Countless people were caught in it and were instantly shredded into pieces by the blood-red wind blades. What? He's going to massacre the city. Yi Xian was shocked. This blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was too cruel. Not only did he assassinate the experts of the 4 great families, but now he was going to massacre the city. This time, it was a trap set by the blood-robed sect. Their goal was to lure the experts of the 4 great families over. However, after seeing Yi Xian, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven felt that it was worth it. Yi Xian could fight with him at 3rd-level manifestation realm. He was definitely the top genius of the 4 great families. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was celebrating with the lives of these innocent people. You blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, watch how I kill you. Yi Xian was furious. Even he had never done something like massacring a city, but the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven actually did it in front of him. He was courting death. Just you. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't care and only revealed an evil smile. Chapter 1108. I'll kill you and break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He knew that the good stuff must have been taken by the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. As long as he killed the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, he would definitely be able to break through. At the same time, he could avenge these innocent people. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were swept into the Scarlet Bloodstorm and torn into pieces. In order to stop the Scarlet Bloodstorm, Yi Xian had to kill the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven as soon as possible. Kid, you should be satisfied that so many people will die with you. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven sneered and turned into a stream of light that swept towards Yi Xian. Satisfied my ass. Yi Xian went up to meet him. In an instant, the two of them started to fight. Yi Xian, who had activated the Eye of Glory, coupled with his powerful soul and bloodline, could make up for the difference of 2 levels. However, under the red storm on the other side, people were constantly being torn apart. If it was a normal storm, even a spirit disaster expert might be able to dodge it. However, this red storm had the support of the Manifestation Realm 5th level of the Manifestation Realm from the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Even the blood-robed sect's disciples could not resist it. Young sect master, please stop. No, I don't want to die. Young sect master, why are you doing this? The red storm had no consciousness. Countless people were swept into it, including the blood-robed sect's disciples and even the guardians. Those who were swept into it were not spared and were all turned into minced meat without exception. At the same time, after so many people were swept to death, the red storm began to expand. This was the truly terrifying thing. If it grew, the entire Golden Flame City would really become a pile of ruins. One had to know that the entire Golden Flame City had millions of people. What a brutal blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Take this. Killing intent surged in Yi Xian's heart. Previously, the corpse man had massacred many cities, but this time, he had personally encountered it. A giant golden sword suddenly appeared and slashed towards the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Overlord's Limitless Sword, HMPH, insignificant skill. Facing the giant golden sword, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven dodged calmly. However, in the next moment, he knew that he was wrong. The tyrannical Emperor's limitless sword didn't rely on slashing, but on that formless pressure. This pressure, coupled with Yi Xian's all-creation strength, combined into one, was incomparably powerful. Catcher. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven couldn't avoid it. He fell from the sky and half of his body was embedded in the ground. The bones in his body were directly shattered, and even his skull was the same. Fortunately, he was one of the best amongst 5th-level manifestation realm martial artists. If it was an ordinary 5th-level manifestation realm martial artist, he would probably have already died under this sword strike. How can he be so strong? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was at a loss. In the next moment, he was about to receive Yi Xian's frenzied attacks. The blood-robed Tianzi's expression changed drastically. He quickly used the power of all things to break open the ground and drill into the ground. Then, he drilled out of the red bloodstorm. Just now, Yi Xian had caught him off guard with the Overlord's limitless sword. At the same time, the blood-robed Son of Heaven had suffered heavy injuries. He understood that Yi Xian was not someone to be trifled with. Now, he wanted to use the blood-robed sect's secret technique and cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. However, he suddenly changed his mind. Ha ha ha, do you think you can kill me like that? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven hid in the red bloodstorm and laughed loudly. At the same time, the fresh blood in the red bloodstorm gathered towards him and began to heal his injuries. F***CK, what kind of movement technique was that? He actually hid in the storm in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian was shocked. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's movement technique was impressive. Although he had copied it, it was the blood-robed sect's martial arts. Without the emerald blood technique, it was useless for him to learn it. The dignified blood-robed sect's young sect master is actually a coward. Fine, watch me break your turtle shell. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Eye of devastation. Eye of decomposition. Golden dragon catcher hand. Just now, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was there, so he could only attack him. If he attacked the red bloodstorm, wouldn't he become the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's target? But now, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was hiding in the red bloodstorm, so it was a good opportunity to attack together. This red bloodstorm was 100 times stronger than the red blood corpse kings, and it would continue to grow. It was very troublesome. However, Yi Xian's true qi was free. Under his crazy attacks, the red bloodstorm clearly shrunk. Why does this kid have so much true qi? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was shocked. In these few seconds, Yi Xian used dozens of techniques and directly weakened the red bloodstorm by nearly half. In a battle between manifestation realm experts, they usually used manifestation force to attack. This was because using techniques consumed too much true qi, and using them continuously would double the consumption. However, Yi Xian did not seem to stop after using his techniques dozens of times. If this continued, the red bloodstorm that the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had used a lot of true qi to condense would dissipate. Kid, I admit that you are very strong. You can actually force me to use this move. As soon as the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's voice fell, Yi Xian outside focused his eyes and found that the red bloodstorm was rapidly shrinking. He did not attack, but the red bloodstorm became smaller by itself. No, it was the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's doing. Yi Xian hurriedly looked with the eye of revelation and found that the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was actually devouring the blood of the dead people. One had to know that thousands of people had died under this blood-eating storm. After the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven devoured the blood of the dead people, his aura began to gradually become stronger. Immediately, Yi Xian understood. Eye of Nirvana, dragon-catching hand, heartbreak sword technique. Yi Xian quickly attacked the red bloodstorm. Previously, the red bloodstorm had become smaller because his attack had dispersed the power of all creations on the red bloodstorm. Now, the red bloodstorm had become smaller because the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had used a secret technique to devour it. Yi Xian suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had used the Overlord's limitless sword at this time, the effect would have been very great. He could even have defeated the entire red bloodstorm. Unfortunately, the Overlord's limitless sword had been used to smash the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, and it did not kill him. In the blink of an eye, the red bloodstorm had shrunk to a diameter of 100 meters. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's aura was also nearly twice as strong as before. Kid, you are dead meat. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, and the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven quickly dodged. The blood that he had devoured just now was all refined by him, causing his strength to soar by a large margin. Now, it was Yi Xian's time of death. But when he reacted, he found that he had turned around and ran far away. It's too late to run now, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven muttered and quickly chased after him. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian was not running away. Chapter 1109. Brat, don't even think about escaping. With a shout, a blood-cloth sect elder leaped into the air with a group of experts. I've been waiting for you. Yi Xian quickly rushed towards the blood-cloth sect elder. Whoosh! The heart-shattering sword pierced through the air and struck the blood-cloth sect elder's chest. Mph, stop him. The blood-cloth sect elder quickly dodged and shouted at the same time. However, in the next moment, his head directly exploded. The killer was not Yi Xian, but the 5th third-level manifestation realm blood-cloth sect guardians that Yi Xian controlled earlier. Previously, Yi Xian did not choose to kill these 5 people because they might be useful later on. Now, they were useful. The blood-cloth sect disciples present were shocked. They could not understand why the 5 blood-cloth sect guardians would sneak attack the elder. Could it be that these people were in cahoots with Yi Xian? At the same time, Yi Xian had already rushed over and collected the universe ring of the last blood-cloth sect elder. Not enough. Yi Xian's expression did not look good because he was still short of leveling up. Even if he killed all the surrounding disciples, he would not be able to make up for it. Damn you, you can't be so stingy. So much wealth has been taken away, and you didn't leave anything for others. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The target of his curses was naturally the blood-cloth emperor. The 4 major families in Golden Flame City were equivalent to the city lords. It was too much of a scam for the blood-cloth emperor to take away such a large amount of wealth. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have broken through by now and beaten the blood-cloth emperor. Sensing the powerful pursuer behind him, Yi Xian's expression darkened and he chose to run. On land, he had a 90% increase in movement speed. In addition to the constant harassment from the dragon catcher hands and the undying treasure, Megatron, the blood-cloth emperor would not be able to catch up in a short time. However, there was a time limit to the blood-clothed prince's ability to increase his strength. Therefore, Yi Xian's plan was to stall for time and not really escape. Otherwise, he could have just broken through the void and left. T blood-robed emperor, come and kill me. Yi Xian shouted angrily as he ran like a madman. Those who betray our blood-cloth sect, die. The blood-clothed emperor wasn't in a hurry to chase after Yi Xian. Instead, he killed the 5 third-level manifestation realm enforcers before chasing after Yi Xian. The escaping Yi Xian was like a tank. He rammed his way through the city walls, creating a huge hole in them. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's aura was still at its peak, so Yi Xian did not dare to turn around. If this continues, that brat is going to escape. After chasing out of the city, the eyes of the blood-clad son of heaven flashed as he used his trump card once more. 12 blood pillars, trap him. True chi surged, and the entire night instantly turned into the color of blood. Immediately after, huge blood pillars fell, directly blocking Yi Xian's path forward. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Xian's footsteps paused as he looked at the enormous pillars of blood in front of him. There were hundreds of meters of gaps between the pillars of blood, but he could see that there were dense blood-colored threads between the gaps. If he were to forcefully charge through, he would probably be cut into countless pieces. What a brilliant ability! As expected of the blood-cloth sect. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Abilities were also divided into ranks. The Dragon Catcher Hand was a mid-level ability of the Manifestation Realm, and the Heartbreak Sword technique was also a mid-level ability. However, these 12 blood pillars were probably a high-level ability. However, Yi Xian quickly reacted and naturally wouldn't rush blindly. Eye of Nirvana! Eye of Nirvana! 2 silver lights flashed, directly splitting apart the blood-colored threads between the pillars. While the blood-colored threads were being repaired, Yi Xian directly passed through them. The blood-clad son of heaven wasn't very proficient in this move. Otherwise, the bloodlines would have split the Eye of Nirvana instead of being cut by the Eye of Nirvana. Seeing that Yi Xian successfully passed through, the blood-clad son of heaven's eyes flickered, and he shouted angrily, "Trap him again." Boom. The 12 blood-colored pillars suddenly rose into the air. After tumbling in the air for a few weeks, they fiercely smashed in front of Yi Xian. This time, they surrounded Yi Xian so tightly that there was no gap at all. What? You can do that? Yi Xian was shocked. The 12 pillars just happened to seal off his front, back, left, and right. There was no gap at all, leaving only up and down for him. At this time, a blood cloud condensed above his head, and then a giant blood bell slammed down. What was worse was that when the 12 blood-colored pillars fell, they emitted a sizzling sound. The entire ground instantly turned into a sea of blood. The brilliant golden armor carelessly came into contact with a little bit of blood, and was corroded and penetrated. "Kid, you can't escape." The blood-clad son of heaven's voice came in. "Is that so?" Yi Xian didn't mind in the slightest in the face of this almost perfect seal. As his eyes flashed, a void door opened in front of him. However, he didn't pass through it. Instead, he directly pierced the void door with his sword. Heartbreaking sword technique. Whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, but it came from outside the 12 blood-colored pillars. Then, a pu sound was heard. This is impossible." The blood-clad son of heaven, who was outside the 12 blood pillars, widened his eyes in disbelief as he fell from the air. His heart was cut in half, and the blood-clad son of heaven died tragically on the spot. Within the 12 blood-colored pillars, Yi Xian looked at the void door in front of him and revealed a trace of a smile. The other side of the void door was the place he had just passed. His sword directly pierced the blood-clad son of heaven's back through the air. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I actually learned the legendary hitting a bull through a mountain." Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He watched the 12 pillars around him and the giant blood bell above his head disappear. At the same time, a notification sounded in his mind. "Ding, the host has completed the random mission and successfully killed the blood-clad son of heaven. The reward is the divine tree of life bloodline evolution." The random mission was completed, and the divine tree of life bloodline evolved. This was extremely good news for Yi Xian. With the divine tree of life bloodline improved, his resistance to poison would also increase. In addition, his life force recovery speed and qi recovery speed would also increase. This meant that he could use supernatural powers more vigorously in the future. "Blood-clad son of heaven, the fallen son of heaven, let me see how many good things you've gotten." Yi Xian muttered and quickly went over to take the universe ring from the blood-clad son of heaven and earth, and then checked it. As expected, all the good things are with you. Just the soul crystals alone have more than 200,000. Yi Xian was speechless. Without another word, he swallowed all the soul crystals. Ding, the host has broken through. Currently at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Chapter 11:10. Ding, host broke through. Current level of manifestation realm. Ding, Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding, Wei Zhentian broke through. 3 system notifications rang consecutively. There were still many ores and treasures in the blood-robed emperor's universe ring, so Wei Zhentian broke through to the 5th level of manifestation realm. If the current Yi Xian were to face the blood-robed emperor again, there was no need for him to run. He could probably kill him in minutes. No. Impossible. Young sect leader is dead. Quick. Run. Go back and inform the sect leader. Give up on Golden Fire City. The blood-robed sect disciples in the distance scattered and fled in all directions. They would never have thought that the blood-robed emperor, who was at the 5th level of manifestation realm, would die in the hands of Yi Xian, who was at the 3rd level of manifestation realm. Looking at the dozens of blood-robed sect disciples, Yi Xian thought to himself, the news of the blood-robed emperor's death will definitely reach the blood-robed sect. By then, the 8 major clans will have to bear the wrath of the sect leader, therefore, he could not let these people go. He had to kill them all to buy some time. At that moment, he quickly charged over. However, he did not notice that the blood-robed emperor who was lying on the ground had an unnoticeable change. The heart that was cut in half by the heartbreak sword technique suddenly flowed out a drop of blood that contained a great amount of energy. The drop of blood flew directly to the blood-robed emperor's dantian. Then, the blood-robed emperor's heart began to heal. At the same time, his entire body began to undergo a tremendous change. Yi Xian, who was in the distance, happened to kill all the blood-robed sect disciples and snatch their universe rings at the same time. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt an extraordinary aura and immediately turned his head to look. He was stunned by what he saw. The blood-robed emperor that he had just killed stood up on his own. How was that possible? F***CK. Did he come back to life? Yi Xian was shocked. Even though he was used to seeing battle corpses and spirits, he did not understand how the blood-robed emperor came back to life. The blood-robed emperor had just died for a few seconds, but he came back to life again. What was going on? There was no way he wouldn't die after being hit by the heartbreak sword. If he didn't die, then what was with the notification sound? The random mission should have been completed. Impossible, the blood-robed Tianzi is already dead. My tree of life bloodline has already evolved once. This mission has already been completed. Yi Xian was very puzzled. However, he could see that the blood-robed Tianzi had become different. His aura was completely different from before. Since you didn't die, I'll kill you again. Yi Xian held the heaven-shaking sword in his hand tightly. Although he didn't know what had happened to the blood-clothed Prince of Heaven, he just had to kill him again. But at this moment, the blood-robed Tianzi in front of him suddenly stretched his muscles and bones. Ah, is this my new body? It doesn't feel that good. The blood-clad Emperor of Heaven looked lazy. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian trembled. A new body? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. For a moment, his brain didn't understand what this meant. After the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and said, "Kid, thank you very much. Otherwise, I don't know when I could be reborn." Rebirth. When these two words fell into Yi Xian's ears, something immediately appeared in his mind. Rebirth realm? Undead realm? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Rebirth realm powerhouses could be reincarnated, while undead realm powerhouses could be reborn from a drop of blood. Could it be that the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven was a super powerhouse in his previous life? When he heard Zhao Kuan mention it before, he felt that it was very far away. But now, he actually encountered the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse. It was simply too damn. Kid, although you helped me, you also killed me. I, Mo Shuai, have to take revenge. Don't worry, I, Mo Shuai, have rules. If you can withstand one move, I won't attack again. I'm particular about killing in one move. The blood-clad Emperor of Heaven slowly said. Mo Shuai? Hearing this name, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was sure that the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven had awakened his inherited memories, which meant that he was reborn. In his previous life, the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven was called Mo Shuai, and he was also an assassin. Just when Yi Xian was stunned. Shio. A bloody light flashed and instantly pierced through Yi Xian's brilliant golden armor, and at the same time, his heart. One move has passed. If you don't die, then it's your ability. However, I, Mo Shuai, have only failed once before I reincarnated. After Mo Shuai finished his attack, he directly turned and left. Mo Shuai and the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven were both the same person, but one was from the previous life and the other was from the current life. Since he was reborn, he naturally had to help the blood-clad sect solve some problems. These problems were naturally the four great families. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was pierced through the heart by Mo Shuai, slowly fell from the sky. Plop. His body fell to the ground, making a muffled sound. However, what Mo Shuai did not expect was that Yi Xian, who was pierced through the heart, was not dead. Damn, this Mo Shuai is so strong. I have already broken through, but I don't even know how he attacked. Yi Xian lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. His heart was in turmoil. Fortunately, he had the Eye of Eternity. Otherwise, that sword would have been enough to kill him. Although the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven and Mo Shuai were the same person, after Yi Xian killed the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven, Mo Shuai awakened his inherited memories and recovered his previous life's memories. Yi Xian guessed that this Mo Shuai was at least a rebirth realm expert who had reincarnated for some reason. Coincidentally, Mo Shuai, a rebirth realm traveler, was encountered by him. If it was an ordinary person who had offended a rebirth realm expert at the manifestation realm, their mentality would have crumbled long ago. That Mo Shui said that he would only use one move. If I don't die after one move, then it's my ability. Yi Xian recalled this matter. This meant that if Mo Shui were to meet him again in the future, he wouldn't attack him. However, would it be possible to meet him again? Mo Shui was a rebirth realm expert in his previous life, and there were no netherworld realm experts here. He would definitely not continue to stay here. Not good. This Mo Shui stayed in the Bloodclad sect in this life. Now that the Bloodclad sect has conflicts with the four great families, this Mo Shui wouldn't go and slaughter the four great families, right? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Luo Luo was still in the Zhao family. Just as he was about to break through the air and leave, the system suddenly prompted him. Chapter 11:11. Ding. Host has triggered a revenge mission. Kill Mo Shui. There is no time limit. Reward, 3 Devour points. What? After hearing the notification, Yi Xian was stunned. Revenge mission, kill Mo Shui? No time limit. Kill my ass. Mo Shui was a rebirth state expert in his previous life. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse in his heart. But in the next moment, he remembered that Mo Shui had just awakened his inherited memories and was still at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. There were many big moves that he couldn't use. Killing Mo Shui wasn't impossible. If he wanted to complete this revenge mission, he had to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, if Mo Shui grew stronger, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Reward, 3 Devour points. That's too generous. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Accept. He immediately accepted the revenge mission. After all, there was no time limit or punishment. Why wouldn't he accept it? Mo Shui might have already gone to the 4 major families, so Yi Xian had to hurry. Eye of the Void. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and returned to the Zhao family. Hey! Young master, why are you back? Luo Luo, who was cultivating beside the Zhao family's spirit spring, sensed Yi Xian's aura and asked from afar. Not good. I killed a reincarnator in Golden Flame City. Now, he might be coming to destroy the 4 major families. Yi Xian quickly explained. What? A reincarnator? Luo Luo was shocked. She quickly left the spirit spring and rushed towards Yi Xian. Manifestation, ethereal, fulfillment, fragmentation, nirvana, longevity, reincarnation. There was a huge gap between the manifestation realm and the rebirth realm. I have a mission to kill this reincarnator. I only have one chance. Yi Xian said seriously. Luo Luo, hurry up and cultivate. Then, we'll kill him. Luo Luo was stunned. She rolled her eyes and giggled. Interesting. A manifestation realm expert can kill a reincarnator. I have a new skill that might come in handy. I estimate that we still have 1 or 2 days. These things are for you. You must break through. Yi Xian passed the heaven and earth treasure to Luo Luo. With these, I will be able to break through within a day. Young master, don't worry. Luo Luo giggled. She leaped high into the air and headed for the spirit spring. Yi Xian fell into deep thought as he watched Luo Luo leave. He, who was at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, had killed the 5th level of the manifestation realm blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. After the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven died, he had awakened his inherited memories and become a reincarnator. However, his realm did not change and remained at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. However, Mo Shui, who was only at the 5th level of the manifestation stage, directly killed him, who had broken through to the 4th level of the manifestation stage. This strength was so formidable, so he had to break through again as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go against Mo Shui. Zhao Kuan, come to my place. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Zhao Kuan. Soon, Zhao Kuan arrived. Yi Xian immediately told Zhao Kuan what had happened. After hearing it, Zhao Kuan was also shocked. Reincarnator? Zhao Kuan stuttered. The reincarnation realm was the 7th realm of the 9 connecting realms, followed by the imperishable realm and the connecting realm. That's right, a reincarnator, so I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Give me all the information on the third level of the manifestation realm and above in your Zhao family. Yi Xian nodded. Currently, in the Zhao family, my great-grandfather is at the 6th level of the manifestation realm, my 2 great-granduncles are at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, and my grandfather, father, and the others are at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Zhao Kuan replied. I can't control those at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, but I can control those at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. After hearing this, Yi Xian carefully planned in his heart, then said, I'm leaving the Zhao family now. Call your father and the others out one by one in the deep mountain that we passed by on our way to the Zhao family. Yes, master. Zhao Kuan's emotions didn't fluctuate in the slightest. He knew that Yi Xian wanted to control the entire Zhao family. Just in case, Yi Xian still brought Luoluo along. After all, the strength of Luoluo's soul was extraordinary. Even if she hadn't broken through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, she could still be of help. At that moment, Yi Xian directly left and went to the deep mountain outside the Zhao clan. Luoluo continued to cultivate as she waited for Zhao Kuan's arrival. Soon, Yi Xian sensed a powerful aura approaching. Kuan, who's so mysterious? A middle-aged man followed behind Zhao Kuan and asked curiously. Father, you can just follow me. Zhao Kuan directly brought his father, Zhao Mu, in. At this moment, Yi Xian was concealing his aura. After Zhao Mu entered, he immediately used the burning eye on him. What? Zhao Mu's heart ached as he hastily grabbed his chest and cried out in pain. Father, what happened to you? Zhao Kuan pretended not to know anything and asked. He naturally knew that it was Yi Xian who did it. After all, he had once endured the burning eye. Could it be that something went wrong with my cultivation? Zhao Mu had some doubts in his heart, but in the next moment, he knew that he was hit by a mental attack. Someone used a mental attack to ambush me. Kuan, be careful. Zhao Mu didn't forget to remind him. However, just as he finished speaking, Zhao Kuan suddenly attacked his biological father. Bang! Zhao Mu was sent flying, crashing into a few trees and breaking them. Kuan, Zhao Mu was still in shock. It was fine that he was ambushed, but the attacker was actually his own son. For a moment, he suspected that Zhao Kuan was impersonated. Then, 2 figures darted out. They were Yi Xian and Luoluo. Burning Eye. Charm. The 2 of them directly used mental attacks on Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu wanted to close his eyes, but in this situation, closing his eyes was equivalent to courting death. Although manifestation realm experts had spiritual senses and could sense their surroundings, compared to spiritual senses, their eyes were still more useful. Eye of Control. Ding. Control successful. Before Zhao Mu could make a move, he was directly controlled by Yi Xian. Of course, Luoluo's contribution was not small. Apart from charm, she also had other mental attacks. Now, Yi Xian controlled the current patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Mu, so he hurriedly asked Zhao Mu to return and retrieve his belongings. At the same time, he used the same method to lure another person. Yi Xian broke through the void and sent Zhao Mu and Zhao Kuan back. Half an hour later, Zhao Mu brought another person over. This person was Zhao Mu's younger cousin. His strength was also at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Cousin, why did you bring me here? Zhao Mu's younger cousin was very puzzled. At this moment, Yi Xian and Luoluo appeared. Seeing this, Zhao Mu directly handed over his yin and yang ring. There are many things, but I'm still a distance away from breaking through. Chapter 11-12. As the patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Mu had a lofty status, but this didn't mean that he could casually use the family's items, because there were still 3 people watching over him. After Yi Xian devoured the 200,000 soul crystals, his strength and soul strength greatly increased. Then, he began to control Zhao Mu's cousin. Soon, this person was also controlled by him, and then Yi Xian sent him back. After repeating this, Yi Xian quickly controlled the 10 4th-level manifestation realm experts in the Zhao family. At the same time, he directly broke through to the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Then, Yi Xian used the same method to lure out the 2 5th-level manifestation realm experts in the Zhao family, and then controlled them. However, it still couldn't make Yi Xian break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. The difference was too great. Although the Zhao family is the head of the 4 great families, their properties spread over more than 10 cities. The Zhao family actually doesn't have a lot of things. Yi Xian returned to the Zhao family and pondered in his heart. Fortunately, the 4 upper families were relatively close. It only took half a day's journey, so Yi Xian decided to go to the Qian family next door. You too, go inform the Zhao family's great master and tell him to be on guard. Don't let Mo Shuai assassinate him, Yi Xian reminded the 2 people in front of him. The 2 people in front of him were the 2nd and 3rd in command of the Zhao family. They were both at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, and their status was second only to the Zhao family's great master. Mo Shuai seemed to be a peerless assassin in his previous life, and his assassination methods were probably not that easy. In his eyes, even a 6th level manifestation realm expert would die without a doubt as long as he found the opportunity. Moreover, this Mo Shuai had strict requirements for himself. If he failed in one attack, he wouldn't attack again. However, Yi Xian heard him muttering to himself before that he had never failed in his thousands of years as an assassin. This time, it's really too dangerous. Although I was lucky enough to survive, if I were to face this Mo Shuai again, who knows what he'll do? Yi Xian was very worried. This was the first time that this revenge quest had appeared, and the rewards were quite generous. As long as he killed Mo Shuai, he would receive 3 Devour points. If he had 3 Devour points, he could strengthen his Gemini bloodline thrice and increase his strength by 30%. If he could gather 2 more points, Wei Zhentian would be able to level up again. At that time, he would truly be able to achieve the return of all swords. Ding! 10,000 swords return to origin is off cooldown. Just as Yi Xian was about to move, the system suddenly notified him. He could use his trump card again. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind. Instead of going to the Qian clan, he might as well kill his way to the Bloodclad sect. With his speed, it would take less than a day for him to reach the Bloodclad sect from Golden Flame City. I've decided. Let's go to the Bloodclad sect, Yi Xian thought to himself. He broke through the void and returned to Golden Flame City. It had only been a day since Mo Shuai had awakened his inherited memory. However, during this time, everyone in Golden Flame City had left with their luggage. Yi Xian was too lazy to care about this and rushed to the Bloodclad sect. The Bloodclad sect was comparable to the combination of the 4 great clans. There was a 7th level of the manifestation realm expert in the sect. However, Yi Xian was already at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. With the return of all swords, what could he do against a 7th level of the manifestation realm expert? As long as this trip went smoothly, he might be able to break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. However, he did not have much time left. Although nothing happened to the Zhao clan when he left, it did not mean that the other 3 clans were safe. Perhaps the other 3 clans had already been annihilated. Therefore, he had to seize every second to destroy the Bloodclad sect before Mo Shuai did. Young master, I've broken through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. While Yi Xian was on his way to the Bloodclad sect, Luo Luo sent him a message. In just a few days, Luo Luo had broken through from the 1st level of the manifestation realm to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. This talent was definitely unique. Be careful. Mo Shuai was a rebirth realm expert in his previous life. He might be able to break through once in a day. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded her. The rebirth realm was after the immortality realm. This meant that Mo Shuai was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. After living for so many years, his comprehension of realms was definitely extremely deep. It was definitely not something that Yi Xian and the others could compare to. In his previous life, Mo Shuai spent 200 years to break through to the immortality realm, and another 1,000 years to break through to the rebirth realm. In this life, he might not even need 500 years to return to the rebirth realm. This was the strength of a rebirth realm traveler. After half a day, Yi Xian finally entered the Bloodclad sect's territory. The Bloodclad sect was powerful and had superb assassination techniques. They could be considered the overlord of this area. The 4 great clans did not want to have a conflict with the Bloodclad sect, But the blood-clad sect had gone too far. Therefore, the 4 great clans rose up to resist. Yi Xian disguised himself as a blood-clad sect protector, concealed his presence, and approached. That Mo Shui reincarnated, but he might have returned to the blood-clad sect. If we meet, it will be a tragedy. Yi Xian thought to himself as he arrived at the blood-clad sect's mountain gate. The blood-clad sect's mountain gate was guarded by 2 second-level manifestation realm disciples. Yi Xian walked over and directly asked, "Has the young sect master returned?" When the 2 guarding disciples saw Yi Xian wearing a protector's uniform, they nodded in unison and said, "He's back." This answer also shocked Yi Xian. "Then is the young sect master in the sect now?" Yi Xian asked again. "The young sect master returned yesterday, but he left again," one of the disciples replied. "Yes, yes. Moreover, after the young sect master returned, I heard that even the old sect master was alerted. He was also very respectful to the young sect master." The other disciple said in surprise. "Very respectful." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This meant that Mo Shui had revealed that he was a reincarnator. A reincarnation realm expert was a colossus to the blood-clad sect. Even if the blood-clad sect was 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger, it was impossible for a reincarnation realm expert to appear. Therefore, the blood-clad sect must have worshipped Mo Shui like a god. Although Mo Shui had reincarnated, this new body of his still had relatives. His father was the blood-clad sect master, so it was natural for him to return and take care of him. However, since Mo Shui had left the blood-clad sect, perhaps he had already started to make his move. Wait, Mo Shui returned yesterday, and his speed was even faster than mine. Yi Xian thought of this problem and immediately swallowed his saliva, his heart trembling slightly. He had spent more than half a day to come from Golden Flame City, but Mo Shui had returned yesterday, and his speed was even faster than his. Chapter 11:13. Regardless of whether Mo Shui was at the 5th or 6th level of the manifestation realm, Yi Xian could not see through him. After all, the former was a reincarnator. Next, Yi Xian had to face another problem. Should he infiltrate and gather information, or should he just kill his way in? The Blood Cloth sect had an old man at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. If he directly killed his way in, he would definitely be beaten up. However, if he used the Eye of Control to infiltrate, he could control the experts of the Blood Cloth sect one by one, just like the Zhao family. Immediately, Yi Xian made his decision. Infiltrate. Yi Xian pretended to be the Blood Cloth sect's protector and entered the Blood Cloth sect. The Blood Cloth sect's elders were at the 4th and 5th level of the manifestation realm. These people were Yi Xian's targets. As expected of the local tyrant, there are so many experts. Yi Xian had just entered the Blood Cloth sect when he felt over 100 auras, some of which were extremely powerful. When these auras were added together, it was enough to make his heart palpitate. Currently, there were nearly 100 4th-level manifestation realm experts in the Blood Cloth sect, and there were more than a dozen 5th-level manifestation realm experts. They were even stronger than the 4 great families combined. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, these people were huge amounts of experience. Using the Eye of Perception, he directly found the nearest 4th-level manifestation realm Blood Cloth sect elder and controlled him without a second thought. Currently, Yi Xian was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, so he only needed a glance to control a 4th-level manifestation realm expert. "Give me all of your wealth." Yi Xian gave the 4th-level manifestation realm elder an order. "Yes, master." The Blood Cloth sect elder nodded and handed the universe ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian checked it. As expected, there were not many things. The elder had probably used them all up or given them to his disciples or family. After all, strength was the key. There was too much wealth that was not used. It seems that even if I control all of the 4th-level manifestation realm Blood Cloth sect elders, I might not be able to break through, Yi Xian pondered. He was currently at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Although he could control a 5th-level manifestation realm Blood Cloth sect elder, he might need to use some methods, such as beating him up. Forget it, let's kill all the 4th-level manifestation realm elders first. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He directly stabbed the blood-robed sect elder to death with his sword and put away the corpse. The Blood Cloth sect was an assassin force, and the people inside were proficient in the art of assassination. However, no one would have thought that Yi Xian would actually infiltrate the Blood Cloth sect and assassinate them. Mo Shui had already left last night. Perhaps he had already arrived at the nearest 4 great clans and started his massacre. Therefore, Yi Xian could not afford to be careless. This was because he knew that after Mo Shui helped the Blood Cloth sect clean up the trouble, he would probably leave. This was Yi Xian's first and last chance. If he wanted to kill Mo Shui and complete his revenge mission, he only had one chance. He had to succeed. Very soon, Yi Xian, who had infiltrated the Blood Cloth sect, relied on the Eye of Control to continuously assassinate these Blood Cloth sect elders. In less than half an hour, several dozen 4th-level Manifestation Realm Blood Cloth sect elders were secretly assassinated by Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not obtain much spoils of war. Now that all 4th-level Manifestation Realm elders have fallen, perhaps someone will notice. I must move faster. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in a corner of the Blood Cloth sect, thought in his heart. His next target was the Blood Cloth sect elders in those halls. These elders were extremely wealthy. If he succeeded, he could break through to the 6th level of the Manifestation Realm. However, it was not so simple to control these 5th-level Manifestation Realm elders. Since this was the case, then Yi Xian did not need to control them and directly assassinated them. This was because he was currently disguised as a Blood Cloth sect elder. The Blood Cloth sect is an assassin force. After accepting an assassination mission in the Hall of Experience, I will go to the Alchemy Hall to receive the reward, Yi Xian thought in his heart as he walked towards the Blood Cloth sect's Alchemy Hall. The Blood Cloth sect's Alchemy Hall had a total of 3 5th-level Manifestation Realm elders overseeing it. However, as long as these 3 elders did not gather together to play Fight the Landlord, then Yi Xian could assassinate them one by one. Yi Xian entered the Alchemy Hall and directly walked towards the back of the Alchemy Hall. It just so happens that the 3 elders are separated. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. This way, it would be easier for him to move. Yi Xian arrived at the residence of the elder whose aura was weaker than the other 2. Who is it? An aged voice came from inside. Elder Chang, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xian disguised his voice as an elder. It's you. Come in. Elder Chang recognized this voice and responded. The person Yi Xian was currently disguised as was the first 4th-level Manifestation Realm elder that he had assassinated after entering the Blood Cloth sect. His name was Jiang Chengshin and he was the nephew of this elder Chang inside. With this layer of relationship, the assassination would not be too big of a problem. Yi Xian walked into Elder Chang's residence. At this moment, the latter was in front of an alchemy cauldron and carefully grinding materials. Why are you looking for me? Elder Chang asked without even raising his head. Uncle, it's like this. I picked up a treasure map some time ago, but I can't understand it, so I want to let Uncle see if you have any clues. Yi Xian still used the same method to approach this Elder Chang. Give it to me. This Elder Chang did not seem to be very interested and only spoke slowly. Yi Xian frowned and walked over. At the same time, he handed over the treasure map in his hand. Uncle, I heard that this is the treasure map of the Lin family from several hundred years ago. Yi Xian hurriedly added. The Lin family. Hearing this, Elder Chang finally stopped what he was doing and raised his head in shock. Several hundred years ago, the Lin family was a great force that was comparable to the Blood Cloth sect. However, because they provoked a Nether Passage realm powerhouse, they were annihilated. Elder Chang started to become interested. He took the treasure map that Yi Xian handed over and glanced at it. However, he did not have any clues. Of course, he could not tell. After all, this was casually drawn by Yi Xian. It would be strange if he could tell anything. Uncle, what are you doing? Yi Xian pretended to be curious and asked. This is a pill formula that the sect master gave me. It's called the Jade Blood Golden Pill. I'm refining a type of supplementary pill for the Jade Blood Golden Pill, Elder Chang replied casually. Advancement pill? Yi Xian was shocked. The refining material for the Jade Blood Golden Pill was actually a supplementary pill. This was very rare. Generally, refining pills directly used the raw materials to refine. However, the Jade Blood Golden Pill required supplementary pills in addition to the raw materials. Hence, it was called an advancement pill. That's right, it's an advancement pill. This Jade Blood Golden Pill is a divine pill for our blood cloth sect. As long as I can successfully refine it, our blood cloth sect might have a Nether Passage Realm powerhouse. Chapter 11:14. Nether Passage Realm. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Currently, the blood cloth sect only had one expert at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, which was far from the Nether Passage Realm. Uncle, is Lord Mo Shuiyi really a reincarnator? Yi Xian immediately followed the vine and asked. Of course. How else do you think the Jade Blood Golden Pill came about? Lord Mo Shuiyi's awakening is our sect's great fortune. Even if Lord Mo Shuiyi leaves in the future, our blood cloth sect will continue to prosper. Elder Chang subconsciously answered, then suddenly raised his head and asked in shock, Strange, how do you know about this? You shouldn't have the authority to know about this. Cough. Yi Xian immediately smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The fact that the blood cloth sect's young sect master Shuiyi had become the current Mo Shuiyi was only known by the elders at the 5th level of the manifestation realm and the successive sect masters. Logically speaking, Jiang Chengxin shouldn't have the authority to know, so how did he know? Forget it, since you know, you should understand the importance of this matter. Lord Mo Shuiyi is a reincarnator, a super expert at the rebirth realm in his previous life. This matter must not be leaked, or else Lord Mo Shuiyi will be in danger if those powerful sects find out. Elder Chang didn't think too much about it and solemnly reminded Jiang Chengxin because he suddenly recalled that Jiang Chengxin's father was also a 5th level manifestation realm elder. Jiang Chengxin should have heard about Mo Shuiyi from his father. Yes, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Yi Xian blushed with shame. After a pause, he continued. Now that Lord Mo Shuiyi has awakened his inherited memories, his cultivation has probably improved by leaps and bounds. I wonder if he has reached the Nether Passage realm? Are you kidding? Although a reincarnator was a super expert in his previous life, there are many things that he can't use now. Moreover, martial artists mostly rely on cultivation resources to cultivate. How can it be so easy to break through? Elder Chang coldly snorted. In that case, Lord Mo Shuiyi is only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was good news for him. Every rebirth realm expert is a super expert who has lived for thousands of years. Their strength is also obtained through thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Although their cultivation speed after reincarnation is hundreds or thousands of times faster than us, it is not possible for them to break through overnight. However, Lord Mo Shuiyi gave the sect master the Jade Blood Golden Pill formula so that he could refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill and quickly recover his strength. It is said that as long as this pill is refined, Lord Mo Shuiyi will be able to quickly recover to the Nether Passage realm, or even break through to the Fulfillment realm and establish natal palaces. After Elder Chang finished speaking, Yi Xian shuddered violently. Fulfillment realm. As expected of a reincarnator. He can break through to the Fulfillment realm with just a random pill. If he can refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill this time, then I probably won't have another chance. Yi Xian thought inwardly. He was only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. He was still far from the Nether Passage realm, let alone the Fulfillment realm. If this mission failed, then he probably wouldn't have another chance. This was because once Mo Shuiyi escaped, he probably wouldn't be able to find him. At that time, Mo Shuiyi would hide and bitterly cultivate. Therefore, he had to succeed in one go. I heard that Lord Mo Shuiyi went out again. Where did he go? Yi Xian asked again. He went to annihilate the 8 great families. These 8 great families are really courting death. Do they really think that our blood cloth sect hasn't sent out experts because we are afraid of those 4 6th level manifestation realm experts? We just want to give our disciples a chance to gain experience. Elder Chang cursed angrily and continued, this time, Mo Shui personally went out because the 8 great families have the key to the Trans-Realm Teleportation Formation. Trans-Realm Teleportation Formation? Hearing this name, Yi Xian was shocked. Why did he mention the Trans-Realm Teleportation Formation? Lord Mo Shui was originally from the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. Therefore, after we refine the Jade Blood Gold Pill, Mo Shui will return to the Glazed Light Sacred Ground, Elder Chang continued to answer. I see. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Mo Shui to be from the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. It just so happened that he was also going to the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. After Mo Shui obtained the 3 keys, he could kill Mo Shui and save a lot of effort. Now that Yi Xian had finished asking his questions, and Mo Shui's realm and movements were more or less grasped, it was about time for Elder Chang to be on his way. I can't understand your treasure map right away. Take this and show it to your father. The most important thing now is to refine the pill. I can't delay. As Elder Chang spoke, he raised his head and handed the treasure map in his hand to Yi Xian. However, at this moment, whoosh, a ray of sword light pierced straight into his heart. Elder Chang looked at Yi Xian in shock. He couldn't understand why his nephew would attack him. In the next moment, he realized what had happened. 5th level of the manifestation realm, the Jiang Chengshin in front of him was an imposter. However, by the time he realized what had happened, his heart had already been torn in half by the sword aura, and he died instantly. Then, Yi Xian hurriedly went over to collect Elder Chang's corpse and belongings. There are quite a lot of things, but I still have a long way to go before I can break through. Yi Xian thought to himself. He began to check Elder Chang's Chen Kuan ring and found a pill formula in it. It was the Jade Blood Golden Pill. The Jade Blood Golden Pill was a divine pill to the Blood Cloth sect. 1 pill could increase one's cultivation by 100 years. However, it was not very useful to Yi Xian. Although he had learned the Jade Blood technique, it was useless because the Jade Blood technique needed to be continuously circulated. Even the disciples of the Blood Cloth sect would have to cultivate it for a few years. The Blood Cloth sect had the materials to refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill, so even if he consumed it normally, he wouldn't gain much from it. There were 3 elders in the alchemy hall. Now that one of them had been assassinated, Yi Xian was going to assassinate the other 2. Then, he would ransack the entire alchemy hall. Elder Yuan, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xian arrived at the 2nd elder's residence and shouted. Then, someone opened the courtyard door and let Yi Xian in. What happened next was needless to say. Yi Xian used the treasure map method to get close to Elder Yuan. Then, he suddenly attacked when Elder Yuan was studying the treasure map. Puff! A cold gleam flashed and Elder Yuan fell to the ground. Yi Xian hurriedly put the corpse into his Chen Kuan ring. Not enough. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He felt helpless. It seemed that he had to assassinate the 3rd elder in the alchemy hall. Chapter 11:15. The 3 elders of the alchemy hall were all busy refining the Jade Blood Gold Pellets auxiliary pill. However, this auxiliary pill was nothing much, so they all refined it in their own courtyards. Yi Xian approached this elder's residence and prepared to use the same method to assassinate him. However, just as he used the same method to enter the last elder's courtyard and was about to speak, suddenly, an aura swept into Yi Xian's sensing range. This aura was the strongest in the entire Blood Cloth sect. 7th level of the manifestation realm. What the F***ck? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The entire Blood Cloth sect only had 1 person at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, who was the previous sect master. Why did the old sect master come to the alchemy hall? The old sect master's arrival gave him a huge fright. A 7th level manifestation realm expert had just landed in front of him. When Elder Song felt this powerful aura, he also stopped what he was doing and raised his head to look at the old sect master. Elder Song, how is it? The blood-clothed sect's old sect leader glanced at Yi Xian and asked. Yi Xian was disguised as Jiang Chengshin. Although he was also an elder in the Blood Cloth sect, he was not worth mentioning in front of the old sect master. Therefore, the old sect master had to be more discreet. I should be able to refine the auxiliary pill within 3 days. Elder Song answered honestly. Very good. The old sect master nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Where did the other two elders go?" "Them." Elder Song was stunned for a moment and shook his head. "I'm not sure either." At this moment, the old sect master's attention fell on Yi Xian. From the beginning until now, he felt that something was amiss. After carefully sizing him up, he asked, "Elder Jiang, did something go wrong with your jade blood art cultivation? Why is your aura so strange?" Hearing this question, Yi Xian's heart trembled violently. An expert was an expert, he immediately noticed it. "Old sect master, I have indeed encountered some problems in my cultivation recently, but I can solve them myself." Yi Xian quickly replied. "Oh, that's good." The old sect leader of the blood-clad sect nodded. He then looked at Elder Song and said, "Elder Song, do your best. I'll be leaving first." The jade blood golden pellet was related to the future of the entire blood-clad sect, so the old sect master personally supervised it. The moment he finished speaking, he transformed into a gust of wind and left Elder Song's residence. Seeing the old sect master leave, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of the old sect master, the cooldown of 10,000 returning swords was too long, so he wanted to save it for Mo Shuari. If he used it here, how was he going to deal with Mo Shuari? "Elder Jiang, I have something urgent to do right now. If you don't have anything too important, then let's talk about it next time," Elder Song said with a frown. "Then, all right." Yi Xian nodded slightly, then quickly left. He originally wanted to use the same method to assassinate Elder Song. However, when Elder Song finished speaking, he realized that the old sect master of the blood-clad sect did not leave. Instead, he was observing him from afar. If not for the eye of perception, he would not have discovered the old sect master of the blood-clad sect. Fortunately, he had the eye of perception, or else he would have been exposed. The old sect master of the blood-clad sect is said to have assassinated a 7th-level manifestation realm expert when he was at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. He is extremely sharp. He is probably suspecting me now, Yi Xian thought to himself. If he did not suspect him, why would the old sect master secretly observe him? Therefore, he must have given himself away and caught the old sect master's attention. Although he was wearing a mask and his voice was Jiang Chengxin's, it was very difficult to change a person's habits. The most important reason was the jade blood technique. The aura on his body was too strange. The two elders and Elder Song did not discover it because they were at the same level as Yi Xian. However, the old sect master was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. He was 2 levels higher than Elder Song and Yi Xian. After leaving Elder Song's residence, Yi Xian also walked towards Jiang Chengxin's residence. At the same time, he felt that the old sect master was following him closely. Almost all of the 4th-level manifestation realm elders of the blood-clad sect are dead. The old sect master has probably already discovered. Yi Xian hesitated. He wondered if he should directly expose himself and assassinate the old sect master of the blood-clad sect. However, just as he was pondering, "Shoo!" An ear-piercing sound rang out. "What?" Yi Xian was shocked. He could feel the old sect master following behind him, rapidly flying towards him. So he directly attacked to test me? If that's the case, then let's fight. Yi Xian shouted angrily in his heart. Brilliant eye. In an instant, Yi Xian was enveloped by the brilliant golden armor. His aura skyrocketed. Heartbreak sword art. He turned around and directly stabbed at the old sect master. "What a guy! You really aren't Elder Jiang." The old sect master of the blood-clad sect shouted in a low voice and attacked to disperse the sword. Yi Xian stood on the ground and looked at the old sect master. He asked, "How did you discover me?" "Intuition." The old sect master of the blood-clad sect coldly replied. He continued, "The sect is now missing dozens of elders. It was you who assassinated them, right?" "That's right. It was all my doing. If you hadn't appeared, Elder Song would have already died at my hands." Yi Xian admitted it immediately. Hearing this, the old sect master felt his face heat up slightly. A sense of shame arose spontaneously. Our blood-clad sect is proficient in all kinds of assassination methods. However, Someone managed to infiltrate our sect and assassinate so many of our elders. This is truly a disgrace. However, I am very curious about your disguise technique. If you can hand it over, I will leave you with an intact corpse." The old sect master of the blood-clad sect spoke with a confident expression. After all, he was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, while Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Even if he didn't make a move, he reckoned that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to walk out of the blood-clad sect alive. Although the blood-clad sect had lost so many elders, there were still more than 10 people in the upper echelon. 3 of them were at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. While the 2 were talking, a large number of blood-clad sect disciples gathered around. What? Elder Jiang was actually someone else in disguise? How is this possible? It can't be wrong. He admitted it himself. No wonder so many elders are missing. They were all assassinated. For something like this to happen to our blood-clad sect, it's simply too inconceivable. Where did this person come from? Not only is his disguise technique amazing, his assassination methods are also extremely powerful. He didn't leave any traces behind. If it wasn't for the old sect master, he would have assassinated our elders. The surrounding blood-clad sect disciples and protectors were all shocked. Chapter 11:16. Alright, since you want to die so early, I'll fulfill your wish. The bloodcloth sect's old sect leader bellowed. Although he was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm and Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, it was nothing for an assassin to bully the weak. However, before he could finish his sentence, a voice rang out from behind him. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out, causing the bloodcloth sect's old sect leader to pause. He turned his head and saw many corpses falling from the sky. The ones who attacked were actually the 3rd level of the manifestation realm protectors of the bloodcloth sect. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bloodcloth sect disciples had fallen. Accomplices? The bloodcloth sect's old sect leader was shocked. There were actually people who had sneaked in, but he did not notice them in the surroundings. However, the commotion had already attracted the attention of the other 5th level of the manifestation realm elders. Those protectors would probably be dealt with soon. However, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Just now, he had looked around and controlled a few protectors to create such a scene. Even if these protectors were all dead, he could continue to control them. After all, with his current eye power, controlling 100 people was not a problem. Brat, I'll give you one more chance. The old sect leader did not attack but continued to ask. He wanted Yi Xian's disguise technique very much because even he did not have evidence to prove that Yi Xian was a disguise. If he could master this disguise technique, then the bloodcloth sect would be awesome in the future. Chance my ass. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly stabbed his sword at the old sect leader several times. Mo Shuari had already left last night and was very likely at the 4 major clans now, so he had to be quick. If that's the case, then I'll personally send you on your way. The old sect leader bellowed and attacked as well. He estimated that he could find what he wanted from Yi Xian's universe ring. After all, Yi Xian was currently in disguise. Bang! A wave of air swept through the air. Facing an opponent 2 levels higher than him, Yi Xian had to use his trump card. However, the target of this trump card was not the blood-clad sect's old sect master. Instead, it was the elders that had hurried over. 6th level of the manifestation realm, 2 of them. Yi Xian sensed 2 auras that were slightly weaker than the old sect master. He immediately fled, leaving the old sect master behind as he dashed towards the 2 of them. What incredible speed! Stop him for me. The old sect leader of the bloodcloth sect thought that Yi Xian was going to escape, so he quickly shouted. The 2 6th level manifestation realm martial artists who had arrived late were also former sect masters of the bloodcloth sect. When they heard this, they also attacked the madly running Yi Xian. 12 blood pillars, trap him. The 2 of them unleashed their divine arts at the same time. A total of 24 blood pillars appeared and smashed towards Yi Xian. This move again. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Back then, the blood-clad emperor had used this move to trap him, but he had used the Eye of the Void to kill the blood-clad emperor instead. Unfortunately, this time, he did not leave behind a void tracker behind the two 6th level manifestation realm martial artists. Therefore, the move from that day could not be repeated. TSK, I'll let you assassins see my ability. Yi Xian sneered and allowed himself to be trapped by the blood pillars. At the same time, when the surrounding people lost their vision, he directly broke through the void and left. However, he did not leave the blood-clad sect. Instead, he went to a deserted corner. Then, he quickly changed his clothes and appearance, once again disguising himself as a blood-clad sect disciple. As long as he did not take the initiative to approach the old sect master and the 6th level manifestation realm martial artist, no one should discover him. In the distance, the old sect master and the other two 6th level manifestation realm martial artists quickly swept over to take a look and said in unison, "How is this possible?" Yi Xian was not trapped within the 12 blood pillars. Instead, he had directly disappeared. Not only is that brat's disguise skill amazing, he actually disappeared in front of me. What is his background? The blood-clad sect master was extremely shocked. Although Yi Xian had disguised himself once again, the battle in the air had not yet ended. Corpses fell from the air one after another, all of them blood-clad sect disciples. The blood-clad sect's guardians who were controlled the first time had already been killed by the elders who rushed over. However, as long as Yi Xian swept the blood pillars again, many people would be controlled again. At this moment, there were already hundreds of blood-clad sect disciples that had fallen. Find him. That brat must still be in the blood-clad sect. Find him. The blood-clad sect master was so angry that he was blowing his beard. What a joke. How could a cooked duck fly away? The dignified blood-clad sect had actually been infiltrated by someone. Furthermore, dozens of elders had been assassinated. In the end, this person had even escaped from under the eyes of so many people. If this matter were to spread, the blood-clad sect would lose all face. The blood-clad sect master was certain that Yi Xian was still in the blood-clad sect because of his outstanding intuition. He had indeed guessed correctly. However, there were thousands of disciples in the blood-clad sect. How could he possibly find Yi Xian? During the time when the blood-clad sect's experts were investigating, Yi Xian had already hidden himself far away. He had been watching the blood-clad sect for over 10 minutes, but he was unable to find anything. However, in these 10 minutes, over 100 people had betrayed them and killed their own sect members. The blood-clad sect master was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He did not understand what had happened. Why did so many people betray them? One must know that these traitors were all true blood-clad sect's guardians and disciples. They were not Yi Xian's companions in disguise. I don't have much eye power left. I'd better rest for a while. When the blood-clad sect master thinks that I've left, I'll deal with the remaining elders in one fell swoop. Yi Xian hid in a corner and looked at the blood-clad sect that was already in a mess. Half an hour later. Sect master, we haven't found him. Sect master, we haven't found him in the back mountain either. Sect master, all the corpses of the dead have been buried. A red-haired middle-aged man stood in the air. He was the current sect master of the blood-clad sect, as well as the blood-clad son of Heaven's father, Xueli. Just now, he had arrived late and missed the battle. As the sect master, he was very angry. Lord Mo Shui had just left, and an expert came in to assassinate him. Could the two be related? Xueli thought to himself. Although the blood-clad son of heaven was his son, ever since Mo Shui had awakened his inherited memories, he no longer dared to call him Mo Shui. Being able to give birth to a reincarnator was a supreme honor. After that, the blood-clad sect searched for more than an hour, but there were no clues. Therefore, they gave up. Everyone, listen up. This person is good at disguising himself. If you notice anyone else acting strangely, report it immediately. Xueli shouted loudly. Yes. Chapter 11:17. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the corner, couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard this. Luoluo's charm may be seen through by others, but my eye of control has no weaknesses. Let's see how you deal with it. He waited for a while before letting Luoluo charm the Zhao family members. As for himself, he also left more than 10 spots empty. Then, he continued to control them and gave them a certain order. As for himself, he rushed towards the alchemy hall. 2 of the 3 great alchemy elders in the alchemy hall had fallen, leaving only Elder Song. Therefore, Elder Song had a 6th level manifestation realm bodyguard. After sensing this aura, Yi Xian's footsteps paused as he thought to himself, a 6th level manifestation realm martial artist. Compared to the Bloodcloth sect's old sect leader, his strength is too weak. It shouldn't be a problem to kill him before the others react. When he thought of this, Yi Xian approached Elder Song's residence and ruthlessly stabbed his sword at the 2 people. Heartbreak sword technique. Whoosh. A cold light pierced through the air and directly attacked the 6th level manifestation realm expert. This 6th level manifestation realm expert was also a century-old monster. When he heard this piercing sound, he immediately raised his hand. Bang! Yi Xian's attack was defeated. Found you. This 6th level of the manifestation realm expert immediately charged out. Yi Xian had used the Heartbreak sword technique once before, so he recognized it. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to set up an ambush by himself. After experiencing the previous incident, the entire Bloodcloth sect was silent. The commotion here had already alarmed the surrounding people. The Bloodcloth sect's old sect leader would probably arrive soon. After stabbing out with his sword, Yi Xian immediately turned around and fled. The expert at the 6th level of the Wanxiang stage also condensed his true qi and Wanxiang force to form 12 blood pillars. You still want to run? Stay here. An explosive shout was heard. Yi Xian turned around and saw the 12 blood pillars again. However, his attention wasn't on the 12 blood pillars, but on the 6th level manifestation realm expert's position. We're here. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Boom. 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 Yi Xian nimbly dodged the pillars of blood, but he was trapped within them. The 6th level manifestation realm expert from the Bloodcloth sect had a solemn expression. Because Yi Xian had disappeared in front of everyone's eyes just now, he hastily activated the 2nd stage. Buzz. A gigantic blood-red bell materialized and descended, connecting seamlessly with the 12 blood pillars. Not only that, the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet had turned into a sea of blood. Now, he was trapped alive. However, right when that 6th level manifestation stage expert heaved a sigh of relief. Hooah! Suddenly, a crack appeared on his back. Then, Yi Xian leaped out, clad in a dazzling golden armor. Golden dragon capturing hands. Golden dragon capturing hands. Yi Xian stretched out his hands, and 2 large golden hands appeared. What? The 6th level manifestation stage expert couldn't react in time and was directly caught. Die. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly stabbed out with the Skyquake sword. Whoosh. Poof. The sword ray entered the opponent's head, instantly tearing it apart. Success. When the sword ray shot into the opponent's head, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. At the same time, he also felt a powerful aura enter his sensing range. Bastard, stop. The voice of the Bloodcloth sect's old sect master sounded, but it was already too late. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken off the dead person's universe ring. There were only 3 6th level manifestation stage experts in the Bloodcloth sect, and all of them were the sect masters of the Bloodcloth sect. Among them, 1 was out, so there were only 2 left in the sect. But now, 1 had actually died, and he was ambushed within the Bloodcloth sect. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The moment Yi Xian took off his universe ring, the system notified. Currently, Yi Xian was at the 7th level of the manifestation stage. Even Yi Xian didn't expect that there would be so many forging materials in the universe ring of this manifestation stage expert. Yi Xian reckoned that the other party should be in charge of the weapon refining hall, so it wasn't strange for him to have so many forging materials. Although he couldn't break through, Wei Zhentian had risen to the 6th level of the manifestation stage. Coupled with the undying attribute, how could he be afraid of the Bloodcloth sect's old sect master, who was at the 7th level of the manifestation stage? Wei Zhentian, go! Yi Xian directly threw the Skyquake sword in his hand. In the next moment, the Skyquake sword transformed into a green armored war god and charged towards the Bloodcloth sect's old sect master. What? The Blood Cloth Sect's old sect master was shocked. It was clearly a sword, how could it transform into a person? No matter what you are, die. The Blood Cloth Sect's old sect master roared furiously and launched an attack at Wei Zhentian. However, his attack didn't have much effect on Wei Zhentian. It didn't break through his defense. He was shocked once again. He was at the 7th level of the manifestation stage, and his full force attack was enough to heavily injure a 6th level manifestation stage expert. However, he actually couldn't break through Wei Zhentian's defense. It was like seeing a ghost. But fortunately, he didn't use his divine ability just now. 12 blood pillars, smash him to death. The Blood Cloth Sect's old sect master finally used his divine ability. He quickly condensed 12 blood pillars and smashed them towards Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, Wei Zhentian transformed again and returned to his Sky Quakesword form, easily dodging these attacks. Now, it was Yi Xian's time to attack. He directly took out the long sword he obtained earlier and aimed it at the Blood Cloth Sect's old sect master, launching a series of attacks like a storm. Heartbreak Sword Technique. Golden Dragon Catcher Hand. Whether it was the Dragon Catcher Hand or the Heartbreak Sword Technique, they were both divine abilities that required a large amount of true qi. No one present dared to use them casually like Yi Xian. Yi Xian's battle intent had already been aroused. As long as he killed the Blood Cloth Sect's old sect master, he would definitely be able to break through to the 6th level of the manifestation stage. At that time, he would have the ability to face Mo Shuai. Let's fight. His violent shout fell into everyone's ears. At this moment, the Blood Cloth Sect's disciples and guardians had all surrounded him. In their hearts, the Blood Cloth Sect's old sect master was the strongest. However, at this moment, under Yi Xian's violent attacks, he actually seemed to be a little powerless. He was being suppressed. One man and one sword suppressed the strongest person in these disciples' hearts. Master, I'll help you. At this moment, another explosive shout sounded out from the horizon. Another 6th level manifestation stage expert from the Bloodclad sect flashed over. Haha, you came at the right time. Yi Xian laughed loudly and directly changed his target, attacking his opponent. Chapter 11:18. Don't come over. The Blood Cloth Sect's old sect leader hurriedly reminded. However, the other party did not listen to his order. Master, let's work together and kill this kid. The 6th level manifestation realm expert shouted loudly. Forget it, let's do our best. The Blood Cloth Sect's old sect leader gave up on persuading him. After all, even he was not confident in killing Yi Xian. However, he was too naive. Come over here. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, his attacks suddenly weakened and he retreated step by step. It was not that he did not have enough true qi, but that he had some sort of plan. That's right, he wanted to use the Eyes of the Void to kill this 6th level manifestation realm expert who was in his way. However, he did not know if the Blood Cloth Sect's old sect leader saw how he killed the enemy. However, he was certain that this Blood Cloth Sect expert who had just killed his way over absolutely did not know about the Eyes of the Void. Seeing Yi Xian retreat, the Blood Cloth Sect's old sect leader was astonished. What's wrong with this kid? Has his true qi dried up? This was his first thought. However, with his killer's intuition, he felt that Yi Xian was faking it. However, his disciple did not think so. This person thought that Yi Xian was at the end of the line, so he stepped into Yi Xian's trap step by step. At this moment. Not good, leave that place. The Blood Cloth Sect's old sect leader suddenly thought of something and hastily shouted. What? His disciple was stunned. He turned his head and realized that the words were directed at him. However, it was already too late. Eyes of the Void. Golden Dragon Catcher Hands. Yi Xian swiftly broke through the void and arrived behind the 6th level manifestation realm expert, then fiercely clawed. The opponent was instantly caught by 2 dragon catcher hands. The powerful force squeezed his bones until they cracked. Bang! This person used the power of manifestation to shake, but he did not disperse the 2 golden dragon catcher hands. One must know that Yi Xian was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, and he was very close to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. In addition, His soul force was comparable to the 6th level of the manifestation realm and the Eye of Glory's golden true chi. Unless one was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, it would be impossible to break through the bindings so easily. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He aimed at the man's head and stabbed out like lightning. Stop. We can talk this out. The blood-clad sect's old sect leader panicked and shouted anxiously. However, the sword light had already pierced through the air. Pu. The sword beam entered the 6th level of the manifestation realm expert's head and instantly tore it apart. Another expert had fallen just like that. Brat, I want you dead. When the sect leader of the Bloodcloth sect saw that his disciple had died, he flew into a rage. He immediately channeled a large amount of true chi and aimed it at Yi Xian as he struck out a palm strike. However, at this moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly transformed into a huge shield. Bang! Wei Zhentian withstood the palm strike. There were some cracks on the surface of the shield. From this, one could see how powerful this palm strike was. If Yi Xian had been hit by this palm strike, the brilliant golden armor would have been shattered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through and is currently at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded again. Hearing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he recalled Wei Zhentian. Although Wei Zhentian was cracked from the attack, it was immediately repaired after being recalled by Yi Xian. This was because it was a Dharma treasure and was undying. 6th level of the manifestation realm? How is this possible? The blood-clad sect's old sect leader was shocked again. When Yi Xian was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, he had already assassinated dozens of elders. Among them were 2 6th level manifestation realm experts from the blood-clad sect. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm, wouldn't he be able to kill him as well? If I don't kill you, today will be the day of my blood-clad sect's destruction. The blood-clad sect's old sect leader looked at Yi Xian, whose aura had skyrocketed, and suddenly made a difficult decision in his heart. Scarlet blood storm. Suddenly, a surge of true chi gushed out and condensed into a blood-colored cloud above the blood-clad sect's old sect leader's head. This is it. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had seen this move before when he fought with the blood-clad emperor. It was the Scarlet Bloodstorm that destroyed more than half of Golden Fire City. However, it wasn't Golden Fire City that was beneath his feet, but the blood-clad sect. Was the blood-clad sect's old sect leader planning to destroy the entire blood-clad sect? I see. You know you can't defeat me, so you want to sacrifice the lives of others to increase your own strength. Yi Xian immediately reacted. If that was the case, then he couldn't let the blood-clad sect's old sect leader succeed. Wei Zhentian, go and disperse it. Yi Xian directly threw the sky quake sword in his hand towards the blood-colored cloud. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian turned into a huge windmill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A violent wind whistled. The blood-colored cloud above his head was blown away by the violent wind and immediately dispersed. What the hell is this thing? No one understood what was going on. Not only could a sword transform into a god of war, but it could also transform into a huge shield. Now, it had transformed into a strange thing and dispersed the blood-colored cloud. This was already beyond everyone's understanding. However, the surrounding people suddenly reacted. As blood-clad sect's disciples, how could they not know what this move was? Oh no, it's the Scarlet Bloodstorm. Run. Old sect leader is so ruthless. He actually wants to use our blood as bait to kill the enemy. Go quickly. The group of blood-clad sect's disciples immediately dispersed. Back in Golden Fire City, Yi Xian had seen the Scarlet Bloodstorm. However, the blood-clad emperor was only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm at that time. Now, the person who used this move was a 7th level manifestation realm expert. Its power was at least 10 times stronger than before. If this move was successfully executed, the surrounding people would probably be swept in immediately and dismembered by the wind blades. Kill them. The blood-clad sect's sect leader immediately shouted. These words were said to the group of 5th level manifestation realm elders in the surroundings. However, he forgot about Yi Xian's methods. Eye of control. Eye of control. Eye of control. Yi Xian continuously executed the Eye of Control to control the elders. In the end, none of them made a move, including Mo Shui's father in this life, who was also the current sect leader of the blood-clad sect, Xue Li. The blood-clad sect leader was in despair. Now, he was isolated and without help. The surrounding disciples had all fled, and the remaining elders were controlled by Yi Xian. What should he do? Could it be that the heavens want my blood-clad sect to perish? The old sect leader wanted to cry but had no tears. Yesterday, when he found out that Xue Yi was a reincarnator, he was almost scared to death. At that time, he felt that the blood-clad sect could finally flourish. But now, Mo Shui had only left the blood-clad sect for less than a day, and the blood-clad sect had suffered such a heavy blow. Most importantly, he probably wouldn't live past today. Chapter 11:19. Brat, if I, Xie Qian Qiu, don't die, I will kill your entire family. The blood-cloth sect's old sect leader shouted. This time, he did not want to risk his life. He wanted to escape. As long as he could escape and find Mo Shui, he could take revenge. However, was it really that easy to escape from Yi Xian? It's too late to escape now. Help me with everything you have. Yi Xian shouted as well. Then, the group of 5th-level Manifestation Realm sect leaders and elders used their own manifestation strength to support Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's speed increased by 50% and he caught up with Xie Qian Qiu in an instant. Die, old man. Yi Xian approached Xie Qian Qiu and stabbed him with his sword. Get lost. Xie Qian Qiu gathered his remaining true qi and struck out with his palm again. However, Yi Xian's heart-shattering sword gathered all his true qi at one point and had a strong penetrating power. This kind of attack was specifically used to counter palm techniques. Poof! With a muffled sound, Yi Xian broke through the palm technique and flew towards Xie Qian Qiu. Rip! The long sword stabbed into Xie Qian Qiu's left chest and pierced through his heart. Wang! At this moment, Yi Xian's long sword shook and shattered Xie Qian Qiu's heart. Gulp! Xie Qian Qiu's eyes widened. Before he died, he reached out his hand and prepared to smash Yi Xian's head. Unfortunately, he could not do it. The blood-cloth sect's old sect leader, Xie Qian Qiu, died. Rip! Another crisp sound was heard. Yi Xian pulled out the long sword in his hand. This matter had finally come to an end. Survival of the fittest. That Mo Shui will join you soon. Yi Xian's eyes shone as he took the universe ring from the corpse. The number one person in the blood-cloth sect must have a lot of wealth. However, he was disappointed. So little. Did he use it or hide it? Yi Xian frowned because he saw that Xie Qian Qiu had even fewer items than his disciple. A 7th-level manifestation realm martial artist wouldn't be so poor. Come here. Immediately, Yi Xian gave orders to the blood-cloth sect's elders and sect leader who were at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian looked through the universe rings of these people one by one, but the items were still pitifully few. Your blood-cloth sect is an assassin faction. How can you be so poor? Where are the things? Yi Xian asked in dissatisfaction. Master, everything has been taken away by Mo Shui. Blood-cloth sect Master Xue Li replied. Mo Shui? After his reminder, Yi Xian immediately reacted. It turned out that Mo Shui had taken everything away. However, the current blood-cloth sect was empty. Thus, he naturally wanted to take everything clean. With the help of these elders, Yi Xian emptied the entire blood-cloth sect. At the same time, Wei Zhantian broke through again and reached the 7th level of the manifestation realm. I'm afraid even Mo Shui didn't expect that the moment he left, the blood-cloth sect would be destroyed by me. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. That day, after Mo Shui killed him, he left without looking back. Therefore, in Mo Shui's eyes, Yi Xian was a dead man. However, it was this dead man who destroyed the blood-cloth sect. You guys, follow me back to the Zhao family, Yi Xian said to the 8 5th-level manifestation realm experts. Yes, Master. Everyone nodded. Although these 8 people weren't strong and Yi Xian could kill them all by himself, their manifestation realm strength could still give Yi Xian some boost. Mo Shuari was a reincarnator and was at least at the rebirth realm in his previous life. Facing such an enemy, Yi Xian didn't dare to relax. Otherwise, why would he hide his trump cards? He didn't use the innumerable swords or the Overlord's limitless sword. He hid his trump cards to deal with Mo Shuari. Immediately, he broke through the void and brought the 8 5th-level manifestation realm experts back to the Zhao family. The Zhao family was still as peaceful as when he had left, but they had secretly increased their vigilance by quite a bit. After Yi Xian brought the 8 experts back, he asked directly in his mind, "Luo Luo, did anything happen during this time?" "Nothing, young master." Luo Luo replied through voice transmission. "Oh." Then, Yi Xian rushed to the spirit spring and gave the treasures to Luo Luo. Then, he rushed to the only 6th-level manifestation realm expert in the Zhao family. What? 6th-level manifestation realm? The Zhao family's ancestor, who was overseeing the Zhao family, suddenly opened his eyes. Previously, he was warned that the Zhao family might face a life and death crisis, so he was very careful. Now that he felt this aura, his entire body shook, and he immediately rushed out of the house to meet it. This aura didn't belong to Mo Shuari, but Yi Xian. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian attacked the Zhao family's ancestor with his eyes from afar. The latter's mind trembled, and he was about to counterattack, but his back was hit hard. Pu. The Zhao family's ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to understand why he was ambushed. He turned around and found that the attackers were actually the 3 5th-level manifestation realm experts from the Zhao family. Why? The Zhao family's ancestor couldn't understand, but he understood in the next moment. Ding. Control successful. Yi Xian was currently at the 6th level of the manifestation realm, and like the Zhao family's ancestor, the Zhao family's ancestor was directly controlled by Yi Xian under the mental attack and ambush. "Gather everything in the Zhao family and give it to me." Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the Zhao family's ancestor. Although the Zhao family's items were no longer attractive, it was still better to increase their strength. After all, they were about to face a colossus. Reincarnator, Mo Shuari. "Yes, master." The Zhao family's ancestor immediately led the other 3 5th-level manifestation realm experts and ordered them to gather all of the Zhao family's belongings. As long as they successfully killed Mo Shuari, then Yi Xian would bring them 10 times, or even 100 times the benefit. Luo Luo still needs 1 or 2 days to break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm, but this girl said she learned a new move. "I wonder what it is." Yi Xian thought in his heart and hurriedly asked. "Others can use the power of manifestation on your body to increase your speed, but this move of mine can directly increase the strength of your soul." Luo Luo answered. "Directly increase the strength of my soul? How much can it increase?" Yi Xian's eyes lit up. "Oh, with young master's current realm, I can increase the strength of your soul by 30%. Luo Luo answered again. 30% of the strength of the soul. Chapter 1120. With a 30% increase in soul strength, Yi Xian's Wanxiang strength would increase as well. Not only that, the increase in soul strength would also increase the effects of Burning Eye, Eye of Illusion, and Eye of Control. Yi Xian asked curiously, "Very good. What's this skill called?" "Eye of Charm. Isn't this skill supposed to increase the power of charm? Why is it increasing my soul strength?" Yi Xian found it very strange. It can be used to charm or increase soul strength, but you need to rest for a while after using it. Luo Luo explained. Since it can be used, then you should continue to cultivate. If you can break through before Mo Shuari comes, then our chances of winning will be higher. Yi Xian advised. Okay. After a while, the entire wealth of the Zhao family fell into Yi Xian's pocket. Although many of the Zhao family members were dissatisfied, after hearing that they would be returned tenfold, they were very willing to hand over the things. These things were all recorded. After Yi Xian killed Mo Shuari and completed his revenge mission, he would return them tenfold. 10 times the price wasn't much to Yi Xian. However, killing Mo Shuari would allow him to obtain 3 Devour points. This was a huge purchase. No matter what, Mo Shuari had to die. Before Mo Shuari killed his way to the Zhao family, Yi Xian quickly left and prepared to go to the nearest Chen family to take a look. If the Chen family was safe, then Yi Xian would take control of them. If the Chen family was destroyed, then it would be a warning. Yi Xian didn't know much about Mo Shuai. He didn't know when Mo Shuai would kill his way to the Zhao family, so Yi Xian had to be fully prepared. With Yi Xian's current realm, it would only take him a few hours to reach the Chen family. He only hoped that Mo Shuai wouldn't kill his way to the Zhao family in these few hours. It would be best if the Chen family was safe. This way, his chances of winning would be higher. However, things weren't as simple as he thought. Halfway to the Chen family, he suddenly sensed that someone he controlled had died. Luo, someone died. What's the situation? Yi Xian asked anxiously. I'm fine. Luo hurriedly replied. Yi Xian's brows were tightly furrowed as he carefully sensed for a moment. The person who had just died was a 5th-level manifestation realm expert of the Zhao family. Right now, everyone in the Zhao family at the 4th level of the manifestation realm and above were his and Luo's subordinates. This 5th-level manifestation realm expert couldn't have died for no reason. Then, there was only one possibility: Mo Shuai. It must be Mo Shuai. Yi Xian shuddered and hurriedly tore through the void to return to the Zhao family. However, when he stepped into the void gate, he sensed that a second person had died. Only Mo Shuai could kill so many people at such a speed. After all, Mo Shuai was also a peerless assassin in his previous life. When Yi Xian returned to the Zhao family, he hurriedly used his eye of perception to sense the situation. His eye of perception and spiritual sense were enough to cover the entire Zhao family. However, he couldn't find any unfamiliar aura. The blood-robed Tianzi was originally at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, so Mo Shuai was at least at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, or even the 6th level. However, Yi Xian couldn't find him. What a powerful concealment technique. As expected of a rebirth realm assassin, Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and hurriedly gave orders to everyone. At the same time, he flew into the sky and used his eye of revelation to scan. However, he had just flown up. Shoo! A cold light swept over. Time! Yi Xian widened his eyes and hurriedly dodged to the side. Pu! With a muffled sound, Yi Xian's chest was directly penetrated. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and didn't hurt his heart. Although his heart was no longer his vital point, the Eye of Eternity was his secret. If he didn't expose this secret, it might save his life at a critical moment, or even turn the tables. The cold light that pierced his chest came from a corner of the Zhao family. The moment Yi Xian was hit, he hurriedly used his Eye of Revelation to look. As expected, he found a figure in a shadow. If one looked with the naked eye, they definitely wouldn't be able to see it. Even with the Eye of Perception, they couldn't sense this aura. This figure seemed to be one with the wall. If someone were to stand in front of it, they might not be able to discover it. Why is it you? A familiar voice sounded, and the person in the corner slowly walked out. This person was Mo Shuai, a rebirth realm assassin. Just now, he felt Yi Xian's aura, so he directly killed him. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to avoid him. What he didn't expect was that the person he killed was Yi Xian, whom he thought was dead. Yi Xian was actually still alive. No, impossible. I clearly pierced his heart. They must be twins. Mo Shuai couldn't believe that he had failed and hurriedly found an excuse for himself. However, at this moment, Yi Xian spoke. You said that if I didn't die, it would be my ability. Yi Xian looked at Mo Shuai and said coldly. It's really you? You didn't die? Mo Shuai asked in shock. Who was he? In his previous life, he was a peerless rebirth realm assassin. Ever since he made his debut, he had never failed once. Not even once. However, this time, he actually broke the record. Of course I didn't die. Yi Xian coldly replied. Are you joking? The person I killed that day was only at the 4th level of the manifestation realm, and you are already at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. You should be his twin brother, Mo Shuai said with a frown as he gripped the spear in his hand. Indeed, even if it was other people, they would probably think so too. Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm when he killed the blood-clad emperor. After breaking through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm, he was killed by Mo Shuai, who had awakened his inherited memories. In just a few days, he actually broke through from the 4th level of the manifestation realm to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. Even Mo Shuai himself couldn't do it. I don't have a twin. That day, you failed. I also benefited from the disaster and broke through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm, Yi Xian said. Mo Shuai fell silent when he heard this. At this moment, their conversation fell into the ears of the surrounding people. Immediately, this group of people quickly evacuated the area, including the Zhao family. At the same time, the experts also quickly rushed over. I didn't expect that after thousands of years of never failing, I would break the record after reincarnating. My words still count. If I, Mo Shuai, want to assassinate someone, I won't do it again if they can survive my attack. Mo Shuai was also someone who had experienced great storms. Only by admitting his mistakes could he become stronger. Chapter 11:21. That won't do. I belong to the Zhao family. I can't just sit by and watch you kill your way into the Zhao family. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. If that's the case, then I have a reason to attack you again. Mo Shuai smirked. Although Yi Xian was once his enemy, as an ace assassin, he had to abide by his own rules. However, he still wanted to kill Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had helped him break his own record. Now, he finally had a reason to kill Yi Xian. This way, he could avoid having a heart demon in the future. However, just as Yi Xian finished speaking, he noticed that there was a familiar figure amongst the people surrounding him. Shuai. Mo Shuai was shocked to see the father of this body's reincarnated body. Master Mo Shuai, please stop. We have some connections with the Zhao family. They are willing to take out the key to open the transrealm teleportation formation. Shuai hurriedly said. Stop. Mo Shuai murmured and smiled evilly. Although you are the father of this body of mine, do you think that you can order me around like this? No one can interfere with what I want to do. I can take what I want myself. As soon as he said this, Yi Xian knew that his sneak attack plan would not succeed. Just now, he wanted Shuai to persuade Mo Shuai so that he could launch a sneak attack. After all, against such an enemy, it was reasonable to use underhanded methods. But now, it seemed that this plan would not work. Mo Shuai was a reincarnator. Only his parents in his previous life were his parents. He did not care about his parents in this life. Even if they all died, it would not matter. However, before Yi Xian could speak, Mo Shuai said, Brat, you must have used some method to control them, right? Boom. This sentence gave Yi Xian a fright. An assassin's intuition was terrifying. The blood-clad sect's old master, an experienced assassin, saw through his disguise. Mo Shuai was a rebirth realm cultivator, so he could see through it with a single glance. How amazing. Not bad. Yi Xian did not intend to hide it either, because the ambush plan had already failed. What was the point of hiding it? Today, I'm going to destroy the Zhao family. Originally, I wanted to kill them one by one and get back to the feeling. Now that I see you guys gathering here to seek death, I can only send you on your way. Mo Shuai revealed a cold smile again. As long as Yi Xian did not attack, then he could let Yi Xian live. After all, he had his own rules. However, if Yi Xian wanted to die, he wouldn't mind taking care of him as well. Although you are a reincarnator, you are only at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. What can you do? Yi Xian had a confident expression on his face, but in Mo Shuai's eyes, this was blind confidence. Mo Shuai had already broken through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. Even if his realm was the same as Yi Xian and the Zhao family's ancestor, his strength was not to be underestimated. The atmosphere between the two parties was tense, and a battle could break out at any time. At this moment, the people of the Zhao family had already been evacuated, and the entire Zhao family could be used as a battlefield. Kid, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Mo Shuai could not help but ask again. In his eyes, even people of the immortality realm were ants, let alone Yi Xian, a kid who had not even reached the netherworld realm. Truly, A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Cut the crap. Attack. Yi Xian did not plan to waste his breath on Mo Shuai. Mo Shuai was his mission boss. If he did not kill Mo Shuai, how could he complete his revenge mission and get the 3 Devour points? After receiving Yi Xian's order, the surrounding people all used their manifestation strength on Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian's speed nearly doubled. This battle was between him and Mo Shuai. Only he was going to fight Mo Shuai, not the others who were going to besiege Mo Shuai. Kid, the great Mo Shuai, was killed by you. I'm going to feed your corpses to the dogs. Mo Shuai was successfully enraged by Yi Xian. He clenched his fists and charged toward Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian activated his Eye of Revelation and scanned the area. Ding. Dark Haste has been successfully copied. Ding. Host has learned Dark Haste. This Mo Shuai was a reincarnator, which meant that he had countless divine abilities in his mind. At this moment, the Dark Knight Haste that Yi Xian was charging at was a high-grade Wanxiang level divine ability. As a result, Yi Xian's speed soared again. Mo Shuai, today is the day you reincarnate. Die. Yi Xian quickly landed on the ground and used Burning Eyes and Eyes of Illusion on Mo Shuai. Kid, I'm a reincarnator. Do you think soul attacks will work on me? Mo Shuai's cold voice floated over. Indeed, a reincarnator's soul was extremely strong. Although it was not at the peak, it was not something that could be hurt by soul attacks of this level. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Shuai had already arrived in front of Yi Xian like a ghost. He raised his blood-red sword and stabbed it into Yi Xian's heart. Last time, he had failed. This time, in a face-to-face situation, there was no way he would fail again. Good chance. Mo Shuai personally came. This was a great opportunity for Yi Xian because his heart was not a vital part. Even if it was destroyed, it would only cause internal injuries. However, Mo Shuai did not know this. Luo Luo. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted in his mind. Luo Luo was already in the crowd. When she heard Yi Xian's order, she quickly used her newly learned Eye of Enchantment. A pink true chi gushed out and condensed into a pink demonic eye above Luo Luo's head. This pink Eye of Enchantment was aimed at Yi Xian's back. In the next moment, Yi Xian's soul strength skyrocketed. At the same time, his all-creation strength also increased. What? The Eye of Enchantment. When Mo Shuai saw this Eye of Enchantment, his body trembled. He actually gave up on attacking and quickly retreated. This scene was something that even Yi Xian did not expect. Mo Shuai was frightened by the Eye of Enchantment and was forced to retreat. However, Yi Xian would not let go of this opportunity. Heartbreaking swordsmanship, die. While Mo Shuai was not far away, Yi Xian quickly stabbed his sword into Mo Shuai's heart. Do you think you can hurt me with this attack? Mo Shuai came back to his senses. Facing Yi Xian's attack, he did not care at all. He directly spread out his all-creation strength and dispersed the attack. Chapter 11:22. Peng. With a muffled sound, Yi Xian's heartbreaking sword technique was defeated. A reincarnator is indeed not that easy to kill. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. His previous attack was merely a test attack. Otherwise, he would have immediately used the Eye of Devastation to kill Mo Shuai. But now, Mo Shuai's Wanxiang strength was extremely strong, much stronger than Yi Xian's. It would not be easy for Yi Xian to break through his defense. Although the Eye of Devastation is effective, it is also one of my trump cards. I have to use it when I am confident. If it fails, Mo Shuai will be on guard. Yi Xian thought in his heart. At the same time, he did not understand why Mo Shuai was scared away by the Eye of Enchantment. I didn't expect that there would be a noble fox bloodline here. She even comprehended the Eye of Enchantment. Little fox, are you also a reincarnator? Mo Shuai looked at Luo Luo with fear. There were two situations for people who had inherited memories. First, there was an expert in their ancestors. This was the inherited memory passed down by their ancestors. Second, they were a reincarnator, so they had inherited memories. However, Yi Xian knew that Luo Luo was not a reincarnator. After Luo Luo awakened her inherited memories, She did not have memories of her previous life. Why don't you guess? Luo Luo giggled. Temph, so you are not a reincarnator. Mo Shuai was sure. The reason why he was so afraid of the Eye of Enchantment was because of this Eye of Enchantment before he reincarnated. In order to avoid being hunted down, he had no choice but to reincarnate. Now, after seeing that Luo Luo could also use the Eye of Enchantment, the hatred from his previous life immediately surged out. He has his eyes on Luo Luo. Yi Xian noticed Mo Shuai's soaring killing intent and could not help but tremble. The two of you are already on my kill list. Now, I will show you my true strength. When Mo Shuai finished speaking, his killing intent skyrocketed once again. This killing intent made everyone present tremble, fear creeping into their hearts. What kind of killing intent was this? How many people did he have to kill to be able to condense such killing intent? Mo Shuai was at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. At this moment, even if he did not use his manifestation strength, his killing intent alone could immobilize a person at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. This alone was not something Yi Xian could do. Come. Yi Xian did not care so much and threw the Sky Shocker sword in his hand. And Luo Luo Luo. 10,000 swords soared. In an instant, the heaven-shaking sword turned into thousands of swords, densely flying towards Mo Shuai. But Luo Luo. Mo Shuai sneered. His figure flashed as he directly flew towards Yi Xian. As an assassin, he was particular about killing with one strike. Even if he was in an army of 10,000, he could still take the enemy's head. Mo Shuai's manifestation strength was extremely powerful due to the high number of people. After being strengthened, his speed surpassed Yi Xian's. One had to know that Yi Xian had the help of other experts. Come! Yi Xian shouted. He immediately transformed into the golden armored war god and stabbed Mo Shuai with his sword. Heartbreak sword technique. The cold light brushed past Mo Shuai's body. In the blink of an eye, Mo Shuai arrived in front of Yi Xian. For an assassin, attacking a vital point was a must. Although Yi Xian wore the brilliant golden armor, Mo Shuai was still a peerless assassin. If he could not kill Yi Xian with one strike, then he did not deserve his reputation. Kid, it's time to go. Mo Shuai raised his hand and stabbed at Yi Xian's head. At the same time, he used the manifestation strength to bind Yi Xian. In terms of the power of Wanxiang, Yi Xian wasn't a match at all. Even with the support of Luo Luo's eyes of enchantment, it wouldn't be enough. Catcher. It easily pierced through the brilliant golden armor, then pierced through Yi Xian's forehead, piercing through it. Last time, Mo Shuai thought he missed, but this time, he saw Yi Xian's head being pierced. There was no way he could not die this time. He had seen many people like Yi Xian. They were all newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They thought that they could be arrogant because they were geniuses. Most of the missions he had taken were to assassinate these so-called geniuses. He had even killed those with higher realms than him. Compared to these people, Yi Xian was nothing. Therefore, Mo Shuai was very calm. It was as if he had just stepped on an insignificant ant. Then, he focused his attention on Luo Luo. The person who had injured him and forced him to reincarnate was not Luo Luo, but he had deep resentment. Therefore, he wanted to kill Luo Luo so that the Fox clan would have one less super genius. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed twice under the brilliant golden armor. Eye of Nirvana, Eye of Dissection. What? Mo Shuai, who was close at hand, trembled, but he was still caught off guard. Fortunately, he had used his all creation's strength and genuine chi to protect himself from the beginning. Bang! The Eye of Nirvana was very powerful. After all, the Heavenly Eye clan had evolved several times. This attack directly broke through Mo Shuai's manifestation strength. Then, the Eye of Dissection shot into Mo Shuai's right eye. Sizzle. A faint sound was heard. Mo Shuai's right eye was rapidly withering. It was being swept away by the chi in his body. In the blink of an eye, Mo Shuai's right eye was dissected. The entire eye socket was empty. It was very terrifying. Even Mo Shuai did not expect this scene. Why was Yi Xian, who he had already determined to be dead, able to attack again? Why? Mo Shuai could not figure it out, but there was no need to. Since Yi Xian could not die even after his head was pierced, then his entire body would explode. "How dare you injure my eye? All of you, die!" Mo Shuai roared at the sky. The eye was very important to an assassin. However, he was only at the 6th level of the manifestation realm, so it was easy to repair it. If he was in the rebirth state, losing an eye would require extremely precious heavenly and earthly treasures. That was because his cultivation level was high. When Mo Shuai finished speaking, a surge of energy surged in his body, as if it was about to burst out. Feeling this energy, Yi Xian's face became extremely gloomy. At such a close distance, he would probably have to bear all the damage. Even the entire Zhu clan would be destroyed. Myriad swords returned to origin, trap. Fortunately, Yi Xian had already controlled the heaven-shaking swords to help. When Mo Shuai gathered his energy, the thousands of heaven-shaking swords all enlarged dozens of times and fell down like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 1123. Spiritual Sword Formation. Thousands of giant swords surrounded Mo Shuai. At the same time, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and arrived outside the spiritual sword formation. He then put Luo into the demonic space. The moment Luo disappeared, Mo Shuai finally exploded. A dangerous aura spread out, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. This was the loudest sound Yi Xian had ever heard. Boom! The spiritual sword formation collapsed. This explosion was like the original, razing the entire Zhao family to the ground. Not only that, but there were also countless lives in the Zhao family. Although they had already started evacuating, there were tens of thousands of people in the Zhao family, so it was impossible for all of them to leave. These people were all blown to pieces by Mo Shuai's attack. In addition, all the 5th-level manifestation realm experts were killed, including Mo Shuai's father, Shui Li. Even Yi Xian himself was seriously injured and spat out blood. At this moment, there were only 3 figures left in this terrifying crater. Mo Shuai, Yi Xian, and the 6th-level manifestation realm Zhao family's ancestor. No, if Yi Xian hadn't asked the others to use the manifestation realm strength to help the Zhao family's ancestor resist, he would probably have died. Phut! Yi Xian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Mo Shuai's attack was too powerful. Even the spiritual sword formation was blown to pieces. If it weren't for the spiritual sword formation, he would have been blown to pieces. At that time, not only would the entire Zhao family be gone, but the destroyed area would at least be 3 times larger. This power was at least 10 times stronger than before. Looking at the pitch-black abyss below his feet, Yi Xian had no intention to fight. Previously, he was only able to fight Mo Shuai with the manifestation realm strength support from Luo and more than 10 experts. But now, the only person he could control was the Zhao family's ancestor, and Wei Zhentian also died from that attack. Fight! What's there to fight? A reincarnator was indeed a reincarnator. Even if they were on the same level, Yi Xian was no match for him. Mo Shuai's disintegration eye was only a result of his carelessness. If they continued to fight, Yi Xian would have no chance of winning. However, just as Yi Xian was in a daze, a voice suddenly rang out. "What a tough brat! You didn't die even after that. Fine, let me cut you into 8 pieces. Let's see if you can still survive," Mo Shuai said as he dashed out again. Yi Xian was alarmed. He prepared to tear open the void and leave. Could he not do this revenge mission? In the blink of an eye, the old ancestor of the Zhao family was pierced through the heart by Mo Shuai. Just as the void gate opened, Mo Shuai looked at Yi Xian, whose golden armor was in tatters, and sneered, "Brat, I know you have an escape technique. Do you think it will work in front of me?" Yi Xian frowned. He found that the void gate, which was not fully opened, had already closed. How was this possible? I, Mo Shuai, was careless once. There won't be a second time. That's why I set up the void lock formation. Let's see how you can escape now. Mo Shuai sneered as he slowly approached Yi Xian. Just now, the void lock formation was not fully set up, so the void eye could still be used. However, now that the void lock formation was fully set up, the void eye could not even open a small hole. Yi Xian was like a turtle in a jar. He could not escape. Not only that, but he also began to regret coming to find trouble with a reincarnator. Whether it was the explosion or the spacelock array, with his eye of revelation, he couldn't see how Mo Shui had used them. A reincarnator was indeed a reincarnator. Although Mo Shui was only at the 6th level of the Wanxiang realm, his strength was at least at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. No, Yi Xian would rather deal with someone at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm than make an enemy out of Mo Shui. Kid, what other moves do you have? Show them to me. Mo Shui looked at Yi Xian with his only eye. His right eye had been disintegrated by Yi Xian's eye of disintegration. The entire eye socket was a terrifying black hole. Yi Xian was in despair. One wrong move, and the whole game was lost. It seemed that his original body and clone were going to die this time. His speed was not as fast as Mo Shui's, and he could not use the Void Eye. His only trump card was the Overlord's Limitless sword. However, even the innumerable swords could not do anything to Mo Shui. What use was the Overlord's Limitless sword? Seeing Yi Xian's ashen face, Mo Shui continued, "At this point, you can only blame yourself for provoking me. Fine, let me send you on your way." When Mo Shui finished speaking, Yi Xian quickly turned around and left. As long as he could leave the range of the spacelock formation, he would have a chance to level up. Even if he had to split up, he had to escape. Mo Shui did not know that his eyes were his weakness. As long as he split into two, Mo Shui might think that the other one was a puppet and give up on chasing. This way, he might be able to minimize his losses. "You think you can escape from my grasp?" Mo Shui turned into a ray of light and swept towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's clone had a solemn expression and retreated to the left and right. Puppet. Such a thought flashed through Mo Shui's mind. He carefully sensed and found that the aura of Yi Xian's original body and clone was almost identical. Not bad, quite clever. Although I don't know which one is the original body, I'll just kill them both. Mo Shui did not think further and chased after Yi Xian's original body. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Yi Xian and stabbed into Yi Xian's throat. Gulp. Yi Xian's throat was pierced and blood spurted out. However, this was not fatal to Yi Xian. "Not dead yet. Let's do it again," Mo Shui sneered. His hand turned into a ray of cold light and in the next moment, Yi Xian's head was thrown up. An ordinary person would definitely die if their head was chopped off, but Mo Shui had learned his lesson. He would not stop until he smashed Yi Xian's entire body into pieces. However, at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. An extremely strong aura suddenly broke into Yi Xian's sensing range. At the same time, Mo Shui also felt this aura. What? Mo Shui's body trembled. He was about to blow up Yi Xian's head when he suddenly stopped and turned around. In the distance, a ray of platinum light entered Mo Shui's eyes. This ray of light was rapidly approaching him. What a strong aura! Mo Shui was shocked. While he was still in shock, this ray of light had already swept past his light. "Yo, young man, you're in big trouble again." A childish voice entered Yi Xian's ears. This voice was familiar to Yi Xian, and it was extremely familiar to him. Chapter 11:24. "It's you." Yi Xian suddenly saw hope and couldn't help but exclaim. The newcomer turned out to be the mini sky dragon that he had met in the land of the dead a few days ago. "You're still alive." Mo Shui turned his head to look at Yi Xian's flying head and raised his hand, ready to smash it into pieces. But at this moment, whoosh! A platinum light flashed and Mo Shui's body trembled. He looked down at his chest and found that it was empty. The golden light directly blasted a big hole in his chest, and his beating heart was clearly visible. "Senior, please spare my life," Mo Shui panicked. He knew that the platinum sky dragon in front of him had the strength to kill him instantly. It was not easy for him to reincarnate and awaken, so he couldn't die here. "If it weren't for a special reason, I would have killed you already. Now get out of here," the mini sky dragon said coldly. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Mo Shui almost killed him, so how could he leave like this? However, he had been saved twice by the mini sky dragon, and the mini sky dragon seemed to be afraid of something, so it let Mo Shui leave. Therefore, he couldn't say anything. Yes, 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 I'll leave now. Mo Shuari didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned around and left. As if his butt was on fire, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian began to repair his body. He looked in the direction where Mo Shuari left, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He had to kill Mo Shuari with his own hands for the revenge mission. Now that Mo Shuari had escaped, this mission had to be delayed for a while. However, now that Mo Shuari had left, it was uncertain whether he could find Mo Shuari again. What if the next time he saw Mo Shuari, he was even stronger? After all, Mo Shuari was a reincarnator. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't think about it anymore. He turned around and cupped his fists. Senior Dragon, thank you for saving my life. I only heard that there is a trans-realm teleportation array here. I didn't expect you to be here as well. The mini sky dragon didn't expect to see Yi Xian again either. It rushed over and continued, I can't kill that samsara traveler. Otherwise, a powerful expert will descend and I'll be beaten back to my original form. I don't have the ability to fight with such an expert. If that happens, I'll be doomed. Although Yi Xian couldn't understand this, he was lucky enough to survive because of this, so he naturally couldn't ask for too much. Senior Long, you're being too serious. It's all thanks to Senior's help this time. Otherwise, I would have been dead for sure. Yi Xian thanked him again. This mini sky dragon had already saved him twice. He was thinking that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely repay these two favors. I just happened to pass by. Come, give me some more blood. I've finished all of it. The mini sky dragon extended a small claw. No problem. Without saying anything, Yi Xian took out a blood bottle from the devouring space and gave it to the mini sky dragon. It had to be said that his luck was really good. If it wasn't for the dragon egg using his blood to hatch, allowing him and the mini sky dragon to have the same kind of bloodline, he would have been miserable. The mini sky dragon held the blood bottle with two claws. After drinking a few mouthfuls, it couldn't help but sigh, not bad, not bad. Your bloodline has improved a lot. Why don't you follow me back to the Life Saint sect? Life Saint sect? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Senior Dragon, did you establish this sect? No, but even the sect master of the Life Saint sect has to call me senior when he sees me. The mini sky dragon said indifferently. Then where is this Life Saint sect? Yi Xian asked again. Life Saint sect, but it's a little far from here. That little Liu Li girl actually brought me to the Penglai divine land. I'm going to kill her. At the mention of fairy Liu Li, the mini sky dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, itching to kill fairy Liu Li 100 times. At this time, Yi Xian remembered the mini sky dragon's words just now. The latter seemed to want to go to the Liu Guang sacred land. Then, Senior Dragon, you want to go to the Liu Guang sacred land and then use the Transrealm transmission array to go to the Life Saint sect? Yi Xian asked. Yes, how about it? Do you want to go to the Life Saint sect with me? As long as you follow me, you can break through to a realm you can't even imagine in the future, the mini sky dragon replied. A realm he couldn't even imagine. Although this was very tempting, the distance from the Liu Guang sacred land to the Life Saint sect of the Life Saint sect was very long. However, Yi Xian had more important things to do at the moment, and that was to kill the Yin-Yang ancestor and rescue Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Therefore, it was impossible to follow the mini sky dragon. Senior, I'm sorry, but my wife has been taken away. I can't leave. Yi Xian directly refused. The mini sky dragon was surprised and asked, Oh, who took her? Someone called the Yin-Yang ancestor. Yi Xian replied, Have you heard of him, Senior Dragon? Never heard of him. He doesn't sound like a good person. The mini sky dragon shook its head. Yi Xian felt that this was normal. This mini sky dragon was an existence that even the reincarnator Mo Shuari was afraid of. At its peak, it must be stronger than the reincarnation state. As for the Yin-Yang ancestor, Yi Xian estimated that it should be at the nirvana state or longevity state. The gap was too big, so it was understandable that the mini sky dragon had never heard of him. If Senior Dragon wants to go to the Liu Guang sacred land, I know where the Transrealm transmission array is. Moreover, The yin-yang ancestor who took my wife is also in the Liu Guang sacred land. At this time, Yi Xian opened his mouth again. Although the 8 great families have sealed the transrealm transmission array, at least 4 keys were needed to use it. However, with Yi Xian's current realm, he could directly break through the seal and use the transrealm transmission array. Oh, is that so? That's good. I don't have to look for it myself. The mini sky dragon said and wanted Yi Xian to take it away. Yi Xian paused for a moment. Now that the revenge mission had not been completed, he could not find Mo Shuai for a while. Moreover, he could not defeat the latter. Mo Shuai was not afraid of him, but the mini sky dragon. Therefore, this revenge mission was unlikely to succeed. Senior Dragon said that we can't kill Mo Shuai for the time being, so I'm afraid we can only give up on this mission. Yi Xian sighed in his heart and said, Senior Dragon, I'll take you to the transrealm transmission array. Okay, let's go. Without saying anything, the mini sky dragon grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder with its little dragon claw. In an instant, the two of them turned into a stream of light and left the sky. Now, it was time for Yi Xian to leave the Penglai sacred land. With the mini sky dragon escorting him, even if Mo Shuai had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to trouble Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian forgot that Mo Shuai was originally going to the Liu Guang sacred land. Chapter 11:25. Yi Xian was in charge of leading the way while the mini sky dragon led the way. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood how powerful the mini sky dragon was. The mini sky dragon's speed was so fast that even he felt fear. He didn't know how much of a difference there was between him and the mini sky dragon. He estimated that the mini sky dragon was at least at the ethereal opening realm. The mini sky dragon had been beaten back to its original form by Fairy Liu Li. After hatching, it found Yi Xian and scared away the deathly eye. Yi Xian couldn't help but guess what level of ethereal beast the mini sky dragon was. It was terrifying that it was born at the manifestation realm or ethereal opening realm. In less than half an hour, under Yi Xian's guidance, the two finally arrived at the transrealm teleportation array. This transrealm teleportation array was built in an underground palace. Without Yi Xian's guidance, even the mini sky dragon wouldn't have found it so easily. Yi Xian had inquired about the transrealm teleportation array before. To teleport to the glazed light sacred ground from this array, it cost 200,000 soul crystals, and that was the price of a single person's ticket. A man and a dragon required 400,000 soul crystals. This wasn't much to the previous Yi Xian. However, in order to fight Mo Shuai, he had spent all his savings, so he couldn't afford it. Fortunately, the mini sky dragon had a lot of good things, including countless soul crystals, so he didn't have to worry about the teleportation fee. The mini sky dragon arrived outside the palace and slashed open the transrealm teleportation array's gate with its claws. Yi Xian hurriedly followed in. Then, he saw a strange array that was 100 meters wide. Kid, do you have anything else to do? This teleportation array is one way. If you want to come back, you have to find another teleportation array. The mini sky dragon floated to the center of the transrealm teleportation array and turned to speak to Yi Xian. The two sacred grounds were very far apart, and this transrealm teleportation array was one way. If Yi Xian was teleported to the glazed light sacred ground, it wouldn't be so easy to come back, even with the eyes of the void. It's fine. Yi Xian shook his head. However, there was one regret in his heart, which was that he didn't kill Mo Shuai and caused the destruction of the entire Zhao family. Since there's nothing else, let's go. The mini sky dragon took out some soul crystals and activated the transrealm teleportation array. Hoo hoo hoo. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the transrealm teleportation array, and the entire transrealm teleportation array began to rotate. Yi Xian focused his gaze and realized that the objects around him were beginning to disappear bit by bit. In the end, he could only see the rotating array formation. Above his head was a starry sky. He had no idea where it came from. 10 seconds later, those things reappeared. However, they were no longer the same as before. Instead, they were brand new. He had already left the Penglai Divine Land and arrived at the Liu Guang Divine Land. All right, we're here. The mini sky dragon floated over and said, Boy, I have high hopes for you. Are you sure you don't want to be with me? Senior Long, I appreciate your kindness, but I still have a huge grudge to take. Yi Xian refused again. Not bad, not bad. You're loyal. The mini sky dragon nodded in satisfaction. Then, it stretched out its dragon claw, tore off a piece of platinum scale from its body, and handed it to Yi Xian. This dragon scale is for you. You can find me when you come to the life-sacred land in the future, the mini sky dragon said to Yi Xian. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian received the platinum-colored dragon scale. He knew that this was a keepsake that the mini sky dragon had given him. All right, I have to go. When I return to the life-sacred sect and recover my peak strength, I'll definitely find that little girl Liu Li and settle the score. The mini sky dragon cursed angrily. Then, it turned into a stream of light and left the teleportation palace, disappearing without a trace. Yi Xian looked at its departing figure and fell into deep thought. He had to plan his next steps carefully. Now that Mo Shui had escaped, and he couldn't kill him, his revenge mission had failed. Moreover, he had already teleported to the Liu Guang Divine Land. Next, he had to look for news of the Yin-Yang Temple. Right, Mo Shui was a member of the Liu Guang Divine Land in his previous life. He's also coming to the Liu Guang Divine Land. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly remembered this matter. Since Mo Shui was a member of the Liu Guang Divine Land, then Mo Shui might also use the cross-realm teleportation array to teleport to the Liu Guang Divine Land. Let's go quickly. Now that Senior Long has left, if I meet Mo Shui, I'll definitely die without a complete corpse. Yi Xian shuddered. He had just arrived and didn't know anything about the Liu Guang Divine Land. Therefore, after leaving the cross-realm teleportation array, he randomly chose a direction and left. He estimated that the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor was at least a Nirvana realm expert, or even an Immortality realm expert. Therefore, Yi Xian's current strength was far from enough. However, he still felt that he should gather some information first. He ran wildly in a direction. 10 minutes later, he saw a small city. No, it should be a mountain villa. This mountain villa looked slightly bigger than the Zhao family. After Yi Xian saw it, he immediately rushed over. He had to figure out which part of the Liu Guang Divine Land he was in and ask if he had heard of the Yin-Yang Temple. However, when he got closer, he realized that something big had happened here. Ah, don't kill me, spare me, swear to, all of you will die a horrible death. One by one, cries and roars fell into Yi Xian's ears. What's going on? Yi Xian's footsteps paused. He focused his eyes and realized that a battle had broken out in the mountain villa. No, it should be a massacre. Dozens of people rushed into the mountain villa and killed crazily. Even the women and children were not spared. Is it a bandit group? Yi Xian immediately reacted. To be on the safe side, he slowly approached and felt the opponent's realm first. He rushed outside the mountain villa. Using his eye of perception and spiritual sense, he sensed that there were many 6th-level manifestation realm experts in the mountain villa. Some had even reached the 7th level of the manifestation realm, and one of them was even at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. He did not expect that even a bandit group here was stronger than the Bloodcloak sect. It seemed that he had come to a higher level place. Right now, my 10,000 swords return to origin is cooling down, but I still have the tyrannical emperor's infinite sword. Wei Zhentian is at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. Together with the people in the mountain villa, there shouldn't be a problem. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then rushed in with the Skyquake sword. Although he had robbed and robbed before, he would occasionally lend a hand. Of course, the main reason was that his strength was too weak and he needed to improve as soon as possible. He charged in and used his eye of perception to lock onto dozens of people with strong killing intent. Chapter 1126. Heartbreak Sword Technique. Yi Xian approached a 6th-level manifestation realm bandit and directly stabbed with his sword. At the same level, no one could block his attack. In an instant, the sword ray sank into the bandit's back and tore his heart apart. Then, Yi Xian immediately went over and put away the universe ring and corpse. Ha ha, as expected of a bandit. You're very rich. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh loudly. This 6th-level manifestation realm bandit had at least 1,000,000 soul crystals worth of items in his universe ring. After he devoured all of these items, his cultivation base improved by a large margin. Then, he quickly rushed out and continued to kill these bandits. These bandits were all bare-chested and only wore a red pauldron. While killing these bandits, Yi Xian also learned that they were called the Bloody Massacre Bandits. The leader was called Bloody Massacre, and he was also the 8th-level manifestation realm expert. This mana was called Hu mana, and there were only 3 7th-level manifestation realm experts in the mana. The difference in strength between Hu mana and the Bloody Massacre Bandits was huge. If Yi Xian didn't interfere, the mana would definitely be destroyed. While killing the bandits, Yi Xian also sensed that there were several experts fighting in the distance. They were all 7th-level manifestation realm existences. However, Yi Xian didn't immediately rush over to join the battle. Instead, he killed the 6th-level manifestation realm bandits first. Achem! A brawny man fighting in the air in the distance felt something strange and turned his head to look. He discovered that some of his brothers were missing. He diverted some attention to size up and finally found Yi Xian. "Second brother, there's a thorn in the side. Go kill him," the brawny man said to a scholarly man. He thought that Yi Xian was a hidden expert in Hu mana. "All right." The scholarly man gripped his long sword tightly and immediately rushed out. "Brat, how dare you kill my brothers? You're courting death." The scholarly man swooped down and pointed his long sword at Yi Xian's head. "A 7th-level manifestation realm, huh? Perfect, I'll start with you." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With his strength, he could easily kill this scholarly man, but the leader of the Bloody Slaughter Bandits, Bloody Slaughter, was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, so he was prepared to control this scholarly man and use him to launch a sneak attack on Bloody Slaughter. Burning Eye. Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian hurriedly used a soul attack. What a fellow. He even knows how to use soul attacks. You're courting death. The scholarly man took 2 steps in the air and arrived in front of Yi Xian, thrusting out his sword again. His long sword had killed many 7th-level manifestation realm martial artists, let alone Yi Xian, who was only at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. However, Yi Xian was no ordinary person. Dragon Capturing Hand. Yi Xian grabbed at the air and directly captured the refined man. Then, he punched the refined man in the chest. Pu. The scholarly man spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul strength was about the same as Yi Xian's, so he had already failed to kill Yi Xian with that strike. Ding. Control successful. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian secretly glanced over and realized that Bloody Slaughter did not look over. Bang. The scholarly man quickly dispersed the dragon capturing hand and stabbed Yi Xian in the heart. Rip. After a crisp sound, the scholarly man took Yi Xian's universe ring and left. Bloody Slaughter had fought 3 7th-level manifestation realm martial artists by himself, and by the time the scholarly man returned, he had already killed the 3 7th-level manifestation realm martial artists of the Hu family village. "Haha, second brother, you're one step too slow." Bloody Slaughter laughed loudly. Bloody Slaughter was very confident in the scholarly man's strength. It was a piece of cake for him to kill a 6th-level manifestation realm martial artist. However, he did not notice that the scholarly man's gaze was slightly off. "Big brother, are we still following the old rules?" the scholarly man asked while holding his long sword. "That's right. Kill them all. Leave no one alive," Shui Tu ordered. The entire Hu family village had a population of several tens of thousands, but Bloody Slaughter was a bloodthirsty person. To him, human lives were not even comparable to a piece of delicious roasted meat. At this moment, Yi Xian had already killed more than 10 people. There were still close to 26th-level manifestation realm bandits left. However, he now focused his attention on Bloody Slaughter. As long as he killed Bloody Slaughter, the remaining bandits would not be a problem. He quietly approached Bloody Slaughter. All the bandits he encountered along the way were all controlled by his eye of control. "I heard that a spirit spring was discovered under the Hu family village. Second brother, remember not to kill them all. You have to ask for the entrance," Bloody Slaughter suddenly said to the scholarly man. "Yes, big brother." The scholarly man nodded in response. When Bloody Slaughter turned around and was about to kill the other bandits of the Hu family village, he immediately made his move. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as the scholarly man stabbed his sword into Bloody Slaughter's back. What? Bloody Slaughter's reaction was quite fast. He managed to avoid being hit in his vital points, so he did not immediately die. However, what he did not understand was why his sworn brother, who had followed him for more than 10 years, would sneak attack him. Bang! Before Bloody Slaughter could counterattack, the scholarly man channeled a surge of true chi and detonated it in Bloody Slaughter's body. This attack directly injured Bloody Slaughter. Bloody Slaughter was furious. His manifestation realm strength surged out and directly forced the longsword out. Then, he waved his large hands at the scholarly man's face. You dare to betray me? You're courting death. One was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, while the other was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. The scholarly man was instantly sent flying by Bloody Slaughter and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bloody Slaughter did not follow up with another attack because he wanted to ask the scholarly man why he did this. However, at this moment, Bloody Slaughter, whose body was in chaos, suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. A mental attack. Bloody Slaughter immediately reacted. However, he knew that his second brother would not use this kind of method, so it was naturally someone else. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air entered his ears. He turned his head and saw a long sword shooting towards him from his right. At the same time, a person wearing golden armor flew up into the sky from his left. Insignificant skill. Get lost. Bloody Slaughter roared loudly and fiercely threw a punch at Yi Xian. Blood explosion fist. Golden dragon catcher hand. Yi Xian also grabbed at the air and condensed a large golden hand to block this attack. Yi Xian's strength was considered quite good to be able to block an all-out attack from an expert at the 8th level of the manifestation realm with his 6th level of the manifestation realm cultivation base. Now, the leader of the Bloody Slaughter group, Bloody Slaughter, was besieged from 3 sides. Even though his cultivation base was high, it was of no use. Second brother, why did you betray me? Could it be that you want to exchange my head for a reward? Bloody Slaughter looked at the scholarly man who was rushing towards him and could not help but shout. Chapter 11:27. Xuetu thought that the scholarly man wanted to kill him and bring his head to exchange for a reward. Then, the scholarly man would become the leader and continue to lead the bloody massacre bandits. However, he was wrong. The scholarly man did not answer his question. Instead, he infused Yi Xian's body with the power of 10,000 mammoth. In an instant, Yi Xian's speed skyrocketed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Xian attacked Xuetu as he ran. With the help of the divine tree of life's bloodline, he continuously used his supernatural powers, including the blood explosion fist that Xuetu had just used. Damn it! What are you doing? Xuetu was besieged by 3 parties and immediately shouted. These words were naturally said to the group of bandits below. However, he didn't know that when Yi Xian flew high into the sky, he controlled all of the remaining 20 bandits, not leaving a single one behind. These bandits were not only watching from the sidelines, but they were also infusing Yi Xian's body with the power of 10,000 mammoth. In an instant, Yi Xian's speed skyrocketed again. It was a pity that this battle was in the air. If they were on land, Yi Xian's speed would have skyrocketed by 90%. If that was the case, Xuetu's head would have been chopped off long ago. However, even if the battle was in the air, Xuetu would not be able to survive for long. Damn it. Xuetu, I'm actually going to die in this place. I can't accept this. Xuetu roared at the sky. After using supernatural powers to block Yi Xian's attacks multiple times, his true chi was already exhausted. Whoosh whoosh. When Yi Xian saw that Xuetu was at the end of his rope, he once again threw a punch at Xuetu blood explosion fist. The shadow of the fist pierced through the air and landed on Xuetu's body. Immediately, the blood on Xuetu's body boiled. Then, his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Countless pieces of flesh scattered in the air, creating a bloody rain. Xuetu, who was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, was dead. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and put Xuetu's interspatial ring and head into his interspatial ring. Not enough for a breakthrough. Just a little more. Yi Xian frowned slightly and immediately ordered the other bandits to hand over the items. Ding. The host has broken through and is currently at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. 2 consecutive system notifications caused Yi Xian to be unable to help but smile. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Should we return to the teleportation array and ambush Mo Shueri? This plan was not impossible. However, Mo Shueri was severely injured by the mini sky dragon, so he had to find a place to heal. Moreover, even though he was a member of the Glazed Light Sacred Land, there was no need for him to return to the Glazed Light Sacred Land so quickly. Perhaps he would first look for materials in the Penglai Sacred Land, then refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill, and then come back after breaking through to the ethereal opening realm. Therefore, the plan to ambush Mo Shueri was instantly thrown to the back of Yi Xian's mind. After killing Xuetu, Yi Xian directly stabbed 20 times and killed all the remaining bandits. Only a refined man at the 7th level of the manifestation realm and another bandit remained. At this moment, the Hu family village was littered with corpses. The number of dead had reached thousands. These bloody slaughter bandit gang members killed without batting an eyelid. After killing their way into the Hu family village, they attacked indiscriminately. Moreover, they used a wide range of abilities. More than half of the entire Hu family village was destroyed. However, compared to the huge crater that Mo Shueri created, this was nothing. The spirit spring at the Zhao family village was destroyed by Mo Shueri. Just now, Xuetu said that there is another spirit spring under the Hu family village. It is probably of a higher level than the one at the Zhao family village. Yi Xian's heart moved as he immediately swept his gaze over. There were still many people from the Hu family village around, so he directly controlled a 6th level of the manifestation realm person. Your Hu family village's disaster has been resolved by me, so I won't take advantage of the situation. Just tell me where the entrance to the spirit spring is. Yi Xian said to this Hu family village expert. Master, please follow me. This Hu family village expert directly led Yi Xian to an inconspicuous corner of the Hu family village. The entrance to the spirit spring was actually a well. Very good. You can arrange the matters of the Hu family village yourself. Without another word, Yi Xian brought the scholarly man and another person into the well. This well was a completely different world. The spirit spring was inside, and there was a special formation that controlled the heaven-earth yuan qi in this hole. Yi Xian sensed it and found that although this spirit spring was smaller than the one at the Zhao family village, its quality was twice as high. It's a pity that this spirit spring is formed through the cycle of heaven and earth. Once taken away, it will lose its spirit qi. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and then released Luo from the physical space. Ah, such abundant heaven-earth yuan qi. Luo's beautiful eyes lit up the moment she appeared. If she cultivated here, it would be twice as good as the one at the Zhao family village. Then, Yi Xian gave the heaven-earth treasure he left behind to Luo. I can break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm in 3 days. Luo patted her small chest and said. Good. Then you can cultivate first. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. Right now, he was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. After 3 days, Luo could break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. At that time, he could use the Eye of Charm to strengthen his soul. His strength would probably be able to dominate the manifestation realm. In order not to disturb Luo, Yi Xian brought the scholarly man to the side. This scholarly man could be considered to have forsaken the darkness for the light and was controlled by Yi Xian. The latter took him in because he wanted to ask some questions. Have you heard of the Yin-Yang Sacred Hall? Yi Xian went straight to the point. No. The scholarly man shook his head without hesitation. As expected, Yi Xian had already expected this answer. The Yin-Yang Sacred Hall was at least a Nirvana realm force. The Yin-Yang Patriarch was at least at the Nirvana realm, or even the Immortal realm. Any one of his disciples could sweep through countless forces. The scholarly man was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, so it was normal that he had not heard of it. Then you stay here and guard Luo. If you can't, then kill yourself as an apology. Yi Xian gave the scholarly man an order. Next, he was going to leave the Hu family village and go to the nearby city to get some things. Luo couldn't leave, so he could only let this scholarly man guard her. However, he had located her here once. The 3 7th level manifestation realm experts in the Hu family village had all died in battle. The 6th level manifestation realm expert outside had some status in the Hu family village. Now, there were only 3 6th level manifestation realm experts left in the entire Hu family village. In addition, Luo was about to break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm, so there shouldn't be any problems. Even if there was, Luo could send a voice transmission to Yi Xian, and the latter would immediately break through the void and rush back. Chapter 11:28. If Mo Shuai came to the glazed light sacred ground and saw this bandit, he would not hesitate to kill him. At that time, Yi Xian would know that Mo Shuai had come. Soon, Yi Xian left the Hu family village and headed to a nearby main city. With his ability, there were too many ways to level up. Now that he had broken through to the 7th level of the manifestation realm, he had to quickly break through to the 8th level of the manifestation realm. That way, he might be able to complete his revenge mission. However, not long after he left, Yi Xian, who was rushing to the main city, suddenly felt something and could not help but raise his eyebrows. One of the people he controlled had died. It's the second leader of the Bloody Massacre group. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The second leader of the Bloody Massacre group was the scholarly man. Yi Xian asked him to guard the well, but now he was dead. There was no one in the Hu family village who could kill him, so it must be an outsider who killed him. The scholarly man was guarding the well, and now that he was dead, Luo might be in danger. Eye of the Void. Without saying anything, Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and directly teleported to Luo's side. Coincidentally, someone came down from the well. At the same time, Luo had just broken through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Young master, why are you back? Luo asked with a smile. Someone killed the second leader of the Bloody Massacre group, Yi Xian replied indifferently. At that moment, a person entered his sight. It was a middle-aged man in black with a calm expression. After seeing Yi Xian, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. It's not the Bloody Massacre group? The middle-aged man looked slightly surprised. Who are you? Yi Xian went straight to the point. And who are you? The middle-aged man asked back. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff. Even though the middle-aged man had intentionally suppressed his aura since he'd snuck in, Yi Xian was still able to sense that this man was an expert at the 8th level of the manifestation stage. Could it be the third leader of the Bloody Massacre group? A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind. However, if the middle-aged man in front of him was the third leader of the Bloody Massacre group, why did he kill the scholarly man as well? If you want to find Shui Tu, go ask Hu family village. I've already killed Shui Tu. Yi Xian was the first to speak. You killed him? The middle-aged man was very astonished because he felt that Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, while Shui Tu was infamous and had killed many martial artists at the same level as him. What ability did Yi Xian have to kill Shui Tu? However, when he thought of the second leader of the Bloody Slaughter group, he immediately understood that the Bloody Slaughter group had died from a sneak attack. Is Shui Tu's item with you? The middle-aged man asked again. Why should I answer your question? Yi Xian's heart trembled as he narrowed his eyes. He guessed that the middle-aged man must have taken a fancy to something among Shui Tu's belongings. I originally wanted to spare your life, but you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, then I'll kill you. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else and directly charged at Yi Xian. Logically speaking, it was easy for an 8th level manifestation realm martial artist to deal with a 7th level manifestation realm martial artist. However, when the opponent was Yi Xian, common sense couldn't be followed. If it was before, I would have to be wary. But now that I've broken through, do you think you can kill me? Yi Xian roared furiously in his heart and stretched out both his hands. His left hand formed a claw and his right hand formed a fist. Dragon capturing hand. Blood explosion fist. The middle-aged man originally thought that Yi Xian was easy to bully, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to use two divine abilities at the same time. His strength was most likely not to be underestimated. Not only that, but a burning sensation surfaced in his heart. A soul attack. Yi Xian was actually multitasking. He endured the pain and easily avoided the dragon-capturing hand and blood explosion fist. Then, he swept in front of Yi Xian and stabbed out with his sword. But how could he have known that Yi Xian deliberately let him come here? Rip! The long sword pierced Yi Xian's heart. At the same time, Yi Xian threw out another punch. Blood explosion fist. Bang! Yi Xian's punch landed on the middle-aged man's chest. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's blood boiled. Many parts of his body burst open, and blood spurted out. He was indeed very shocked by Yi Xian's strength. If this blood explosion fist was a little stronger, it might have been able to kill him. However, he definitely didn't expect that Yi Xian, whose heart he had pierced, could still reveal a strange smile. Eye of control. Ding. Control successful. The moment the middle-aged man let down his guard, Yi Xian took advantage of it and controlled him. He became Yi Xian's servant. Who are you? Yi Xian asked as the middle-aged man was controlled. Liu Yu, a bounty hunter. I've been chasing the bloody massacre bandits for half a month. The middle-aged man replied. A bounty hunter, Yi Xian muttered. The bloody massacre bandits were notorious, so many cities had wanted them. These bounty hunters were the ones who accepted these bounty missions. However, Yi Xian didn't think that Liu Yu was simply here to kill bloody massacre. You're not just looking for bloody massacre for the bounty, right? Yi Xian asked again. Yes. I heard that bloody massacre has a treasure map, so I accepted the mission. Liu Yu nodded and replied. Treasure map? What's that? Yi Xian suddenly became interested and couldn't help but ask. At the same time, he quickly searched the devouring space to see if there was a treasure map like Liu Yu said. At this moment, Liu Yu suddenly took out a sheepskin scroll and handed it to Yi Xian. You have one too? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He took the sheepskin scroll and looked at it, but he couldn't find any clues. Yes. There are a total of 3 sheepskin scrolls. I have one, Bloody Massacre has one, and the last one is in the hands of the Thunderlight City's City Lord. Liu Yu nodded. Thunderlight City's City Lord. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The city he wanted to go to was called Thunderlight City. I originally wanted to kill Bloody Massacre and bring his head to the Thunderlight City's City Lord to cooperate with him. Liu Yu continued. I see. Yi Xian finally understood. However, there was still one thing he didn't understand, so he asked, what kind of treasure are these 3 treasure maps for? I'm not very sure either. That's why I want to exchange for a reward from the Thunderlight City's City Lord or get a position in the City Lord mansion. Liu Yu shook his head and said. He was only at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, while the Thunderlight City's City Lord was a top expert in this area. It was said that he had already broken through to the Nether Passage realm, so he wanted to work under the Thunderlight City's City Lord. Alright, I understand. Chapter 1129. Since the second leader of the Bloody Massacre group had been killed by Liu Yu would replace him and become Luoluo's bodyguard. One was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, while the other was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian was relieved. This time, he could go to Thunder Luster City to try his luck. Thunder Luster City was quite a distance away from Hu Village. Even if Yi Xian rushed at full speed, it would still take him more than 2 days. Coincidentally, the cooldown of the 10,000 ancestral swords had been restored. This way, he would have the confidence to talk to the City Lord of Thunder Luster City. However, after a day, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The bandit I sent to the cross-realm transportation array is dead. Yi Xian's eyes widened. With the bandit's speed, it would take him at most an hour to get there from Hu Village. Now, a day had already passed. Therefore, the bandit was most likely killed by Mo Shuari. After all, not everyone could find the cross-realm transportation array. Not everyone could take out 200,000 spirit crystals. Even more so, Not everyone would want to leave their home and come to the glazed light sacred land. Mo Shui, you're finally here? Yi Xian looked in a certain direction and revealed a murderous intent. It had only been 2 days since the mini sky dragon had appeared, but Mo Shui had actually come to the glazed light sacred land. He was really relentless. However, Yi Xian regretted that he didn't know what Mo Shui's current realm was. Back then, Mo Shui was at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. However, he had almost wiped out Yi Xian and his group. Yi Xian had also almost been killed. Yi Xian was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm now, but he still wasn't confident that he could kill Mo Shui. However, as long as he broke through to the 8th or 9th level of the manifestation realm, he might succeed. Although Mo Shui is a reincarnator, the blood cloth sect was destroyed by me. His jade blood golden pill was not refined successfully. As long as I continue to break through, I will have a chance to complete my revenge mission, Yi Xian thought to himself. He quickened his pace and headed towards Thunder Luster City. The Thunderlight City was an unremarkable city in the glazed light Holy Land, but it was still several times bigger than the Golden Flame City. After spending more than 2 days, Yi Xian finally arrived at Thunderlight City not long after the cooldown of 10,000 returning swords was over. Immediately, he walked towards the City Lord Mansion. He had the head of the Bloodslaughter Group and the head of the second leader of the Bloodslaughter Group in his interspatial ring, which could be exchanged for 10 million soul crystals. As for the 2 treasure maps, he reckoned that he could exchange them for a decent reward. The reason why Liu Yu knew that the Thunderlight City Lord possessed the 3rd treasure map was because the Thunderlight City Lord had announced it himself. If anyone had the other 2 pieces, they could come to him for cooperation or give him the treasure map. Liu Yu had mentioned before that the reputation of the Thunder Luster City's City Lord was not bad. Therefore, Yi Xian was not worried about anything as he headed straight for the City Lord's mansion. The strength of this Thunder Luster City was very strong. The road was filled with manifestation realm experts, and there were quite a number of 6th and 7th level manifestation realm experts. Yi Xian did not hold back as he disguised himself and went over to control all the experts below the 7th level of the manifestation realm. The Blood Slaughter Bandit group had a notorious reputation for killing and robbing. Although Yi Xian also robbed, he did not kill. He was considered a bandit with morals. Unfortunately, his eye of control could only control 25 people. Moreover, it was more casual as he did not kill these people. Soon, he found the City Lord's mansion. Who are you? When Yi Xian arrived in front of the City Lord's mansion, a guard stopped him. I am here to complete the bounty mission. Bloodslaughter and his second brother, Zhong Hang. Yi Xian did not say anything as he took out Bloodslaughter's head. Bloodslaughter? When this name entered the ears of these people, it made their hearts tremble. The leader of the City Lord's mansion team was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. He felt that Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, so how did he kill Bloodslaughter? However, to be able to break through to the 8th level of the manifestation realm at such a young age, he might be a genius nurtured by some major force. Quickly, please come in. The leader hurriedly led Yi Xian in. Bloodslaughter was infamous, but he was not the highest on the bounty board. He was only ranked 5th. There were 4 even more terrifying villains ahead of him. These 4 villains were all 9th level of the manifestation realm experts. Until now, no one had been able to cut off their heads. At the same time, only those who completed these 4 missions would be able to receive an audience with the City Lord. Therefore, the person who received Yi Xian this time was only the City Lord's mansion's chief steward. Lord Chief Steward, someone completed the bounty mission to kill Bloodslaughter. The leader of the guards led Yi Xian into the City Lord's mansion and arrived at a large courtyard. When Yi Xian approached the City Lord's mansion, his perception eye had already sensed that there were quite a few experts inside. There were more than 10 at the 8th level of the Wanxiang realm and 3 at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. One of the auras was even stronger than the 3 9th level manifestation realm experts combined. Nether Passage Realm. It must be the Thunderlight City's City Lord. At this time, creak. The courtyard's door opened and a grey-clothed old man walked out. He looked at Yi Xian in astonishment and said, "You completed Bloodslaughter's bounty mission?" Yes. Yi Xian nodded and immediately threw the two heads over. The City Lord's Mansion's chief steward was also a 9th-level manifestation realm expert. He carefully sized up the two heads and discovered that they were indeed Bloodslaughter's and his second brother's. Very good, these two fellows have finally been executed. The City Lord's Mansion's chief steward nodded in satisfaction and said, the total reward for those missions is 13 million soul crystals. However, if little brother still has that blood explosion fist that Bloodslaughter comprehended himself, I can purchase it for another 7 million soul crystals. Blood explosion fist. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyebrows raised. He had already copied down this blood explosion fist with the Eye of Revelation, so he earned another 7 million soul crystals. I have already memorized this blood explosion fist. I can copy it down without missing a single word. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly took out a pen and paper, starting to copy down the blood explosion fist on the paper. In less than a minute, Yi Xian had copied it down and handed it to the City Lord's Mansion's chief steward. As a 9th-level manifestation realm expert, the City Lord's Mansion's chief steward naturally had the ability to distinguish the authenticity of this blood explosion fist. All right, 20 million soul crystals. This is little brother's bounty. The City Lord's Mansion's chief steward did not waste time and directly took out 20 million soul crystals from his universe ring and handed it to Yi Xian. 20 million soul crystals was an enormous amount even for an 8th-level manifestation realm martial artist. However, the losses caused by the bloody butcher bandits were 10 times greater than this amount. Chapter 1130. 20 million soul crystals. Although it is not enough for me to break through, it can greatly increase the strength of my soul. Yi Xian took the items and threw them into the devouring space. He was prepared to exchange all the soul crystals for ores and devour them. This way, Wei Zhentian would be able to break through to the 9th level of the manifestation realm. He might even be able to fight Mo Shueri alone. What is your name, little brother? The City Lord Manor's chief steward asked curiously. Shui Tu had been wanted for almost a year, but no one had ever completed this mission. Now that Yi Xian, a 7th-level manifestation realm martial artist, had completed it, Yi Xian definitely had some ability. This one is Yi Xian. However, I am from a humble family, so I won't reveal it. Yi Xian replied. A humble family. The City Lord Manor's chief steward squinted his eyes. This meant that Yi Xian did not have the support of a large faction and had relied on his own experience to reach this level. This kind of person was not bad. Of course, the reason why he chose to believe Yi Xian was because of the latter's resolute expression and the murderous intent that occasionally leaked from his body. This was clearly something that could only be tempered through many battles. Then, little brother, are you interested in joining my Thunder Light City's City Lord Manor? With your strength, you will definitely be able to obtain a rank 1 consecrator position. The City Lord Manor's chief steward inquired. He was trying to rope in Yi Xian. After all, even the Thunderlight City's City Lord's son was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm when he was Yi Xian's age. All right. Yi Xian immediately agreed. After joining the City Lord Manor and contributing 2 treasure maps, not only would he be rewarded, he might even be able to join the expedition team. He would leave after the matter was over. This was his plan. After hearing Yi Xian's reply, the City Lord Manor's chief steward nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the City Lord Manor would be able to produce another expert in the future. With Yi Xian's aptitude, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the manifestation realm. He might even be able to catch up to the Thunderlight City's City Lord and reach the Nether Passage realm. At this time, Lord Steward, I heard that the City Lord is looking for 2 treasure maps. I just happen to have obtained 2. Please take a look. Yi Xian suddenly took out 2 treasure maps. One was Liu Yu's, and the other was obtained after killing Shui Tu treasure maps. The City Lord Residence's chief steward raised his eyebrows. He had recently collected quite a number of them, but they didn't match the one that the Thunderlight City's City Lord had. He took the 2 treasure maps and looked at them, frowning slightly. There were a total of 3 pieces to this treasure map. If the 3 pieces were not stacked together, he would not be able to see anything. Therefore, he still had to look for the last piece and piece it together to take a look. However, he could tell that the 2 treasure maps that Yi Xian had obtained were the same. As the manager of the City Lord's mansion spoke, he returned the 2 treasure maps to Yi Xian and led the way. Yi Xian nodded and followed him. The Thunderlight City's City Lord had already broken through to the Nether Passage realm and was very powerful. Soon, the City Lord Manor's chief steward brought Yi Xian to the residence of the Thunderlight City's City Lord. City Lord, I have an important matter to report. The City Lord Manor's chief steward shouted from outside. Soon, the door was opened by an all-creation force. Then, a burly middle-aged man walked out, holding a baby girl in his arms. This person was Thunderlight City's City Lord, Lei Guang. He was the one who built Thunderlight City and was also the strongest person in Thunderlight City. Uncle Xie, what's the matter? Lei Guang asked as he played with his little granddaughter. City Lord, this little brother is Yi Xian. He is a newly joined first-grade consecrator. He completed the bounty mission of killing Shui Tu, the City Lord Manor's chief steward introduced. Lei Guang raised his eyebrows when he heard the name Shui Tu. He looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Not bad, not bad. You are young and promising. Welcome to my City Lord Manor. Thank you, City Lord. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists and said. He then took out the 2 treasure maps and said, City Lord, I have 2 treasure maps here. They might be what you are looking for. Originally, Lei Guang was secretly rejoicing over the addition of a young and promising expert to the City Lord's mansion. Now that he heard this, he couldn't help but use the power of Wanxiang to lift up the little girl in his hand. He personally walked in front of Yi Xian and received the 2 treasure maps. Then, he took out a treasure map from his interspatial ring and compared it to the one on the map. It was a perfect match. What? It actually matched. Lei Guang was extremely shocked. He had recently found dozens of treasure maps, but none of them matched up with this one. Now, the 2 maps given by Yi Xian actually matched. 1000 Tree Sect. It is indeed the treasure map of the 1000 Tree Sect. Lei Guang's eyes lit up. Hearing this, the City Lord Manor's chief steward was also shocked. The 1000 Tree Sect was an ethereal realm force 1,000 years ago. It was 10 times stronger than Thunderlight City. They were good at using their all-creation's force to cultivate heaven and earth treasures. The sect was very rich, but they were targeted by someone and the entire sect was destroyed. This treasure map was the ruins of one of the branches of the 1000 Tree Sect. However, no one knew if there was anything good in it. All right, little brother. Where did you get these 2 treasure maps from? Lei Guang asked in surprise. I got one from Bloody Butcher, and I got the other by chance when I was training, Yi Xian answered casually. Lei Guang was not interested in where the treasure maps came from. He pondered for a moment and asked, no matter what, your 2 treasure maps match with mine. What do you want? Soul crystals, heaven and earth treasures, or forging materials are fine, Yi Xian continued to answer. He did not know how much these 2 treasure maps could be exchanged for. I will accept these 2 treasure maps at the price of 20 million soul crystals each. A total of 40 million soul crystals. What do you think? The Thunderlight City Lord was a generous person and gave a good price. After Yi Xian heard this, his eyes lit up. He said, thank you, City Lord, 40 million soul crystals. Adding the 20 million soul crystals from before, that was a total of 60 million soul crystals. If these items were given to other people, they could at least forge 2 or 3 level 9 Wanxiang realm experts. However, Yi Xian's experience to level up was much higher than normal people. These 60 million soul crystals were only enough for him to break through to level 8 Wanxiang realm. Alright, I have 10 inner demon pills here, which is equivalent to 10 million soul crystals. You will need them in the future. After the Thunderlight City Lord finished speaking, he threw a black bottle to Yi Xian. Inner demon pills? Chapter 1131. At that moment, the Thunderlight City's City Lord went to study the 1000 Tree Sect's treasure map, while the City Lord Manor's chief steward gave the remaining 30 million spirit crystals to Yi Xian. Of the 30 million spirit crystals, 20 million were exchanged by Yi Xian for ores and treasures. After that, Yi Xian stayed in the City Lord Manor. After the City Lord Manor's chief steward left, Yi Xian did not hesitate to devour all the ores and spirit crystals. Ding! The host has broken through. Currently at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, the system notification sounded. Not only that, but Wei Zhantian had also broken through to the 9th level of the manifestation realm, reaching the bottleneck. If Yi Xian did not break through to the ethereal realm, Wei Zhantian would be stuck there forever. My soul strength is much stronger than before. My strength has increased by at least 3 times. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded, and he suddenly had the urge to look for Mo Xueri. It had only been 3 days since the battle. Although Mo Xueri was a reincarnator, he had just broken through from the 5th level of the manifestation realm to the 6th level of the manifestation realm, so he should not have broken through so quickly. Now, Yi Xian was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, and with Wei Zhantian, they should have the strength to deal with him. Unfortunately, he did not have any traces of Mo Xueri. He did not know which corner of the world Mo Xueri was jumping around. If he went out to look for him, it would be a complete waste of time. Anyway, the revenge mission has no time limit. I will leave these 3 devour points for now. My mission now is to break through. Yi Xian did not think about Mo Xueri's problem anymore. While the Thunderlight City's city lord was looking for the treasure, Yi Xian returned to the Hu family village to give the top-grade treasures to Luo Luo. Luo Luo was already at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, but compared to Yi Xian, her realm was too far apart, so Yi Xian let her break through first. A day later, Yi Xian felt that it was about time, so he purposely went to look for the City Lord Manor's chief steward to ask some questions. When Steward Xie of the City Lord's Manor saw Yi Xian, he was shocked and said, "Yi Xian, you actually made a breakthrough in a short day?" "Yes, Manager Xie. When I killed Xue Tu that day, I was already on the verge of breaking through. Now that I've obtained a heavenly treasure and refined it, I've broken through the shackles," Yi Xian replied solemnly. "You were able to kill Xue Tu when you were at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. Now that you've broken through to the 8th level of the manifestation realm, your strength is probably comparable to a 9th level manifestation realm martial artist." The City Lord's chief steward narrowed his eyes and said, "You came at the right time. The City Lord has already deciphered the location of the treasure map. Are you interested in joining the exploration team?" "Oh." Yi Xian pretended to be surprised and said, "Thank you very much. I was just looking for a place to test my skills." "All right, then you'll be part of the expedition team. This time, the City Lord's mansion is going all out, with the City Lord leading the team. However, you have to be prepared. This 1,000 tree sects branch is not so easy to break through. Moreover, there might be enemies," said the City Lord's chief steward. "Enemies?" Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He knew that the enemies that the City Lord's chief steward was talking about were not the dangers in the treasure ground, but humans. "That's right. This treasure ground happens to be under Rakshasa City. Our Thunder Luster City and Rakshasa City don't have a good relationship, but this treasure ground happens to be under Rakshasa City. Therefore, we have to make contact with Rakshasa City." The City Lord's chief steward nodded. "It's good to have enemies." Hearing that, Yi Xian thought to himself. Only then could he level up. The expedition team will depart tomorrow. We will first join forces with the 3 big families of Thunder Luster City to head to Rakshasa City. Then, we will discuss the details with the other party. The City Lord's chief steward continued. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he left immediately. In Thunder Luster City, other than the City Lord's chief steward, there were 3 big families. These 3 families all had level 9 Wanxiang realm experts. This trip to the 1,000 tree sect would be quite dangerous. Therefore, at least level 8 Wanxiang realm experts were needed. The total number of people added up was less than 20. Soon, the next day arrived. Yi Xian arrived at a gathering place in the City Lord's chief steward. Currently, there were already many people there. This time, the City Lord's chief steward of Thunder Luster City was led by the ethereal passage realm expert, Lei Guang's son, Lei Ming, and chief steward Xie. Lei Ming was already at level 9 Wanxiang realm and was not weak. Other than that, there were 3 other level 8 Wanxiang realm consecrators. Including Yi Xian, there were 4 of them. Is he Yi Xian that we just recruited a few days ago? Not bad indeed. He's already at level 8 Wanxiang realm at such a young age. He's much more powerful than us. Indeed. This kid has a strong murderous aura. It's obvious that he has been honed by fighting all the way. He's not like those aristocratic family disciples who rely on refining treasures to level up. Their combat strength is low. I heard that he killed Shui Tu when he was at level 7 Wanxiang realm and obtained a treasure map. He broke through to level 8 Wanxiang realm these few days. His strength is probably not weaker than ours. The three consecrators of the City Lord's chief steward discussed softly. When Lei Guang saw that Yi Xian had arrived, Yi Xian slashed towards the sky. Immediately after, a figure descended from the sky. It was a purple double-headed flying dragon, Lei Guang's mount. It was a rank 1 level 9 heaven connecting beast, which corresponded to level 9 Wanxiang realm. Lei Guang led the crowd to receive the experts from the other three big families. In Thunder Luster City's Hellion family, a few people leaped into the sky after seeing the double-headed flying dragon fly over. Thank you, City Lord. The leading old man cupped his fists towards Lei Guang. This time, Lei Guang had taken the initiative to invite the three big families to work together and didn't accept a single cent. This Lei Guang was considered pretty good among the experts that Yi Xian had seen. Very quickly, the three big families all climbed onto the back of the double-headed flying dragon. Each of the three big families had a level 9 Wanxiang realm expert and 2 level 8 Wanxiang realm experts. In total, Thunder Luster City had 1 Nether Passage realm expert, 4 level 9 Wanxiang realm experts, and 10 level 8 Wanxiang realm experts. Soon after, the double-headed flying dragon flew towards Luosha City. Presumably, the City Lord of Luosha City wouldn't know that the precious tree sect branch from 1,000 years ago was right under their feet. Luosha City was quite a distance away from Thunder Luster City, but the double-headed flying dragon was extremely fast. They arrived at Luosha City in a short 2 days. They entered Luosha City first, but with so many experts entering together, they would definitely attract the attention of the city guarding general. However, this didn't matter. After all, Lei Guang had originally wanted to discuss matters with the City Lord of Luosha City. With such a large group of experts hurrying towards the City Lord's residence, they would soon arrive. But at this moment, the City Lord of Luosha City had already personally come out to welcome them. He had received news that a large group of experts was heading towards the City Lord's residence. Lei Guang, what are you doing in my Luosha City? Chapter 1132. Rakshasa City and Lei Guang City were both built by Rakshasa and Lei Guang personally. Moreover, they were both named after them, so they were quite similar. However, it was just their names. It was already a miracle that they did not start a fight when they met. Rakshasa, I have a business here that I would like to discuss with you. Lei Guang went straight to the point. Business? Is there a need to bring so many people to discuss business? Rakshasa said fearfully. Although the rumors said that Lei Guang had a good character, what if he was just pretending? Because I know that you will definitely agree to this business. If you are interested, come up. Lei Guang said confidently and flew into the sky. Hearing this, Rakshasa hesitated for a while before following him. He was also an ethereal realm elite. Although he had never fought with Lei Guang before, he was confident that he could win against Lei Guang if they were on the same level. When the two of them flew into the sky, Lei Guang said softly, Rakshasa, I have a map here. It's the ruins of the 1,000 Tree Sect 1,000 years ago. Are you interested? 1,000 Tree Sect? Rakshasa had heard of this force before, but he doubted Lei Guang's words. That's right. 1,000 Tree Sect. This is the treasure map. I spent 2 years to collect it. I brought people here this time to prepare for an adventure. If you are interested, we can work together. Lei Guang went straight to the point. Work together? He's actually looking for me to work together. Rakshasa was surprised. Since City Master Lei has such intentions, why don't you state your conditions first? 100 million soul crystals. Lei Guang replied without thinking. This price was actually quite reasonable. After all, he spent 40 million soul crystals to buy the 2 treasure maps from Yi Xian. Together with his own map, it would be 60 million. Now, he only offered 100 million soul crystals, which was already very fair. This should not be a problem for the city master of Rakshasa City. The city master of Rakshasa City was still doubtful. However, if it was really the ruins of the Thousand Tree sect, even if it was just a branch, it was definitely worth the soul crystals. Alright, I'll believe you this time. Here are 100 inner demon pills. The city master of Rakshasa City took out a bag from his yin and yang ring and threw it over. Wow, you actually have so many inner demon pills. Lei Guang's eyes lit up. Previously, he had given Yi Xian 10 inner devil pills in exchange for 10 million soul crystals. That was because he had obtained the other 2 pieces of the treasure map, so he was very happy. Otherwise, he would not have given the inner devil pills to Yi Xian. Now, you can tell me the location of the Thousand Tree sect's branch ruins. If you lie to me, don't even think about leaving Rakshasa City today, the Rakshasa City Lord said with a gloomy expression. Everyone knows my character. Take a look at these 3 treasure maps. Lei Guang didn't say anything else and directly tossed the treasure maps to Chu Feng. Luo Shuo took a look at it, but he could only decipher the words Thousand Tree Sect. As for the specific location, he did not quite understand. I also spent 1,000 years searching for information before I was able to decipher the treasure map. Since you and I are cooperating this time, I will tell you directly. Lei Guang paused and said, this is the ruins of the Thousand Tree sect. It's right below your Rakshasa City. The difference is less than 100,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers was considered very long on Earth. After all, the equator was only 40,000 kilometers. However, 100,000 kilometers in this world could be covered in 10 minutes for someone of Lei Guang's level. What? It's right under my Rakshasa City's territory? Luo Shuo was shocked. At this moment, he realized that he had been tricked. No wonder Lei Guang brought so many people over. It was right under his feet. However, if he did not make this deal with Lei Guang, he would not have known. When the time came, Lei Guang could search for it himself. All in all, these 100 inner devil pills were worth it as long as Lei Guang did not lie to him. Alright, since that's the case, I'll send people to start digging immediately. Luo Shuo squinted his eyes and quickly returned to Rakshasa City. He asked people to decipher the treasure maps while he asked people to search everywhere. At the same time, Yi Xian and the rest were not idling around. They were also searching everywhere. Yi Xian, who had the transformer Wei Zhentian, searched at an explosive speed. Even Lei Guang might not be as fast as Wei Zhentian. Half a day later. Found it, I found it. A martial artist bellowed at the sky as he continued to attack the sky. Very quickly, the surrounding people gathered over. Yi Xian was the same. The person who sent the signal was a level 8 Wanxiang realm expert from Thunderlight City. When he saw Lei Guang coming over, he immediately said, City Master, I found a formation below, but I can't break it. Alright, the Thousand Tree sect's branch faces east. Continue searching. Lei Guang nodded in satisfaction. Another half a day passed. Father, we found the entrance. A young man shouted. He was Lei Guang's son, Lei Long, who was at level 9 Wanxiang realm. Then, Thunderlight City and Rakshasa City gathered their men. The 2 ethereal realm experts met again. It's really below. City Master Lei, when are we going down? Luo Shuo asked in surprise. When City Master Luo Shuo is done with the gathering, we can set off. Lei Guang replied. Alright, 10 minutes is enough. Luo Shuo did not say anything else. He immediately returned to Rakshasa City and started gathering the experts in Rakshasa City. If they were to really compare, Rakshasa City was stronger than Thunderlight City. This was because there were 4 big families, and each of them had a level 9 Wanxiang realm expert. However, Lei Guang and Luo Shuo were the same. They were confident that they could win against each other. Soon, Luo Shuo gathered a group of experts. They had a few more experts than Thunderlight City. City Master Lei, I'll say this first. I've already paid 100 inner demon pills. We'll split the rest equally, Luo Sha said. All right, we'll split equally. Lei Guang agreed immediately. Both parties were similar in strength, so splitting equally was the best. A win-win situation could only last a long time. After all, the Thousand Tree sect was more than 10 times stronger than the two cities. Even if it was a branch, they could not be underestimated. Both parties reorganized their teams. Then, they expanded the entrance and went down together. Yi Xian mixed in with Thunder Light City's team. He was secretly laughing in his heart. In the previous day's search, he had controlled a few Rakshasa city martial artists. They were all at level 8 Wanxiang realm. His eye of control was undetectable. No one knew that 6 of them were already his servants. His strength was second only to the 2 city masters in these 2 teams. When the time came, even if Rakshasa city betrayed him, Thunderlight City would not be afraid. The strength of all creations was a very special energy. It could move mountains and fill seas. What was even more amazing was that it could grow plants and use them to attack. The disciples of the Thousand Tree sect all cultivated a martial art called the Withered Wood technique. Hence, the strength of all creations could be used to plant treasures. It could even be used to refine strange creatures such as tree demons for protection and battle. These tree demons might not necessarily die even after 1,000 years. Hence, in this operation, everyone had to pay attention to these tree demons. Chapter 1133. Very quickly, Thunderlight City and Rakshasa City arrived at the entrance of the Thousand Tree sect. The entrance was already blocked by densely packed plants. These plants were very tough. Even a level 9 Wanxiang realm martial artist would find it hard to leave a mark on them. The Thousand Tree sect requires a special entrance method to enter. Otherwise, the plants at the entrance will attack us. After the Thunderlight City Lord finished speaking, he made a few hand seals, and a strange Wanxiang force passed through. Then, the plants at the entrance started retracting their vines, revealing a path. Thunderlight City Lord, you've really put in a lot of effort, Rakshasa City Lord said in surprise. Of course, it took me half a year to find this entry-level incantation. Lei Guang grinned. Although the treasure location was only pieced together a few days ago, Thunderlight had already guessed that the map belonged to the Thousand Tree sect. Hence, he had already started collecting clues. Since the entrance was open, everyone continued on their way. However, ever since they came down, they were extremely alert. After all, with their strength, if it was 1,000 years ago, they might not even be able to beat the outer sect disciples of the Thousand Tree sect. They followed the entrance and walked straight for a while. Then, they arrived at a strange place. In front of them, there were countless tree holes. They were densely packed like a beehive that had been enlarged countless times. Thunderlight City Lord, what is this? Rakshasa City Lord looked at the countless tree holes that were surrounded by countless vines and could not help but ask. This is called the Lost Forest. It's a place that the Thousand Tree sect uses to defend against foreign invaders. This lost forest is crisscrossed. After entering, one's spiritual sense will be greatly reduced. It's extremely easy to get lost in here. Thunder Light explained. Simply put, it's a huge maze. Rakshasa City Lord squinted his eyes. A maze was nothing. They had plenty of time. However, what if there was danger in the lost forest? Father, what do we do next? Thunder Light asked. I have no idea. We can only solve it slowly. Thunder Light shook his head. Rakshasa City Lord snorted. Thunder Light City Lord, do you really have no idea or are you pretending? What do you mean by that? Thunder Light said unhappily. Lei Guang, you've specially gathered information about the Thousand Tree sect. Don't tell me you don't know how to solve this lost forest. Rakshasa City Master narrowed his eyes and asked. Lei Guang retorted. I do have some understanding of the Thousand Tree sect, but this lost forest can only be solved by the disciples and elders of the Thousand Tree sect. Even if the people from the Thousand Tree sect came, they might not leave. Furthermore, the Thousand Tree sect has been destroyed for thousands of years. Where am I going to find a solution? The city lord of Luosha City raised an eyebrow when he heard that. Previously, He had suspected that Lei Guang had a route through the Lost Forest. However, after listening to Lei Guang's explanation, he felt that it made sense. The Lost Forest was used to defend against foreign things to prevent outsiders from sneaking into the Thousand Tree Sect. Moreover, the branch sect and the main sect might not be the same. Even if the main sect leader of the Thousand Tree Sect came, he might not leave. If that's the case, let's each send a few people in to investigate, the Rakshasa city's city lord suggested. All right. Lei Guang immediately agreed. Not only were there no benefits in the Lost Forest, there was also the possibility of danger. Therefore, exploring the Lost Forest was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Therefore, not many people wanted to go. However, to prove Lei Guang's innocence, Lei Long took the initiative and said, "Father, I'll go." "All right, be careful." Lei Guang nodded. As for the Rakshasa city's side, they also sent a level 9 Wanxiang realm expert in. Lei Guang and Rakshasa were both ethereal realm experts. The two of them could not be sent out. After all, what if someone had evil thoughts and suddenly turned back to kill the others? Therefore, they could only let others explore the path. Lei Long and the Rakshasa city level 9 Wanxiang realm expert randomly found 2 tree holes and entered the Lost Forest. After a while, there was a rumbling sound coming from inside. "There is indeed danger inside, but it doesn't seem to be very big," Lei Guang muttered. The sound came and went, which meant that Lei Long was not in danger yet. About half an hour later, Lei Long walked out of the tree hole. "Lei Long, how is it?" Lei Guang asked. "Father, there is indeed danger inside. It's the branches of some tree demons. However, after thousands of years, these tree demons are extremely weak and pose no threat to me. We can all enter," Lei Long reported. When everyone heard that, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although this was a branch of the Thousand Tree Sect, it was several times stronger than Thunder Light City and Rakshasa City combined. If it was at its peak, any random tree demon would be stronger than Rakshasa and Lei Guang. Luckily, this Thousand Tree Sect had been destroyed for thousands of years. However, this Lei Long was from Thunder Light City, so the Rakshasa City side did not believe it. After more than 10 minutes, the Rakshasa City expert who went to explore returned. "City Master, there is danger inside, but it won't be a problem," the level 9 Wanxiang realm expert said. "All right." The Rakshasa City's City Master nodded. He turned and said, "Lei Guang, since this is the case, why don't we go our separate ways? This way, we won't have to split the things we get." "Rakshasa, you mean that if we go our separate ways, whether we get the good stuff will depend on our luck?" Lei Guang asked. "That's right. Our cooperation ends here. The rest will depend on our own abilities." Rakshasa nodded. "All right." Lei Guang agreed. The news that Lei Long brought back made him heave a sigh of relief. He originally thought that he would not be able to pass through this lost forest with his own strength. However, he did not expect that the tree demon's strength would be greatly reduced. As long as they were given some time, they would be able to pass through this lost forest. Anyway, this ruin did not have a time limit. They had plenty of time. Now, it would depend on the efficiency of both parties. Whoever passed through this lost forest first would be able to get the treasures first. At that moment, both parties randomly found 2 tree holes and went in. Previously, they had marked all the tree holes in an attempt to pass through the lost forest. Unfortunately, this lost forest was not so easy to pass through. Yi Xian followed Thunder Light City's team and entered the tree holes to explore. After entering, he did feel that the range of his spiritual awareness had shrunk. However, the range of his eye of perception did not shrink. This meant that he was more powerful than Lei Guang in this lost forest. "Let's mix in first. When the time comes, we will find a chance to leave and act on our own," Yi Xian thought in his heart. He had the eye of perception, so his efficiency was faster than Lei Guang's team. As long as he was the first to pass through the lost forest, then the treasures would be his. At that time, he could at least break through to the level 9 Wanxiang realm or even the Nether Passage realm. However, what he did not know was Chapter 1134. After a while, The third team entered the Thousand Tree Sect ruins. There were a total of 6 people in this third team, all of whom were dressed in night clothes. Their strength varied. Some were in the 7th level of the manifestation realm, while others were in the ethereal realm. "Big brother, you're here," Luo Shaw said to the middle-aged man leading the team. This middle-aged man was the ethereal realm elite in this team. At the same time, he was Luo Shaw's twin brother, Luo Shaw. "Little brother, has the team from Thunder Luster City entered?" Luo Shaw took off his scarf and asked. "Yes. With Big Brother's help this time, the treasures of the Thousand Tree Sect will definitely be ours. Not only that, but the entire Thunder Luster City." Luo Shaw nodded. This time, his luck was pretty good. His brother happened to be passing by Luo Shaw City, so he called him along. "This time, I even brought a few experts from the underworld. Thunder Luster will definitely die this time." Luo Shaw's eyes suddenly revealed a murderous glint. The underworld was an assassin organization that spread all over the world. Luo Shaw was one of the assassins in the underworld. With Big Brother's help, there will definitely be no problem. Luo Shaw also revealed a confident smile. However, at this time, he suddenly felt that the strength of the person behind Luo Shaw was too weak. He asked, "Big Brother, why is there another 7th level manifestation realm?" Luo Shaw's team had a total of 6 people. Excluding Luo Shaw, there were 4 9th level manifestation realm elites. However, the last one was only at the 7th level, which made Luo Shaw feel very strange. Don't underestimate him. He's the newest assassin in the underworld. He's very strong. Even if he's only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, he can defeat the 2 9th level manifestation realm elites behind you. Luo Shaw smiled slightly. What? Luo Shaw was shocked. A 7th level manifestation realm elite could defeat a 9th level manifestation realm elite? Was this a joke? When the 2 consecrators behind Luo Shaw heard this, they were extremely displeased. After all, they were being looked down upon. However, the one who said this was the Luo Shaw city's mayor's brother, Luo Shaw. He was a ethereal realm elite, so they could not say anything. However, if Yi Xian was present, he would definitely be shocked. This was because the genius Luo Shaw was the target of his revenge mission, Mo Shui. At the same time, Mo Shui did not know that Yi Xian had entered. Although he was a reincarnator, he had no cultivation resources and his cultivation speed was slow. Although his mind was filled with so many cultivation methods and divine abilities, if his realm was not high enough, he would not be able to cultivate them. Since the 2 sides had met up, the next step was to carry out the cleanup plan. The assassins from Rakshasa City and Underworld Palace joined forces and entered the tree hole in Thunder Luster City. The Lost Forest was crisscrossing, and inside it was a huge maze. Therefore, the other families in Rakshasa City had already split up. Not only that, the Thunder Luster City was also doing the same. The team from Thunder Luster City was completely unaware that they had already been targeted by a group of well-trained killers. At this moment, somewhere in the Lost Forest. "Father, this place is really too complicated. My map has overlapped with each other." Lei Long could not help but ask. As for the other 3 great clans, they had already spread out and were exploring on their own. This way, they would be more efficient. If they happened to be able to make it out, it would be their own ability. Yi Xian belonged to the City Lord Manor, and he had been walking in the middle, so he had no chance to leave. However, he had the Eye of Perception, which would automatically draw a map of the place he scanned. He was very confident that he could make it out of the Lost Forest within an hour. "It's too complicated. I have spent so much time, but I still haven't found a way to break the law of the Lost Forest. However, we have plenty of time. Perhaps we can make it out after wandering around a bit more," Lei Guang said. However, this team of theirs had 7 people. Lei Guang, Lei Long, Manager Xie, and Yi Xian, the 4 8th level manifestation realm martial artists. It was a bit of a waste for 7 people to walk the same path. "City Lord, why don't we split up?" one of the 8th level manifestation realm consecrators suggested. "That's right. Although the 7 of us moving together is safer, the efficiency is too slow. If Rakshasa City were to make it out first, the items would be in their pockets. Another person agreed. Lei Guang paused and nodded. That's fine. Let's split up into 4 teams. Everyone looked at each other. 7 people, 3 teams. It was possible to split up. Lei Guang was in the Nether Passage realm, so he alone was enough. Lei Long and manager Xie were in the 9th level of the manifestation realm. If the 2 of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat Rakshasa City, but they could delay them for a while. As for Yi Xian's group of 4, they were all in the 4th level of the manifestation realm. They would be fine as long as they formed a team of 2. Although they might have to bring along a burden, this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. Don't forget, he still had the eye of control. Little brother Yi, please advise us. A consecrator of the city lord's estate cupped his fists towards Yi Xian. He had been assigned to be with Yi Xian. Please advise us. Yi Xian also cupped his fists. Then, the city lord's estate group split up into 4 groups and left. Yi Xian led this consecrator into another tree hole. However, they hadn't walked for long. Eye of control. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head, his eyes flashing. Ding. Control successful. The system notified. This 8th level of the manifestation realm consecrator was caught off guard by Yi Xian. Yi Xian took off his universe ring without another word. Unfortunately, this person naturally wouldn't bring too many things with him when he came out for training. Master, let me lead the way, this 8th level of the manifestation realm consecrator suggested. No need. I won't use you as cannon fodder. Find a fork in the road yourself. I'll move on my own. Yi Xian directly shook his head. This person was still a consecrator of the city lord's estate. He only controlled this person because he wanted to move on his own. Yes. This consecrator nodded and then left by himself. Then, it was time for Yi Xian to show off his skills. With the eye of perception, he had already recorded the places he walked and scanned. He knew which paths were connected and which paths led to the front. Previously, he had actually sensed other people, but because he was moving with Lei Guang and the others, he couldn't make a move. Now, if he encountered someone else, he wouldn't hold back anymore. However, not long after he moved on his own. What? Someone died? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was shocked. He sensed that when he was searching for the entrance to the 1,000 Tree Sect ruins, one of the Rakshasa city martial artists he controlled had died. Who killed this person? Was it another family clan in Rakshasa City, the city lord's estate, or someone from Lei Guang City? He couldn't figure it out. However, before he came down, he controlled 6th level of the manifestation realm martial artists. Now that one was dead, he controlled another one just now, so there were still 6 of them. However, not long after he left, he sensed that another person had died. Chapter 1135. Ever since we entered the Lost Forest, the sounds have been incessant. After all, there are still tree demons blocking the way. Were they killed by humans or stabbed by tree demons? Yi Xian was very puzzled. At this time, a sharp vine suddenly shot towards him. With his eye of perception, he noticed the vines when they were growing wildly. Rip! This vine was easily cut off by Yi Xian. The defense of the tree demons in the Lost Forest would be weaker than the vines on the road, so he could cut them down. However, the vines around the road were very tough. Even the 2 Nether Passage realm experts, Lei Guang and Rakshasa, might not be able to cut them off. Whatever, let's continue forward. Finding the treasure is the most important thing. Yi Xian did not think too much and continued forward. He did not give orders to the others anyway, so they could not blame him for their deaths. However, he didn't walk for long before he discovered a corpse in another passageway. Out of curiosity, he also rushed over. The dead person was a martial practitioner from Rakshasa City. He was actually stabbed in the heart and died. Yi Xian looked at the corpse with a slightly surprised expression. He felt that the killer was a bit powerful because the dead person was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. Although the range of the soul was reduced in the Lost Forest, it was not easy to silently kill an 8th level manifestation realm martial practitioner. However, when he thought of the 2 Nether Passage realm experts inside, he did not think much of it. However, at this time, Suddenly, a figure stepped into his perception range. This was a 9th-level manifestation realm expert, and Yi Xian was sure that he was not from Thunder Brilliant City. Since that was the case, he might as well kill him first and prevent Rakshasa City from turning on him. Since both sides were no longer cooperating, he might as well strike first and gain the upper hand. Immediately, Yi Xian used the map to circle in front of the enemy and then hid in a corner. This 9th-level manifestation realm expert was completely unaware of the danger ahead, but he was a well-trained assassin. He would not be careless under any circumstances. He slowly approached while Yi Xian used the Eye of Perception to monitor his every move. Almost there. Yi Xian closed his eyes and calculated. Right now, Yi Xian was only 100 meters away from this 9th-level manifestation realm expert. As long as his opponent turned the corner, Yi Xian would be able to attack. Just as he turned the corner, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Swish! A vine stabbed at him. Temph, it's just a piece of 1,000-year-old wood. Break for me. This 9th-level manifestation realm expert swung the long sword in his hand and easily cut it in half. However, just as this sharp vine fell to the ground, a voice rang out. Huff huff. Another piercing sound rang out. But this time, it wasn't the vines that were attacking. Instead, it was Yi Xian who charged out from around the corner. Heartbreaking swordsmanship. Swish. The sword light pierced through the air, catching this martial artist off guard. However, his reaction was still considered fast, and he directly avoided his vital points. Pu. The sword light pierced into his chest, but it didn't hit the left side of his chest. However, the heartbreaking sword technique exploded after it entered his body. Although it didn't tear his heart apart, it still severely injured him. Who? This 9th-level manifestation realm expert didn't expect to be ambushed. If he hadn't faced his opponent directly, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge this attack. By the time he saw clearly, Yi Xian had already fiercely clawed at him. Dragon Capturing Hand. A giant true energy hand directly grabbed this 9th-level manifestation realm expert. The enormous grip crushed his bones until they creaked. Die for me. Yi Xian didn't care who his opponent was and punched out again. This move was Xue Tu's signature move, Blood Explosion Fist. Bang! This 9th-level manifestation realm expert couldn't break free from the dragon capturing hand's restraints and was directly hit in the head by the punch. His head instantly exploded, and brain matter and flesh flew everywhere. Die! Immediately, Yi Xian swiftly swept over and took off his universe ring. There were quite a few good things inside. Just the soul crystals alone were worth 10 million. Adding the other things, the total value was around 30 million soul crystals. It was a little abnormal for a single person to carry so many things. People who came out for training usually wouldn't bring too many things. They would either give them to their family or hide them for themselves. However, the person in front of him actually brought so many things. Wasn't he afraid of losing them all when he died? Or maybe he didn't have any family and thought that if he lost his life, what was the point of keeping these things? But at this moment, what's going on? There are so many poisons and concealed weapons inside. Is this person an assassin? Yi Xian glanced at the corpse curiously and noticed that the victim was wearing black tights. Moreover, he recalled that the victim's face before his head was blown apart was very unfamiliar. No, this person isn't from Rakshasa City or Thunder Light City. I haven't seen him before. Yi Xian suddenly reacted. Where did a 9th-level manifestation realm expert come from if he wasn't from Rakshasa City or Thunder Light City? When they came down, they had clearly sent people to bury the entrance and even had people guarding outside. Then, could it be that this 9th-level manifestation realm assassin was a passerby and noticed something fishy, so he snuck in? This made sense, but Yi Xian felt that things were not so simple. However, the most important thing now was to leave the lost forest first. Otherwise, the good things would be snatched away by others. At that moment, he turned around and continued on his way. The other people's spiritual senses were only left with 1/5 after entering the lost forest. It was the same for Yi Xian. However, his eye of perception was 5 times stronger than his spiritual senses. With this outstanding ability, He walked out of the lost forest in less than 10 minutes. The Thousand Tree Sect is indeed quite capable. If I didn't have the eye of perception and my spiritual sense, I wouldn't be able to walk out even if I walked for a day. Yi Xian shuddered. If he was trapped in that godforsaken place for a whole day, his head would probably explode. No matter what, he was out now. The Lost Forest was the Thousand Tree Sect's first checkpoint to defend against foreign invaders. After this checkpoint, there was a sea of vines. This sea of vines was originally filled with countless poisonous insects. The Thousand Tree Sect's disciples had to spread some insect repellent on themselves before they could pass through. However, Yi Xian did not have such things on him, so he had to go through it himself. Wei Zhentian, transform into a set of armor. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into a set of grey armor and enveloped Yi Xian completely, including his eyes. Wei Zhentian was a 9th-level manifestation realm expert and an Earth King. His defense was amazing. Even poisonous insects could not break through his defense. Chapter 1136. This Thousand Tree Sect branch was not weak, and there were many ethereal opening elites. Although it had been abandoned for thousands of years, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He moved at a moderate speed. There might be dangers in this sea of vines. With his level 8 manifestation realm, even with Wei Zhentian, he would fall into an abyss of no return if he was not careful. Luckily, he had positioned himself at the entrance and exit of the Lost Forest. If there was any danger, he would immediately break through the void and leave. The sea of vines was huge, and there was no end in sight. Yi Xian walked for half an hour and was still inside. At this moment, whoosh! A sudden gust of wind made Yi Xian stop in his tracks. He looked in the direction of the wind and saw a huge black shadow. It was densely packed, and there were at least 1,000 of them. What the F***ck, what is this? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. As the distance was very far, he could only use the eye of revelation to see roughly. The shadow was about the size of a fist and was completely black. This group of black shadows approached quickly, and Yi Xian quickly avoided them. However, this group of ghostly things had their eyes on Yi Xian. F***ck, they have their eyes on me. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This group of ghostly things was faster than him. Unless he used the Eye of the Void, he would not be able to avoid them. However, it was not easy for him to come here. If he could not even get past this, he might as well just go home. Eye of Glory. Yi Xian immediately took out the golden armor of glory. Under Wei Zhentian's armor, he clenched his fists and waited quietly. When the group of ghostly things approached, he realized that it was actually a group of mosquitoes. A group of mosquitoes the size of a fist. And there were thousands of them. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but shudder. This group of mosquitoes had not yet sucked blood and were already the size of a fist. If they did, wouldn't they be bigger than a head? I don't care what you are. Die. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly attacked this group of mosquitoes. Blood explosion fist. Golden dragon capturing hands. This swarm of mosquitoes flew into Yi Xian's attack range, and Yi Xian's attack swept straight towards them. Bang! Boom! When the blood explosion fist landed on the mosquitoes, it could blow them up, but it could only kill 2 or 3 of them. Due to the large number of giant mosquitoes and their high speed, Yi Xian was immediately surrounded. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian had already transformed into a suit of armor to protect Yi Xian. Clang! 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 These mosquitoes had extremely sharp beaks. A few of them landed on Yi Xian's body and poked him with their beaks, but they were unable to break through Yi Xian's defense. Haha, since you can't break my defense, then all of you can die for me. Yi Xian laughed inwardly. Wei Zhentian was at the 9th level of the manifestation realm. In addition, he had advanced twice, so his defense was indestructible. Although he did not know where this swarm of mosquitoes came from, he estimated that a few of them could suck a person dry. However, if they could not break through his defense, then it was useless no matter how strong they were. There was also an interesting martial art that was specifically used to deal with mosquitoes. Ding! The host has learned the manifestation divine ability, Mosquito Annihilating Palm. Mosquito Annihilating Palm was only a mid-level manifestation realm divine ability, but it was extremely harmful to mosquitoes. It was similar to the Dragon's Judgment of the 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword. In addition to the Eye of Glory, the power of the Mosquito Annihilating Palm would increase again. These strange mosquitoes were large in size and large in number. Yi Xian could not be bothered to tangle with these mosquitoes, so he directly attacked in a frenzy. Huge golden palms struck out, and each palm could send several giant mosquitoes flying. As long as these mosquitoes were hit by the Mosquito Annihilating Palm, they would all die on the spot. In a short 10 seconds, this swarm of thousands of giant mosquitoes had all died in the sea of vines. In these 10 seconds, Yi Xian had struck out at least 100 palms, which meant that he had continuously used his divine ability over 100 times. Even a 9th-level Manifestation Realm expert would probably have more than half of their true chi depleted after continuously using a mid-level Manifestation Realm divine ability 10 times. However, Yi Xian was only at the 8th level of the Manifestation Realm. It was fine even if he struck out 100 palms continuously, because his recovery speed was just right. Fortunately, the Mosquito Annihilating Palm was only a mid-level Manifestation Realm divine ability. If it was a high-level Manifestation Realm divine ability, Yi Xian would probably have to spend more time. Even the Thunderlight City Lord and Rakshasa City Lord would find it difficult to deal with so many giant mosquitoes. If it were anyone else, they would most likely die. Yi Xian could not help but think to himself. However, before he continued forward, he still collected the corpses of the giant mosquitoes. Unfortunately, these giant mosquitoes were not heaven-reaching beasts, but mutated beasts. Devouring them would not bring him much benefit. He began to move forward. Not long after, another large swarm of mosquitoes pounced on him. With the Mosquito Annihilating Palm, Yi Xian easily exterminated the swarm of mosquitoes. What the hell is this place? Why are there so many mosquitoes? There's no human or beast blood to suck. How did they survive? Yi Xian could not figure it out, but he did not think too much about it and continued forward. Soon, in the first hour after he entered the Sea of Vines, he finally saw the end of the Sea of Vines. However, right at this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, an unprecedented gust of wind blew and entered Yi Xian's ears. He turned his head to look and saw another swarm of black shadows approaching. However, this time, it seemed to be much larger than the previous 2 times. It was almost a combination of the 2 times. F***ck, there are so many mosquitoes, and there's no benefit. What's the point of killing them? Yi Xian cursed angrily in his heart. Only a fool would do such an arduous and thankless task. However, when this swarm of mosquitoes approached, Yi Xian realized that this swarm of mosquitoes was twice the size of the previous ones. It was not that there were more mosquitoes, but that their bodies were bigger. This time, they might be able to break through Wei Zhentian's defense. Just as Yi Xian was about to break through the void and return to the entrance to rest for a few seconds, he was shocked to find that there was a weirdo in this swarm of giant mosquitoes. It was a green creature mixed in with the swarm of giant mosquitoes. Yi Xian focused his eyes and took a closer look. He found that it was a wood spirit. Wei Zhentian was an earth spirit, a type of exotic beast. There were also fire spirits, water spirits, wood spirits, and so on. At this moment, there was a wood spirit in this swarm of giant mosquitoes. How could a wood spirit control so many giant mosquitoes? Fine, then I'll clean them all up and capture the wood spirit. Although he did not understand why, Yi Xian could not be bothered to care so much. He was confident that he could kill half of these giant mosquitoes before they pounced on him. Mosquito Annihilating Palm. Mosquito Annihilating Palm. Mosquito Killing Palm. Yi Xian attacked crazily, sending out golden palm prints. However, these mosquitoes were larger than before and would not be killed so easily. Perhaps it was because Yi Xian's realm was too low, or perhaps it was because the mosquito killing palm was only an intermediate myriad manifestation superpower, so he could not kill this swarm of giant mosquitoes in one hit. Chapter 1137. You're just a bunch of mosquitoes. Let's see what you're capable of. Yi Xian snorted inwardly. Since one attack wasn't enough, he would try twice. He had 2 hands, after all. The swarm of giant mosquitoes was almost as big as a human head. A few mosquitoes approached Yi Xian and poked him with their sharp mouths. Catcher! Catcher! With two muffled sounds, Wei Zhentian's armor was destroyed, and so was the brilliant golden armor. The mosquitoes' sharp mouths pierced Yi Xian's body and began to suck his blood. Let's see if you suck faster. My tree of life bloodline is more powerful. Yi Xian didn't mind at all. At the same time, he used his sharp mouths to transfer his true qi and manifestation force. Bam! 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 The giant mosquitoes that were sucking his blood suddenly exploded. With the tree of life bloodline, Yi Xian's speed at producing blood was truly heaven-defying. After all, the reward from the last random mission had allowed him to evolve his tree of life bloodline once. Yi Xian's wounds kept healing, but the giant mosquitoes kept piercing his body and sucking his blood. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. He directly told Wei Zhentian to protect his head with all his might. To be more precise, his eyes. The swarm of giant mosquitoes was smart. The moment Yi Xian removed his defenses, two of the giant mosquitoes pierced Yi Xian's heart with their sharp mouths. They thought that this would kill Yi Xian and then suck his blood to their heart's content. But they were wrong, very wrong. Eye of Nirvana. Mosquito exterminating palm. Mosquito exterminating palm. Yi Xian ignored the giant mosquitoes' attacks and continued to clean them up. At this moment, he was like a perpetual motion machine. He wouldn't die, his true qi wouldn't dry up, and he could continue to fight. The wood spirit in the center of the giant mosquitoes was very surprised. After realizing that things weren't going well, it turned around and left. What a guy! Your balls have been exposed and you still want to run? Yi Xian shouted angrily. From the very beginning, his attention had been on this wood spirit. This wood spirit was really too strange. It could actually control these giant mosquitoes. If he could control this wood spirit, he might be able to control a tiger to devour a wolf and destroy the entire Rakshasa city team. However, this wood spirit was an exotic beast, not a heavenly beast. Yi Xian's eye of control had no effect on it. You mosquitoes, get out of my way. Yi Xian immediately used his trump card and summoned a long sword. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic golden sword that was dozens of meters long was formed. Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword. Shake. The gigantic golden sword descended, and the 1,000 mosquitoes in the air were all shaken to the ground by the immense pressure. Not only that, it had even shaken them to death. The tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword was much more useful than the mosquito exterminating palm. However, it required a cooldown time of 1 day. Now, Yi Xian was no longer in his way. He looked at the wood spirit in front of him and immediately chased after it. The flying wood spirit turned its head to look and was so scared that it lost its soul. Immediately after, the sea of vines below suddenly changed, and all the vines attacked Yi Xian. Petty tricks. Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. He cleverly avoided the attacks of the vines, then rushed toward the wood spirit and grabbed at the air. Dragon catching hand. A huge palm easily caught the wood spirit in the palm of its hand. Let's see how you're going to run now. Yi Xian quickly approached and caught the wood spirit. Chirp chirp. The wood spirit slapped Yi Xian's hand, but it couldn't break free. Wei Zhentian, translate for me. This wood spirit was an exotic beast, and so was Wei Zhentian. They should be able to communicate. Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian could communicate in their minds, so naturally, they could translate. It said that I stepped into its territory and wanted me to leave immediately. Otherwise, it would kill me. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. These were all translated by Wei Zhentian after he communicated with the wood spirit. Good fellow, you're quite arrogant. It's easy for me to kill you now. If you bring me to look for treasures, I can let you go. Yi Xian said. After Wei Zhentian finished translating, the wood spirit chirped a few more times. What? You're saying that there are no more treasures here? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He wouldn't believe this nonsense. He shouted angrily. If you keep spouting nonsense, do you believe that I'll kill you? Chirp chirp. All right, bring me to take a look. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yi Xian nodded. This wood spirit compromised and was willing to bring him around. It no longer controlled things to attack. Yi Xian held the wood spirit in his hand and left the Sea of Vines. After leaving the Sea of Vines, it was the Thousand Tree Sect's branch. However, this place was already in ruins. Along the way, the wood spirit told Wei Zhentian that there was still a large number of wood spirits here. They were all reared by the Thousand Tree Sect. The disciples of the Thousand Tree Sect would usually sign a contract with the wood spirit to increase the effects of their nature powers on plants. Thousands of years ago, the Thousand Tree Sect left in a hurry. These wood spirits had been staying here for thousands of years. Not only that, this wood spirit also told Yi Xian that it was the king of these wood spirits. Wood Spirit King? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was slightly surprised. However, after going around in a big circle and using his eye of perception, he really didn't feel anything useful. Other than the tree demons, there weren't even any treasures here. It really didn't look like a treasure ground. However, at this moment. What? You want to make a deal with me? After Wei Zhentian translated, Yi Xian looked at the Wood Spirit King in his hand in surprise. Just now, this Wood Spirit King said that it wanted to make a deal with him. Why would you make a deal with me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This was out of his expectations. Because I have a strong life aura on me. This time, Yi Xian understood. His body had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, so his life aura was very strong. The last time, he used his blood to let the mini sky dragon hatch earlier. Then what kind of deal do you want to make? What benefits can I get? Yi Xian asked again. A deal had to satisfy both parties. If this Wood Spirit King couldn't give him a satisfactory reward, he wouldn't help unless he had a conscience. Help me save the heavenly treasure tree and give me a heavenly treasure tree holy seed. After Wei Zhentian translated, Yi Xian paused for a moment. Heavenly treasure tree was the name of a heavenly treasure tree. The heavenly treasure tree holy seed was naturally the seed. After planting it, he could plant another heavenly treasure tree. This heavenly treasure tree holy seed shouldn't be of any use to me. No, maybe I can devour it. Yi Xian thought about it. Anyway, his blood didn't cost money. Even if he drained it, he wouldn't die. Moreover, the speed of his blood production was shockingly fast. Bring me to take a look first. Yi Xian said to the Wood Spirit King. Then, under the guidance of the Wood Spirit King, he kept wandering around the Thousand Tree Sect. Chapter 1138. After a while, the Wood Spirit King brought Yi Xian to the depths of the Thousand Trees Sect. Here, there was a gigantic tree comparable to a 100-story skyscraper. This gigantic tree was the heavenly treasure tree that the Wood Spirit King mentioned. At this moment, this heavenly treasure tree was yellow in color, decaying to the extreme. It had a lifeless appearance. Beside the heavenly treasure tree, there were countless green lights flashing. They were all wood spirits. In addition, there were a large number of butterflies, mosquitoes, bees, and other strange creatures circling around it. Now, Yi Xian understood why the Wood Spirit King was able to control those giant mosquitoes. It was because these creatures all relied on this heavenly treasure tree to survive, and the reason why this heavenly treasure tree could live for 1,000 years was because of these wood spirits. No, it should be said that they coexisted. If the heavenly treasure tree withered, all the wood spirits would die. Okay, I'll help you save this heavenly treasure tree. Without another word, Yi Xian took out some blood vials and threw them at the heavenly treasure tree. Catcher. The blood vials shattered, and Yi Xian's blood, which was full of vitality, splashed onto the heavenly treasure tree and was instantly absorbed. It was unknown if it was because the life force in Yi Xian's blood was too dense, or if it was because the heavenly treasure tree was already on its last breath, but after absorbing the blood from the dozen or so blood bottles, a green light began to emit and quickly spread. Seems like it's not enough. Yi Xian looked up. This heavenly treasure tree was at least 3,000 meters tall. If he wanted to save it, he would have to bleed again today. Because the mini sky dragon took away a large number of blood vials, he cut his hand and started to bleed. The life aura of the heavenly treasure tree also began to strengthen and recover its vitality. Seeing this, the surrounding creatures started to get excited. After a whole hour, Yi Xian finally saved the heavenly treasure tree. At this moment, the heavenly treasure tree had recovered from its withered state to its peak. At the same time, the tree trunk stored a large amount of Yi Xian's blood. It would probably surpass its peak in a short while. The surrounding wood spirits and strange beasts began to celebrate. They had accompanied the heavenly treasure tree for 1,000 years, and now that it had been saved, they were naturally overjoyed. "All right, I've saved it. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Yi Xian said to the Wood Spirit King. The latter looked at Yi Xian gratefully and then led the way. After making a big circle, Yi Xian saw a tree hole a kilometer in the sky. Earlier, when he was spraying blood around the heavenly treasure tree, he did not see this tree hole. But now, there was actually another tree hole. In this tree hole, there was a green seed. It was the size of a fist and was emitting a green light. The heavenly treasure tree's saint seed. Previously, with the eye of revelation, he could see that the heavenly treasure tree was on the verge of death, and it would only live for a few months at most. However, he did not see this tree hole, nor did he see any seed. "Good Lord, you're giving me a blank check." Yi Xian immediately reacted. This Wood Spirit King really had a good plan. First, let him save the heavenly treasure tree, then let the heavenly treasure tree form a treasure tree saint seed. If he could not save the heavenly treasure tree, then even if the heavenly treasure tree wanted to, it would not have the ability to form a treasure tree saint seed. Although he was a little unhappy, Yi Xian could not be bothered to care so much. He rushed over and kept the treasure tree saint seed. The Thousand Tree sect used to rely on this heavenly treasure tree to survive, but they were in a hurry to leave. After all, if they were a step late, they could have been wiped out. In addition, they already had the treasure tree saint seed, so they left the heavenly treasure tree alone. Now that Yi Xian had saved the heavenly treasure tree and received the treasure tree saint seed as a reward, the deal was considered complete. However, just as Yi Xian kept the treasure tree saint seed into the devouring space. Ding. Host has activated the hidden system, planting system. Ding. Host, do you want to plant the treasure tree saint seed? Suddenly, 2 system notifications rang, making Yi Xian tremble. What's going on? A hidden system? Yi Xian was shocked. He remembered that the only system that he had not activated was the bloodline fusion system. But now, there was a hidden planting system. This was not so simple. What's the use of the planting system? Yi Xian was not in a hurry to answer. He first immersed his mind into the planting system. This planting system was actually a planting space. Inside was a grassland. The size of this planting space would increase as Yi Xian's level increased. Next, Yi Xian could plant heaven and earth treasures in this planting space. When the heaven and earth treasures matured, he could harvest them. Simply put, he would have a moving treasure land in the future. A large number of heaven and earth treasures would be born, and then he could harvest them. These heaven and earth treasures could be used for devouring, alchemy, and so on. However, this was not the most important thing. What attracted Yi Xian's attention was that he could store living things in the planting space. For example, Luo would not need to stay in the planting space in the future. Haha, good. From now on, I will turn the planting space into a cultivation treasure land. It has more yuan qi of heaven and earth than the